in the sky, they'll all point towards a place millions of miles away. So that's how you know the Earth is a globe.
So we've met.
I'll post a picture explaining this.
It's all right. I know exactly what you're talking about. So we measured an angle away from a GP, got 7.2 degrees. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then we have to divide it into 360. Now, where did we get the 360 from?
Because that's how many degrees are in a circle.
Why are we talking about circle?
Because the Earth's round.
And how do we know that?
Because we can see boats go over the horizon.
That doesn't prove
we can see
the
star trails spin.
That doesn't prove the Earth's round.
We can put. We can use theodolites. We can put boards in the ground with holes in them and shine a light through them and see that you can't see through all of them because the Earth's curved. There's many reasons.
Yeah, I think you're struggling a little bit, to tell you the truth.
I think.
Yeah?
I'm struggling to word this in a way that you'll understand.
No, I do. Honest to God, I'm not being funny. I don't get into an argument. I don't want to start name calling and all that. I do fully understand. I've looked into it. That's why I know about the 7.2 degrees angle, and I know what Eratosthenes did. I know it's a presupposition. Yeah.
Do you know what happens if you put a third stick in the ground and measure the angle? Do you understand that?
It's still an angle measurement. You're still going to do some mathematics thereafter. Yeah, you're not actually measuring a physical Earth curve. This is the point. This is where we come to the crux.
So when you say you were not measuring a physical Earth curve, what do you mean by that?
Well, you're not directly measuring it? You're measuring an angle, and then you're doing some mathematics. You're presupposing a sphere and dividing the angle and the distance. 7.2 divided by 360 50 times 500 stadia equals 25,000, giving you the Earth's circumference. That's how it was done. It's a mathematical conclusion.
Right.
That's.
So do you think you can't do math to determine the size of things?
You need to physically measure something. I mean, if I was measuring a basketball or measuring my table or a length of wood, I'd have to physically measure it. I can't just look at it. I can estimate it by looking at it. I can see what shape it is clearly.
So are you suggesting that unless we put a ruler against the Earth, unless we run around the Earth with a 40,000 kilometer long tape measure, we can't determine the circumference?
No, bro. Where did he get the 360 from? He made the assumption on the number 360, bro.
Yes, because I've already told you, with things like boats going over the horizon, all the stuff I said, that's how we know the Earth is a globe. It's spherical. That doesn't tell you how big it is, but it tells you what the shape of it is.
Going over the horizon doesn't show, is it not obstruction of Earth curve, dude? You can look that up on the Google.
It is.
No, it is not.
It is. Because look, there's all these things, like boats going over the horizon, like star trails, like the fact that you can see stars at some points in the sky, not in others. If you put the boards in the ground and shine a light through them, all this stuff. You cannot explain it
that the boats go over the horizon
with anything other
but
than
they do until you zoom back in and you can bring them back into view, proving that they're not being obstructed by Earth curve. I can post some for you.
I know what videos you're going to post, and they don't show what you claim they show.
No, they don't show what you are claiming, right?
So
Earth curve.
Okay, so imagine this, right? I've got my telescope out. I'm looking at a boat sail away. As it sails away, it gets to a point where it starts to disappear. I stop being able to see the bottom of it. And over time, as it sails away, I see less and less of it. It disappears bottom up. Is that correct? Right. Now, what you are claiming is, if I zoom in on that boat further, you will be able to see it again.
You can.
Okay.
I mean, if you're using your naked eye in the first example, and then using a camera in the second, right? I mean, you can.
No, I'm using.
You have to change your angular
resolution.
resolution.
I'm using a telescope.
You have the laws of perspective. Then things shrink as they get farther and farther away from you. But the whole point is that farther and farther away from you, if you can see too far than what a geometrical proposition states, then you don't have that geometrical proposition. For instance,
No.
like if that boat went past a mountain, you're never going to see that boat, right? It would be obstructed by the mountain.
Right.
Same thing with Earth curve. There would have to be a curve obstructing this boat. And that is not the case, right? Because even
But
in
that is the
our
case.
view, no, it's not. You can't
It
just
is,
say
because
that it is. It doesn't magically make it is.
How else can you explain you being able to see half the boat disappear? Like, how is it possible that half the boat disappears but not the other half?
Well, technically, it's the law of reflection, right? You know, your geometry math proofs, right? You know, it's the laws
law
of
of reflection.
perspective, commonly known. But since you're so close to the floor, right, of course you're going to see the bottom disappear first, right? Because you're closer to that vantage point, right?
No,
that
that doesn't make
surface
any
is
sense.
converging up, whereas the top
If you
surface
think
is converging down.
if you think that the Earth is
Have
flat,
you ever been in a long hallway?
yeah,
You can't see the
we're not talking
end
about
of
we're
the
talking
hallway.
about something miles away.
I know that.
Yeah, if
So-
there's nothing obstructing you and the end of the hallway, you'll be able to see it.
So is there a distance to the
No.
horizon? Right. Is there a distance to the horizon in your claim?
Yeah, it depends on obviously how high up you are, but yeah.
So what is the distance to the horizon at, say, an observer height of 1 foot?
Of 1 foot. Are you going to post the oil rig picture?
Well, we can do.
Yeah, so this picture is nonsense, because if you actually look at it, you'll see that the oil rigs are wobbly as fuck, which should indicate to you that there's some fuckery going on,
So
such as atmospheric refraction.
All right, what are the different types of refraction that you have then?
There's one type.
There's only one type of
No, there's
refraction.
like
Isn't there
6.
different effects that we see from a refraction? What are the different effects that we see from refraction?
It doesn't matter. Refraction is refraction. When light passes through different mediums and different temperatures, different densities, then it bends.
So you
Changes
never heard
direction.
of looming? You never heard of that word before?
Looming. No.
No, see, you
Using
don't even
a-
understand refraction, bro, and you're using it in your argument. There's multiple types of refraction.
Okay, so what? Refraction is
So
what's happening in
it's
that
just
photo
as
that you're
easy
talking
to
about.
say when you're claiming that that's refraction in that photo. When I see half of a boat blocked off, I could just go ahead and say that's refraction. And it's the same exact argument. It's useless, bro.
Yes.
No, it isn't.
Well, it is.
Because the thing I'm talking about, you can see it every single day. The
No,
thing
you
you're talking
can't.
about
It
only happens in
changes
very
daily.
specific
No,
conditions.
you're silly, bro. You have obviously never taken observations. You don't go out and look at the horizon. People that live on the ocean, like I live in Florida, I go out and I look at the horizon every day. It changes day to day during the day, bro.
Okay.
So just back to the
So you
oil
live in
rigs.
a very odd climate where temperatures fluctuate a lot.
Is the physical
The actual
horizon
physical
before
Where
the
is
oil
there a
horizon.
place on the in the world that temperatures don't fluctuate throughout the day, bro? What are you talking about?
I don't know, but the horizon isn't
You
going to
telling me
massively
there's no
change
high
everywhere
and
on
low
Earth.
temperature where you live? It's just like the same temperature all day. Like, what are you even talking about, bro? You don't even understand weather now at this point?
If you're telling me that that when you look out into the ocean, the place of the horizon is like changing massively by miles, then that's odd.
Well, then you better look
Every
into
day.
it, bro, because that might be odd to you, but that's not odd. That's just a normal fact of life.
Because the horizon has never been defined as physical, yeah,
So
except
what?
for in the globe claim. Now back to the oil rigs. So you're claiming the horizon is physical. We can see it clearly further out than the rig. So where's the physical horizon which is blocking the oil rigs?
I don't think I'm claiming that the horizon is physical, but the shape of the Earth is physical, and the horizon is caused by the physical shape
Well, if
of
it's
the
not
Earth,
physical,
among
how
other
about-
things.
how are boats disappearing over a non-physical location?
Well, because
Then-
what the horizon is and what the Earth is like kind of two
Okay,
different
then
things.
go put a flag in that position, dude. Go put a flag where you think the horizon should be, and you tell me if that flag happens to be right exactly at the spot every single day.
So if you don't think it's physical, what are the boats disappearing over?
Yeah, well, it's the horizon, it's the Earth. They're obstructed by the Earth.
So it's physical again. So it is physical then.
Well, again, like you keep saying the horizon's physical. It's like I don't know if I'd call the horizon physical because the horizon is where the sky and the earth meet.
I'm sorry,
it's not really a physical thing.
I don't keep saying that. I'm telling you the horizon has never been defined as physical except for in the globe claim.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's caused by a physical thing and the sky. I don't know if you want to call the sky physical, but yeah, half of what causes the horizon is physical, which is the
So is the horizon the physical Earth curve what boats disappear over, as in your claim?
Again, this is like feels like a malformed question.
No, I mean, you said you can tell the Earth's a curve because boats disappear over the horizon. So the horizon must be a physical, but then you're saying the horizon is not physical. I'm trying to determine what you think the horizon is. I think
you're trying to play word games to get a win here, and I think you're deliberately trying to misunderstand me because I know you don't have an argument. Yes, the reason boats disappear as they sail away is because because the Earth gets in the way because it's curved.
Okay,
let's just not use the word horizon.
Let's evaluate that. Okay, because that would be partially a disqualifying comment. Okay. So if you really think he's doing this, he's operating in bad faith, do you A, disengage, or B, continue to engage?
I mean, I'm criticizing his argument.
Okay, but you also said that he's operating in bad faith. That he's purposely misrepresenting words. He's not understanding what you're saying. So if you've adjudicated the conversation as that, what would be your next logical step? A, to disengage, or B, continue the conversation?
Well, I would engage and call it out.
Well, fine then. That would be disqualifying because you're contradictory, and now you're talking about him. So now he's got to defend himself. Oh, I'm not being in bad faith.
You asked me a question about him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you could just disengage. You don't have to say anything about him. If I adjudicate, see, in my worldview, if I know someone's operating in bad faith, I just disengage. There's nothing more I can get from them. But you, on the other hand, tried to do this meta conversation. You think he's operating bad faith. I gave you a little bit of leeway here, okay? Let's just say that's true, okay? We'll drop that on the table. You believe one deck is operating in bad faith. Do you A, disengage, or B, continue to talk to him?
I'll continue to talk to him.
Okay, because your goal is to what? Expose him? Okay, this is disqualifying. Okay. See, dude, this is like enough of this shit, dude, okay? If you think someone's operating in bad faith, this is a flat earther in a flat earth room that you join with a subjective worldview that you don't know anything 100%. You at least use your subjective worldview to understand that flat earthers talking about flat earth is not in bad faith. At least that. You'd be able to at least functionally have a coherent worldview. And it's okay that you squawk that. It's probably a habit. You're probably habitual at this point. And you're so used to just demonizing the other, finding some way to make it about them so they go on the defensive. They don't even know what's right or wrong. You're kind of like gaslighting them. It's like this very immature level of discord. And just get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out, dude. I mean, seriously. I prefer to talk to one deck and just have a pleasant conversation and have him go about his day with a full cup instead of an empty cup, dealing with some toxic moron who can't even figure out what you should do next, given your own subjective worldview is true.
So what are we talking about?
The Earth, and it's flat.
Yeah, I've heard about that before. Has anyone actually gone past Antarctica? I heard that. Isn't it like a big ice wall or something? Watched a couple of interviews a while ago. I thought it was very interesting. Isn't that part of the flat Earth thing, the whole ice wall thing? No?
I've heard people mention about this ice wall. I've never been to the ice wall.
No.
Don't know.
Because that's part of the flat Earth theory or whatever, because the governments don't let anybody go past a certain point when it comes to Antarctica or something.
What it is with the flat
because
Earth
apparently that's
thing,
where the ice wall is.
You will hear a few different things from flat Earth. Some flat earthers have got different speculations, beliefs, but we tend to try and keep it as a reality. So some flat earthers will say there's a dome over us. Yeah, I don't particularly say there's a dome over us or a firmament. I just keep it as we're contained because we're in a pressurized system. I don't know what the container is, where it goes to, but we're definitely contained in a pressurized system. Otherwise, we wouldn't have pressure to breathe.
Yeah. Right.
So that's
I guess.
my view.
No, I mean, if you listen to flat Earth scientists, like people would call them that anyway. That's one of the big things that they talk about because a lot of governments came together. I forget what the agreement was, but it was basically no citizen, nobody is allowed to go past a certain point in these frozen wastelands, and no one knows why. Apparently, they say, "Oh, it's because it's dangerous or whatever." If you go there, you have to get flown out there by the government. Yeah, otherwise you can't go there because apparently there's an ice wall. So that would prove it. If it was a big wall. You fell off the edge or whatever, but no one's allowed to go there. And that's real. I forget what it's called. Is it the Antarctic Treaty or something like that? I mean, this is all very relevant to the whole flat Earth thing. But if you don't know about it, that's very surprising. Wonder if there's any actual flat earthers in it.
Yeah, dude, the whole channel is like flat earthers. You're a flat earther. You just don't know it yet for some reason.
Well, no, I just question it. That difficult, and most people believe it's a ball.
Exactly. It's a belief system. Voltaire said it best. If I can get you to the belief in absurdity, you can commit atrocity. Make you think that you're a monkey on a lava water ball, and you'll be out there using your technology to suppress third world countries so you can get their oil and steal their natural resources.
There's many lies they tell you. I read somewhere that apparently oil is an infinite resource because actually the Earth actually produces it. Like there's no such thing as fossil fuels, meaning it's not produced from fossils or anything like that. It's actually an infinite resource that the Earth just naturally produces.
Yeah, they had talked about that. Some of the ancient cultures had talked about oil bubbling up to the surface and being like kind of the blood of the Earth. And the reason why people don't think that anymore is because they've drawn those reservoirs so far down that the blood of the Earth you have to really dig deep, like kind of like a heroin addict's veins. Trying to draw blood from a heroin addict. Like we've depleted the natural resource, and dispersed all those fluorocarbons into the air.
I don't know if we depleted all of them. There's many deposits all over the Earth, in Africa and other countries. So I don't know what you're talking about. We said we've drilled down, and there's like none left. I mean, there's tons. So we haven't depleted it. Well, long shot. Yeah, that's what they tell you. So then they can raise the prices and make you all poor. Oh yeah, there's hardly any left. So we have to charge you more. All the while, there's millions and millions of gallons of the stuff. If that's what you want to believe, and believe your government. Yeah, we depleted the supply. Yeah, there's none left. They're lying to you. That's what they do.
Yeah, what if it rejuvenates after like 100 years? Who would know?
Exactly. That's the whole theory. That it's an infinitely produced substance from the Earth. So you can't deplete it. I mean, obviously if you do it fast enough, but at this point in time, there's no evidence to suggest that we've depleted it. But
that's all part of the deception, though. The basically the scarcity. Not only scarcity of resources, they even tell you there's a scarcity of land.
Well, yeah. When there's not, there's not really a scarcity of land. There's thousands of miles of countryside all over the place. There's more green in certain parts of the Earth now than there ever has been. But they won't tell you that. They'll say the coral reefs are dying off, and well, not really. No, they've been reviving and coming back for decades now. But it's also they can bring in green energy, get rid of all this natural stuff, and put a couple of windmills here and there, and go, "Yay, we saved the planet." And really, all you're doing is killing off species and putting in even more harmful chemicals into the air.
Yeah,
with those stupid
tyrannical
batteries and
government.
lithium.
You can't be a tyrannical like a tyranny without having people to control, right? So like if those people knew there was excess land and they could just leave and go there, then you can't have tyranny, you know? So like it makes a lot of sense to do that for if you have a tyrannical, you know, system in place.
Well, it's just fear. It's just fear. People do whatever their government tells them when they're afraid. Oh, we're running out of resources. Quick, yes, you must give them more money so they can build us a hydroelectric, green-powered wind plant quickly. Yes, well, how long will that take? 58 years. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Okay. Do they ever get it done? No. Nope.
Maybe they used to tell people the earth was flat so they wouldn't leave, right? Because they thought they would fall off the edge. And then the people left and they're like, oh, well. And those people were like, no, we didn't fall off the edge. It was actually just more land. They're like, all right, well, the earth's a ball and there's only this amount of land on it. That's it.
Now, I mean, obviously it depends what you believe and where the edge is and where you're able to fall off. If it is flat, of course. Again, if you look into the ice wall theory, I mean, there's a wall all around most of the Earth, wherever we live. So there'll be somewhere where you can fall off it, but the rest of it is all sealed up tight, apparently. So you know, you can believe whatever you want, I suppose.
Yeah, but you understand they used to tell people the earth was flat, right?
Have to, because the ball model is what made people doubt that the reality is what it seems like 100% of the time every day. Like the idea that the earth wouldn't be flat, right? Like they didn't have to believe the earth was flat before this ball belief came around and started saying your reality is the opposite of what it seems in every way. You just can't tell.
Yeah, I love what Gemsy said about that. He's saying it doesn't make sense to your senses, so that means it's nonsense.
That's great. I used to say, if the what was it? We were trying to come up with billboard sayings, and I think mine was, if you can't sense the spin makes no sense. Amazing that they were able to pull it off. It is the one world religion, and people think it's based on fact, which is the most hilarious part about it, because you got people in here still coming like this, the confidence that we figured this out, or we know this, or we know that. It's the we thing. Everybody, we all used to do it, you know. We know this, and people want to feel like they have knowledge. That sucks that this kind of makes it feel like that depend on anything. You're roboting, whoever that is.
They never say, I know this. Is that we have been, as a consensus.
You're cutting it out for me. Is that just me or him?
No, that's a bad robot.
He was about to become a flat earther and starting to interfere with the signal. They don't want people to hear it.
I'm not a robot, sir. I'm a real person.
Now you're what? You're better.
Can you hear me? Hello? Is anyone there? Yeah. I'm turning into a robot.
Yeah,
I was just saying. Actually, no, I forgot.
You're a real boy, Timmy.
Never mind. What was I saying?
As long as you're not repeating globe terminology, you're not a robot.
I was just saying, yeah, that's what a lot of people do, you know. No, I was just saying a lot of people go off consensus, you know, a lot of things these days. They say, well, it's been settled. The
Right.
has been settled. The Earth is round. You know?
I think we got.
They don't actually know anything themselves about the topic, like at all. But they'll just say, "Well, 1,000 people on the internet said it was, so with anything, just replace the word flat Earth with just about any other topic, and it's like, yep, shit."
Yeah.
Hello, is anyone there? Hello.
About the power in that. When you can create
Anyone here?
statistics and own the mainstream media and everything that goes through there, you can create anything. You can convince people of pretty much anything.
Hello, anyone here?
Yeah, most people trust the news, so that's right.
Hello,
You sound
anybody
like a
home?
funny guy. You'd probably be a good addition to the crew because we need more comedy flat earthers.
Hello.
Can't laugh. Can't.
Thank you. I'm a robot.
Are you
I think. I don't
guys
know
on
if
the
I
other
sound normal
side?
again,
Can you hear
but
me?
it's brief.
You're good. No, you're good.
Are you guys on the other side? Can you hear me?
Before about consensus and how everyone just believes everything they read on the internet?
Yeah, that's what this is about. In fact, I always say that it's a war between common sense and consensus.
Yeah,
Oh, my goodness.
I think we're probably lied to about just about everything. The Earth being flat, moon landing, pretty much everything, right? I mean, if you just believe what you're told, then it just you just believe it. But if you actually look into this stuff properly, most of it seems to me it turns out to be complete bullshit.
That's awesome.
That's what
so you're basic. You haven't looked into flat Earth yet, but you realize most things are lies. Is that where you're at?
Oh yeah, 100%. When I say most things are lies, it's because most of the things that we're told are from the elites. They're from the government. They're not from good people. So and they lie to us all the time about literally everything. So
right.
So why would you just believe him? Oh yeah, we went to the moon. Yeah, here's a piece of it. Yep.
It's almost done so poorly that it feels like they're gaslighting us. They're just waving the truth in front of our face and saying, "You can't have this."
Well, of course, they do it all the time, and when they rig elections and all these other things. And that it's not true, that they're lying to you, that all this is bull crap. But you can't do anything about it, because of course they're gaslighting you. They're just saying, look, we can do this, and you can't do anything about it.
And they do it so impressively, you almost want to give them a slow hand clap, I mean, it's like, bravo.
I mean, exactly, yeah, because everyone around you believes it, and they're looking at you like, you're crazy. It's like, well, not really. I think I'm the only sane person here, actually. You not seen the news?
The flat Earth is the worst about that. Flat Earth is the epitome of that because people think that like the most basic fact about life is that we're on a spinning ball, which is the most ridiculous thing, actually. And it's the thing that people are most confident about. It's hilarious.
That is a very difficult one to have a conversation with anyone about, because you say, I think the Earth is flat. For most people, that's it. They look at you and you're a cuckoo, crazy conspiracy theorist, and everything you say from that point forward is just, they just disregard it, So it's not too easy to have conversations about these things, but you try.
Yeah, what they'll tell you is that you're disqualified from any conversation.
Yeah.
When it's hilarious because you can show them Alex Jones. Is this person also disqualified? And they'll be like, yeah, he's a conspiracy theorist, cuckoo, whatever, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Everything he says is batshit crazy. Now you're mimicking him and his take about flat Earth. Okay, now run that back through your worldview. Okay, you think conspiracy theorists are somehow uniquely disqualified. They're not able to have a functional conversation, as you almost mimic word for word what a conspiracy theorist says about the flat Earth. And this is the very little lack of insight in self-awareness in that is really breathtaking. Because when they run their statements back through their own worldview, they come up with a logical contradiction. So you're going to say, how do they evaluate that contradiction? Do they recognize it? Yeah, well, like right? Do they recognize it and say, yeah, but Alex Jones is just right about flat Earth. He's wrong about everything else. That's the explanation, right? Or C, do they just spurg the fuck out, freak out, start telling all kinds of dumb, crazy shit. Like, is Mars flat? Is Jupiter flat? All the, like all the, scientists in on it. Is a janitor at NASA in on it? Like all this, does they go into complete batshit territory until they finally can't even know anything? Well, I'm a brain in the vat, and I'm like, holy fuck, dude! Like all that because you failed to recognize a contradiction in your worldview.
Well, most people can't handle that, so that's usually what happens with the majority of people, I find.
The thing is, as well, once you do your research and you understand the argument and you get into it, you're able to hold your own more with these people who once mocked you because you, like me, I sort of instantly sort of knew the Earth was flat. I know that sounds stupid. Without any evidence, I just knew within my soul. But I didn't know how to talk about this subject. I didn't have any information or knowledge on anything like I do now. I'm not an expert by any means, but I can hold my own in a conversation on it. I even know people who are sort of. I've known a friend who was swaying towards flat Earth, but I think they truly believe it in the heart, but it was too much hassle for them and too much aggro for them to get into it and stick with that. Them knowing this and just being able to talk about it and find out the information, it was too much aggro for falling out with friends and family, so they just decided not to delve into it and they were going to stay where they were.
That's it, man. That's the usual result. That's what happens. People are like, well, I don't want to be shunned and all these things happen to me, so I think I'm just going to stick with the herd and just believe whatever they tell me, even if you convince them and logically make a very convincing argument. Most people will just be like, nah, you're crazy, even though anything you said is perfectly reasonable. There's you're crazy, and that's just the way it is.
But I do think, my issue isn't that they can, because I think flat Earth can explain in it like just as much things perhaps as a globe Earther could, right? So on the balance of explaining things, they could probably do it, and I think that's fair, right? I think the only issue is with globe Earth. I think sometimes flat earthers expect there to be a knowledge claim about like how can you know this, right? And I think that as far as I'm aware, thus far, there's not been a demonstration on either side that they can know that the Earth is flat or curved, right? It all kind of depends upon observation, and that's just about it, right? And some have further explanation than others, right? So if you look out and you see the Earth is flat, that's fine. Then a globe Earther might say, well, what might appear as flat might not be. In the same way that a flat Earther will say, for instance, if I look at the moon, it looks like a circle, and then the globe Earther will say, well, what appears to look like a circle might not be, right?
Well, you have to take into account.
It is just a case of
NASA and stuff. Don't need
explanations.
They're taking pictures of satellites.
Yeah, it's just a question.
What about all the photos of like the?
Yeah, like for me, it's just a question of who has the best explanations, and that is, I guess, something that people have to agree on what a good explanation is, right, versus a bad one.
They have photos of Mars and Saturn and stuff, and they're all round with rings. Haven't you seen the photos? Do you trust NASA?
Well, I've not mentioned NASA, but yeah, like for me, it's just a question of who has.
No, I mean they take photos of the planets, right? And they're all round and stuff. So in order to hold this view, because this is what you usually get as a pushback is, well, don't you trust NASA? Don't you trust the Meteorological Society and these people who have satellites and these robots that go into space and literally take pictures of, look, this planet is round? In order to have this view, you have to be able to say, yeah, they made it up. And then when you say that, you usually lose about 99% of people. Personally, you don't lose me. I'm just saying most people you'll lose them at that point when you say, no, I don't trust NASA. Because obviously, if you don't believe in flat Earth, they have to be lying, right? They have all these people, all these institutions, which of course they are, because they do it all the time. They make shit up. You have to acknowledge that they're all lying, and all the photographic evidence is just basically just government propaganda. Yeah, most of you will leave you after that. You don't trust NASA, you crazy person. NASA. My cousin works for NASA, as Brian Cox would say.
I don't know which side you're actually on now. I'm a bit confused.
That's actually a lie too, because his cousin doesn't really work for NASA. His cousin was like maybe some sort of subcontractor. Because NASA is an executive branch agency. You have to be a U.S. citizen to work at to be in the federal service.
I don't know. Does any flat earther think we can know the Earth is flat, or do they think that they're also doing a bit of induction? Because I've not heard like a good syllogism for it yet.
Well, you're 100% of your experience 24/7 for your whole life and the rest of your life and everyone's life is experiencing a stationary level Earth. No.
Yeah. Well, that's what it appears to be. Yeah.
Right. That's what it would appear to be. Right. That's your experience. That's all you can know.
I don't think anyone would say just sensory experience is sufficient. I don't even think flat earthers would say that.
Well, it's part of the trick is that they convinced you because you can't always trust your senses. You can't ever trust your senses.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think you can trust your senses sometimes, but it's on such a macro scale. I don't know how useful our senses are going to be.
Here's what I would say.
Well,
you have no
you know
choice but to
is,
trust
right?
your senses.
Yeah, the claim. Do you know the claim? Do you know the speeds they say the Earth is going? Like the rotation and the orbit and the sun. Do you know all the speeds yet? Have you looked at it?
I don't know the numbers, but I assume very fast.
Right, like 1,000 miles at the equator, spinning in one direction, 67,000 miles per hour around the sun. Sun goes 500,000 miles per hour. So that's 12 million miles a day just for the sun's travel. Oh, he left. Did he leave?
No, I'm here still.
Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? So that means that you'd be 12 million miles every day out of your original place in space and time. Right? 12 million miles a day. Did you feel like you travel 12 million miles today? Of course I don't feel like it, but they know it's big. The numbers are so big.
Yeah, but it's the same as like saying like when you stand on a car, you don't feel like you're going that fast, or when you're on an airplane.
Yeah. So they give you one example, a linear direction where you have a smooth ride and you don't feel it. And they go, oh, it's just the same as going multiple directions at millions of miles per hour. It's just the same. You know, yeah, they'll buy it, right? Because you have one small example of what they've used and blown out of proportion and said it's exactly the same. How stupid are we to think that would be exactly the same when you really think about it?
Well, let's figure that. Let's say, you know, when there's a bad smell in the room, right, and your nose just acclimates to that smell, or like your lungs acclimate to less oxygen if you live in the higher climate, higher altitudes, right? It would be very much along those lines where, I think, having had generations and generations of people live on Earth, that I feel like, you know, something you would notice it on like a biological scale. But even if we're talking about a physical scale, like, you know, I think.
Are you saying we
can go pretty fast on a variety of different objects and not notice that we're even moving?
Well, when you think about it though, like I'll give you this scenario. Like if you went to the doctor and he said, take these pills, you're really dizzy. Right? And you know you're not dizzy, but he's diagnosed you as dizzy and he says, you got to take these pills. You're like, wait, I'm not dizzy. Would you take the pills?
Well, well, of course not, right? But
of course not, right? But wait. Now he says, wait, no, you've been dizzy your whole life and you've just gotten used to it. Take these pills. You need them. Does that make any sense?
Well, yeah. Well, if that was the case, then I'd have to see what the effect would be, right? So, for instance, if you framed it like that, I mean, like, for instance, I'm colorblind, right? I didn't know I was colorblind until recently, but you know, that was my modus operandi for the entire point of my life, right? And yeah, like, so if someone said to me, so when I found out I was colorblind, if someone said they have a cure for colorblindness, well, I actually don't feel like I'm colorblind. I just am, right? And that's what I thought the natural world was like, right? but obviously that wasn't me trying to say that this is the actual explanation for that phenomena, right? It was just to say that you cast out on the idea that we have to be able to feel this sort of movement.
Yeah.
Right?
But the stars reset every year.
I have to go, but I'll say one more thing to you that we're not saying you have to feel it, but when you look into the science of the heliocentric model, and then you realize that the science doesn't even work out, like all of it, none of it works out to be what they say, right? You need centrifugal force. They're treating centrifugal force as an imaginary force. I'll send you information on this that'll show you scientifically the globe is impossible. So once you realize that, then it's like, well, of course, doesn't make any sense. We're going all these directions. And that's part of the realization that these people go through, that we all go through, right? When we realize it's not spinning, you realize how funny it is to think you ever were.
Yeah, I think that, okay, I mean, if you're going, I'll address this to the other people, but for me, it's the idea that, I mean, even because I'm not much of a scientist myself, like I don't know much of my science, to be honest, but I think it's unlikely, given the conversations I've heard, that someone could have such an easy defeat of the globe, right? If it was true, it would be intelligible to just about anyone, right? I think that because globe earthers do have their set of explanations for all the phenomena we're not supposed to be able to see or acknowledge or whatever, and flat earthers do as well with their respective phenomena. They explain, like, with the why does the air in the atmosphere seemingly stick to the ground in a uniform sort of way? Well, they say it's a dynamic system. I mean, a globe earther might just think that's a cop-out answer as well, right? Like, it's not really explaining anything. So in a sense, there is no ultimate proof or falsification of either model. It's just literally just about which one's a better explanation than that.
I guarantee you there's a falsification of the globe model. If you want to know,
there must be if it was written, like there must be it must be falsifiable, I guess, right? Been falsified, I suppose. I'm not even sure if it has to be falsifiable, but yeah, either way, it's, to me, I've asked for syllogisms, and each one I think I've heard doesn't actually disprove globe, in the same way that, when people ask a globe earther, can you disprove flat Earth? They can't, right?
Well, you wouldn't even be able to land a plane on a spinning ball, and I can prove that to you.
Go on.
Okay, so if you take off from a latitude that's 500 miles per hour eastward, right, on the spinning ball, you realize that it tapers down, and you'd be having to go 1,000 miles per hour eastward if it's a spinning ball, correct?
Okay, yeah, following.
Right, so you have to stay in sync with the Earth, because all pilots are trained to treat the Earth as stationary and level. No?
Yeah.
Did you know that? So all the simulations to train the pilots are a stationary level Earth. Now, are you trying to tell me that first of all, there's no difference in the dynamics between flying over a spinning ball Earth and flying over a stationary level Earth? Do you think there'd be no difference?
I'm not sure what the difference would be, but I imagine if we got a pilot in the room, they would probably explain what the difference would be.
Oh, yeah,
if there is no difference, it doesn't matter why there's no difference.
There's a lot of flat Earth pilots, but you would think that there'd be a big difference, right?
I'm not sure. I could, like I said, I couldn't.
You might guess that, right? Just from, like, imagining a spinning ball Earth.
Yeah, my intuition tells me yes. My intuition tells me yes. Right.
Yeah, like if there's a video game, right, that just came out and it's a spinning ball Earth and you're flying over it, right? And the guy's like, oh, this is a great video game. You're flying through the cities and you're separate from the ground, just like they say on the ball. And so you're in a separate reference frame, and you're going through the cities and dodging buildings that are coming at you. And the only thing about it is you can't land the plane, but you get unlimited lives. And there's this other game that just came out, and it's just like they train the pilots. It's stationary and level, and you just land on it like it's level, and it's really fun game. But the weird thing is they're the exact same game. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, following.
Wait, it doesn't make any sense because they wouldn't be the exact same game. There's no way they could be, right?
Yeah. Well, I think, I don't know. Like, explaining this to me is gonna, like, fall off my head like rain on rainproof coat, right? But all I'm saying is, right, based on my limited knowledge, based on how wide the flat Earth discussion is and how wide physics is and so on, I think that the best that you're going to have right now with me is the illusion that you're correct because I couldn't possibly explain it because I'm an idiot, right?
You're gonna
like,
probably, if this bothers you at all, then you're gonna have to go to a baller and get his answer for it. He's gonna tell you
exactly,
that
that's what I'm saying. And the issue here, the issue here is
let
like,
me just tell you.
Yeah, go on.
Let me just tell you that I'll finish it because I got to go. But let me just finish the whole scenario. So you're going to have to be going eastward with the Earth then, 500 miles per hour more than where you started from. And even if we give them their 500 mile per hour conserved momentum, as if the plane hovering in the air is just spinning with the globe automatically because it was on the Earth when it was spinning at 500 miles an hour. Even if we give them that, how are they going to gain eastward momentum of 500 miles per hour on top of that, and then keep up with the Earth as they're landing on a north-facing runway? They would have to accelerate sideways to keep up with the Earth.
True for trains as well?
No, trains are in the same reference frame. They're on the ground. They're locked to the ground.
Well,
once you get in the air, you're in a separate reference frame.
So you have to be attached to it for it to be a reference frame. Like that to be a...
Well, there's a reference frame that's attached to the Earth, and then according to their ball model, you're in a separate reference frame, and therefore you're moving freely from the spin of the Earth, except for your conserved momentum, which is because you were on the Earth. But once you take off, we can tell you that we'll give them the conserved momentum. That would go away. To begin with, that's a whole argument. It would, because you're not going to just keep going 500 miles per hour because you happen to be on it. Like when you throw a ball out the window of your car, no matter how much wind, the ball's not, even if the ball were to keep up with the car, which it doesn't, there's other scenarios. Like you're not going to continue
the ball would be a good example because
you're not going to continue on indefinitely. Like if you're on a trampoline, you jump up and you're on a truck. Well, better is like a trampoline. If you're on a trampoline on a truck, right? Like they give this example of conserved momentum. Like you're going to land back down on the trampoline, even though the truck is moving, because you have the momentum of the truck, right?
Yeah, but I think a globe earther wouldn't say that when you throw a ball.
Yeah, you're not going to keep the speed of the truck indefinitely if you were happen to be like have wings and able to fly. You're not gonna keep up that momentum of the truck just because you jumped off of it for very long.
I was just going to say that
there's all kinds of things that go with this that they'll try to make excuses for, but this is the one thing I think they don't have an answer for. The thing that really ends the globe for any normal person that can put it together, because you would have to have the extra 500 momentum of the plane to be in sync with the Earth to treat it as stationary when you land, and you'd never be able to do that because you'd have to keep accelerating with the Earth sideways as you land on a north-facing runway.
I'm not sure that's true, just because of the ball example. The ball example is a good one, where a globe earther knows that you can throw a ball, right, and the ball doesn't get lost in the ether with the spin of the Earth, right? It's because obviously it's taken off. It's not on the ground anymore, right? It's not attached to the ground. The only thing that's moving it forward is how hard I threw it, right? And so, look, I think that would be a massive oversight for a globe earther if they just didn't account for balls being thrown in the air, right?
According to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that the kicker that kicks a field goal, that the football will actually be affected by the Coriolis effect and miss the goal by a little bit because of the spinning Earth. Now, he's an idiot, but that isn't that. A lot of people say they don't agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson, but according to the ball model, it would be true that anything that's a projectile is affected by it. That's why they claim it with people shooting bullets, and they have to account for said Coriolis effect, which could just be the barrel distortion and all kinds of other things that affect the bullet. So the problem is the tangential gradient of velocities will not allow planes to fly over a spinning ball Earth and treat it as if it's stationary. It's impossible. It kills your globe. And I'll prove it to you in a DM with some links that you might want to watch if you really want to know.
Yeah, no, by all means, of course. I'll let you get away now because obviously you've been trying to get away for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Take care. Have a good one.
Have a good night. Good morning. I think there's one issue I guess some flat earthers might have, which is that I'm a stupid person, right? I'm a stupid person, low IQ. All I know is geopolitics, right? I know nothing else besides that. And if you explain physics to me, a basic bitch like me, I will. The best I could do is, I guess, give you a logical sort of response to what you're saying, but the science of the matter, I will not be that strong on, right? And the illusion here is that because you know more science than the person you're talking to, that therefore means that you're correct. Marxists do this similar thing, right? Because they know more Marxism than their opponent, that when they defend Marxism, they always look like they're correct, even if they're not. So you have to be careful when you're debating a globe earther that doesn't know all their science, that you don't assume that because they're lacking in that department that that means you're correct, right?
See, in order to become a flat earther, you have to look into that science, because we all thought the globe was the real deal. Someone brought flat earth to us and we were like, you're crazy, dude, we're going to debunk that. And then we looked at it, we looked into it, and here we are.
You're not a flat earther.
Yeah, man.
I think that's the one of the big things is that you have to calculate how many bad arguments they have, right? So, for instance, when people talk about horizons, I think that's just a non-starter sort of argument, because any globe earther would probably tell you that just because there is a geometric curve doesn't mean that you have to be able to observe it 100% of the time for it to exist, because all we do know is that things sometimes go over an obstruction, sometimes they don't, over a certain amount of distance. So
yeah, but if there was a hill in the distance and something went over that hill every single day, you'd see the same effect, correct?
Yeah. Possibly, yeah.
Okay, well, the globe makes a claim of a radius value. Like, they gave us all the measurements. They tell you all of the measurements of the size of the globe. So now you can figure out what those measurements are.
When I say yes, I mean with respect to, like, I don't know, my everyday sort of sighting, right? But like, I've got a video that shows you, for instance, light bending over just a mound of objects, right? So in theory, something could come up over some obstruction, even if I was talking about a hill, right? But hills, the reason why it happens less on hills than it does in the middle of the ocean is because the ocean sort of I think with the ocean, I think there's a sort of like different dynamics in the atmosphere that make it more likely that you're going to find things pop over, right? And I think that's usually the most common observation point as well.
So now you're stating it's a coincidence. It just so happens that light happens to bend at this exact rate of curvature that the Earth has. So it's just a coincidence.
I didn't say it was a coincidence. I'd give you an explanation. A coincidence would be like, oh, well, this just happens to be the case, right? But I gave you an explanation. It was
yeah, that's what you're saying. You're saying, oh, well, light could bend. I agree with you. Light can bend. It has to have two different mediums for sure. And now you're saying, and that light bending just so happens to match the exact curvature of the Earth to make it look as if the Earth is flat. It doesn't bend more to make things look distorted. It just bends just the right amount to make it look as if the Earth is flat.
Well, it bends at slightly different amounts all the time.
There's different kinds of mirages that you could observe, right? It's not always the same sort of thing. Like, for instance, you see floating boats sometimes, right? Doesn't look flat then, it just looks like there's a boat in the middle of the sky, right?
A floating boat, though, we're not even 100% on, like, what do you think's going on there?
Well, the boat's not floating unless you think it is.
No, I don't know. Is there a rip in the water creating, like, a rough surface of water to a flat surface of water? I don't know. What is going on? Is it, you think it's a fata morgana that it's not inverted the image?
Well, the issue here is that if you just have an I don't know sort of position, right? Which is fine. You can have that. Most people do.
Oh, you mean the honest position?
What you could do is have an explanation that accounts for it and work from there. And whatever works is gonna suffice for me, right? And if they say refraction adequately explains why you see floating boats. That works for me. If it doesn't work for you, then I think
okay.
we're being a bit...
But what if the mathematics to describe that has to use the numbers from the globe, like the radius of the globe? Don't you think that's circular reasoning?
Well, that's not relevant to what I'm talking about.
Well, that is, because you're talking about 7/6R refraction, which uses the radius value of the Earth in order to determine it.
Well, no, because I'm not saying that you could know it's a globe, right? So I don't think I'm doing that much in the way of like talking about whether it is or not. I'm just saying that they have adequate explanation.
That begs the question, though. It begs the question. It's not adequate. It's illogical.
I don't think you're tracking because you've brought up 3 different topics, right? So the first thing is the first thing we're talking about is whether refraction exists, which I guess you've come to agree on. That it's not a coincidence. They have different explanations for different phenomena. It doesn't always make the Earth look flat, right? Not always, anyway, because sometimes you do observe things go over an obstruction, right? And the flat Earth will deploy refraction sometimes to explain that phenomenon, right?
That could just be classified as sinking refraction, though. That doesn't have to mean there's a
exactly.
obstruction.
You deploy refraction when it suits you, right? The globe earthers do the same. It's just that. So when you look at the well, yeah, I am coming from I don't know, but I'm not saying I don't know, like in the sense that I couldn't make a claim about it, because I could make it a probabilistic claim, where I think that it could be the case, probably is the case that the Earth is curved, but I'm not going to sit and say I know it's the case, because obviously there's room for doubt with alternative explanation. But what I was trying to make the case was that a flat earther can't say that they know that the Earth is flat either. I don't. If one has an argument for it, I'd love to hear it. But that
Yeah,
isn't
no,
inductive.
it's just that when it's practically used in all applications, it's used as flat and stationary. Now we agree there's mountains, there's topographical differences on the land, but when it comes to water, I mean, we all know what water does.
Well, I didn't. By the way, I'm just quickly respond to the guy in the text chat. I do know some things. I know all unmarried men are bachelors, right? I can make a knowledge claim about that. I know that. But as far as the shape of the Earth,
well, they're all married men are what?
Probabilistic. All unmarried men are bachelors, right? That's just like everyone knows this. It's impossible for it to be otherwise, right?
Yeah, all married men are bachelors. Because what's a bachelor?
All unmarried
men,
not married.
Okay.
So with that, I can make knowledge claims, but with the shape of the Earth, because of the complex system we live in, there can be explanations on both sides. I'm saying flat earthers can explain why the Earth they think is flat. But it has to be probabilistic, right? That's what a flat earther kind of leans on, right? They can't lean on it being a knowledge claim, because thus far no knowledge claim has been put forward, right?
No, the claim isn't over shape, though. It's not. You're the one. The globe is the one that claims shape. We're just giving a description. We're not claiming to know what the whole entire thing looks like.
Claim.
Anyone that is claiming to know what the whole entire thing looks like is crazy, bro.
A description can be a claim as well. You can say that this is red, right? And someone say, "Well, no, it's green," right? That's you're just describing something. This chair has 4 legs. No, I think it has 3, right? So you're still making a positive claim.
The globe gives specific dimensions, bro. The globe gives specific dimensions and size to the Earth. There's no flat earther that's giving that. We're just telling you, doesn't seem to be curving anywhere. So I don't think it's a ball of this size and shape. We know what water does, so apparently we live on a flat plane.
1 second, I'm going to switch back to my my other
so
account.
if we're looking at the flat plane, is it like somehow warped so that the ice poles are the same size, but like that they outwards from each other, or like is there some kind of spatial warping going on as you go from the one edge of the plane to the other edge of the plane? Is there something like this?
Dude, I just said if anyone is claiming to know everything or the whole entire thing, no one knows, bro.
Because it's not like a square. It's not like a square.
Do you think the flat earthers are in the same position there?
Like the plane converges on 2 points, right? Like the North Pole and the South Pole. So
yeah, but that's an inductive claim. That's not a knowledge claim, Flux, right? That's your issue here.
But
right?
it's something that we can confirm it with compasses. So
that's fine, but it's not. You can't make a knowledge claim out of it because a flat earther could explain the opposite in the opposite direction.
It's like there's this implied convergence, right? And all I'm trying to figure out is what does the convergence imply? If it doesn't imply sphericality, then it must imply something else, right? That the north is a place. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but okay, the issue. Yeah, I understand that it does imply that, but it also like a flat earther could bring up an explanation that says, well, actually, this is not what you think it is, or like X, Y, Z, and actually what you're seeing is not even real, whatever. I don't know. You could do a bunch of different things. Flat earthers have a bunch of tools in there.
North exists, but south doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like a magnet will point north, but it won't necessarily point south.
But you're kind of bringing up you're just giving one sort of inductive proof that you might use, right? But like I'm trying to make the case that neither. No, I get it. But with the other guy, I just want to get to the other guy.
That point of view can still be compatible with a single point of convergence at the North Pole, because that could be the center of a plane.
Look, I've heard people bring up this like 1,000 times, and they've always like just gave a counter explanation.
The southern convergence is the point of dispute there, right? It's not the northern convergence; it's the southern convergence that's incompatible with the planar explanation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And so
there's no southern convergence on the ground. There's no southern convergence on the ground. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, this is what I'm saying. That's probably the bone of contention. You know.
Well, we know what the issues are. I mean, like, if a globe earther comes in every day and tries to make a case for globe earth, right? It's just that, Tora, do you know that the Earth is flat, or do you think it is?
I would say it's. I understand where you're getting at. Like, can I tell you exactly what the entirety of the Earth is? I don't know. No, I don't know the entirety of the Earth. I know.
Could you even tell me what the observed Earth is?
What the observed Earth, what you observe and what I observe daily, yeah, is flat, non-rotating.
And you know that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, can you make some sort of like deductive syllogism for that?
Yeah, because the physics of water necessitate that it forms to the container and that it sits level, that means the Earth's flat.
Sorry, say that again?
The physics of water necessitate that it finds its level, and that way it forms to its container. So that's how I know the Earth is flat.
How do you measure whether it's level?
How do you measure water to be level? You could do planar surveying with horizontal line segments.
Okay, yeah. And so do you not think that could just be a position, your observation point? For instance, you could find some sort of level, sort of levelness, I guess, about the position that you're standing on. But does that make a claim for the Earth as a whole? No, it doesn't. Obviously not. Even the whole observed Earth, right, could be an illusion, right? Or not an illusion, but like an effect of it being so big, right?
Hold on, real quick. Okay, how many level segments fit on a sphere?
I can't remember who it was. I think it was Yakub, right? They drew a horizontal line over an Earth, and right, for a little bit of the Earth, it did look very horizontal up until the point where it doesn't anymore, right? And then,
it's not, and then that measured horizontal.
That could just explain. That could just explain that, right? You didn't need to go much further.
Yeah, but if I have,
and so all I need to do is prod a simple counter explanation into whether or not you think you know that it's flat, right? And once I've done that and I've casted doubt, it's no longer a syllogistic proof anymore, right? It's just some sort of inductive proof that you have.
Plumb bobs don't diverge. How about that? All right, plumb bobs are all 90 degrees to the Earth. They're not diverging away from each other. Okay.
So I don't know much about engineering.
From a spirit level.
I don't know much about engineering, but there's another girl who comes on who usually talks about that. But like, you're not gonna to be honest with you, you're not gonna be able to find the
thing is that spirit levels have forced tops. They have forced tops and bottoms that are straight.
Yeah, but no one's going to use a spirit level to measure the shape of the Earth.
I'm just throwing a pebble in that pond.
I think someone once said that once, and that was kind of a meme. But yeah,
You
with
wouldn't even
respect to
have
what you
a
said about,
tool like you wouldn't even have a tool like a spirit level if the Earth was a ball.
well, okay, that's stupid, right? But like, putting that to one side,
Is that stupid, bro?
Well,
Is
that's
that
what they call
stupid,
it.
really?
That's what they
So
call it a
spirit
spirit
levels are
level.
curving, right, at the rate of the Earth's curvature. The
even
same exact.
FE Jedi said that doesn't make any sense, right? So I'm not even
That's what
gonna
they call it.
entertain that.
That's what they call it a spirit level because nobody can explain.
So I mean, even the flat earthers would disagree with you on that one. But with respect to the other thing, with respect to the other thing, as far as plumb lines go, yeah, I'm not really well versed in my engineering or anything like that, but you know, globe earthers usually explain that in different ways, right? I don't know off the top of my head because I'm not an engineer or anything, but the idea is that what I'm trying to put forward is that when you put a syllogism down, if you ask an engineer or that cat girl who comes in sometimes, does this necessarily mean that the Earth cannot be a globe? Which is the case that you have to make to know something, right? She's gonna laugh at you. They're gonna laugh at you, right? Because it's if it was that simple to disprove globe, like no one would be a glober, right?
They're all gonna laugh at you.
How many people you think are in this conversation in the world?
My dad's an engineer. He's a flat earther.
It's a flat earthing. I would put the number at around about 10,000, but I might be wrong.
No, flat earthers are quite a large group, and the reason why they're a large group is because they can explain things, right? Of course they can. No one's saying otherwise, but they can't make a deductive proof for the one that usually
of the world is in this conversation. What percentage of the world is in this conversation?
I don't know, bro. It could be less than 1%. The idea.
Okay,
there was someone,
so then why are you saying that then everyone would be a flat earther then if most people don't even think about this, right? Most people just go about their lives living their 9 to 5, doing their work, everything. They don't even give a single thought to the shape of the Earth throughout the day.
Well, you know, I expect most people in this room don't. But the most important thing here is that when you look at the usual modus tollens that the flat earthers put forward, which is to do with the horizon, usually that's the modus tollens they'll use. That's all based on a premise of just not understanding what is meant by a geometric curve in respect to a horizon, right? So, look, on that front, with that syllogism, the most popular one, the modus tollens is usually put forward. If that doesn't work, and that's the one you guys like point to the most, and you reference plumb lines, which again might just be due down to the fact that the Earth is so freaking big, right? That I don't know why you think it's a syllogistic proof.
Plumb bobs
I could just say, well, the Earth is so big that gives you that effect, right?
Yeah, because you could go ahead and measure it, couldn't you? Couldn't you separate two plumb bobs by 10 miles and measure the angles in between them?
Well, I've actually got a video of someone doing that and them coming up with a curve. So
over water?
Over water in Poland. Do you want to see it?
I want to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yes. I'm always up to looking into stuff for sure, dude.
Okay, let me get it.
What tool do they use to measure it?
They use.
Is it theodolite?
Yeah, theodolite. But like some people have been referencing. So like, I don't know much about gyro theodolites, but like people have been mentioning that recently. Theodolite, sorry, I know I said theodolite.
Theodolites looking at each other from in the distance. Because I was talking about plumb bobs and physical measurements.
Yeah, but like if you have two different data points that are pointing in different directions, and you're just saying, well, this one is the one I'm going to believe, right? Then you're not really making a syllogistic proof, right?
No, you're giving me just a measurement of two things looking at each other, tools that aren't even supposed to be looking at each other from that distance anyways.
Did someone get Kat in the room? Because she's the one who talks about these sorts of things all the time. I don't even know anything about it. Yeah, but it is using a theodolite. People reference gyro theodolites a lot recently, but I don't know.
Yeah, do you agree things drop in the distance apparently to your vision, regardless that they are actually dropping?
Sometimes.
Yeah, right. Like a traffic light, is when you're driving up to it, it's in front of you. Then when you get under it, it's over top of you, right?
Okay.
Okay, so now you're telling me we're just gonna look out into the distance with something, and now we're gonna know if these are diverging. Come on, man, that doesn't make any sense.
They have a method to explain it to you. You just watch the video.
Yeah, they measure angles to one another.
I'm just the conveyor of information here. I don't know. That other people have told me. There you
go. Yeah, but you don't understand what I'm telling you. You don't understand things drop in the distance.
Sometimes they do, yeah, or appear to anyway.
What do you mean sometimes? Do you have an object that doesn't drop as you get far away from it?
Well, the trick here is that if I say it always does, right, you're just gonna black swan me, right? And so when I say sometimes, I mean like I'm talking about what appears to be the case, right?
No, I'm not doing a gotcha here. I'm just
I'm not saying you are. I'm just telling you what the actual case is. So sometimes objects appear to disappear over an obstruction, right? Including lights, right? Which I can show you in the second.
No, dude, I'm just stating a fact. If things in the like, as you walk back from something, that thing
yeah, but you're not saying
drop.
Disappear. You're saying drop, right? That implies something else.
I'm just saying things drop over distance as you move further away, right? With distance, the item is going to drop in your field of view. Do you agree?
Yeah, most of the time we observe that.
Yeah, okay. They don't take that into consideration when they're doing their theodolite measurements.
Just look at the video. Why are you telling me what they do and what they don't do?
You're asking.
You haven't watched the video. You look at what they did and then tell me what your critique is.
You told me they took theodolites to look at each other, so I'm explaining to you why that would make no sense, because no one is taking perspective into consideration.
Yeah, well, what's the point on like?
Yeah, that is the method.
First of all, I'm pretty sure there's several ways you use a theodolite, because I've heard flat earthers complain about the way that this person used a theodolite to measure, well, not measure, but to observe whether the water is horizontal.
Have you ever talked to a plane surveyor?
Yeah, look, I've heard before that there are some that assume the Earth is flat, right?
No. Just ask them. Just ask them what's the distance limit on their tool for accuracy purposes.
Just watch the video, bro. I don't know why I keep having to ask you to just watch it, and then tell me what your specific critique is.
Yeah, auto levels do have a distance limitation due to a couple of factors, and I won't mention that because it'll kill it.
What's the critique on gyro theodolites? In fact, let's want to explain gyro theodolites to me, and then explain the critique.
I'm watching it. I'm interested.
Also, I've got another video that someone sent to me, which is one I use for when people like complain about the refraction argument. Just to show that sometimes light can appear over horizons, let's say, or a kind of horizon, over an obstruction, I suppose, is the best word to use. I've got a question for you though, Mr. Tora. Why is it the case that gas, seemingly in a figurative sense, sticks to Earth along and is uniform along the surface of the Earth? Tora? Where is he?
I know this one. Gravity.
Well, I've been hearing that we're in a dynamic system, but I'm not quite sure what that means. Because usually they point to dynamic systems in the sense of temperature, but obviously the Earth's surface isn't one single temperature, right? They use weather, right? But that doesn't seem to explain why why gas seems to be all concentrated uniformly around the Earth, right?
Perfectly.
I use the term virtually uniform because, like, in the grand scheme of things, it virtually is.
I hope you can see the chat and this and where is the refraction there and normal shot when the atmosphere.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. I posted a video just like, because I think all my work requires there is just to show you that that kind of effect can happen, right? And if I can show that's the case, then we have some tricks with counter explaining why you can see further than you're supposed to, right? Where's Toro gone?
Yeah, I was checking out your video.
Tora, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why is gas seemingly uniform, virtually uniform around the surface of the Earth and seemingly sticks to the Earth, relatively speaking?
Where does it come from?
What does what come from?
The
You're
gas.
going to say it comes from the Earth, right? That's going to be your argument.
Well, this is the whole thing. Hold on, real quick. On your video, people have done that same exact thing that you're saying and have measured concavity. So
that's fine. I'm not trying to make the case that this proves globe Earth. I'm just trying to cast doubt on the idea that that you have a syllogism here, right? That it's anything but inductive, right? It's a probabilistic.
No. I was asking for physical measurements of plumb bobs. I'm not asking for these theodolite over extreme distances.
I don't know if that demonstrates 100 with certainty that the Earth is.
But let's just think about it, right? Like if you think about it, right, all plumb bobs are diverging on the Earth, right? So if I have a plumb bob string and I bring that plumb bob string up higher and higher and higher, right, and keep the plumb bobs at the same distance at where I'm holding this string, those two plumb bobs are going to come together on the surface, correct?
That's fine, yeah. But
yeah.
When I say
in reality, no, what I'm asking you is, you think that's something that you could perform in reality?
Yeah, but what the issue here is, I keep saying this, but like, if it's the case, for instance, I could come up with two different results, right? Two different results with two different methods. That one indicates one indicates the other, or you might have a practical use for one being the case, right? You're not demonstrating a syllogism here. You're just saying that this is going to count towards my probabilistic claim, right? And if it's counting towards your inductive claim, then you haven't given me a syllogism. You have to, when you do a syllogism, you have to make the case that you're demonstrating the case that, okay, this is the case. I know it's flat because this cannot be explained. It is inexplicable in any other sort of way, right? That's how you make a knowledge claim, right? You can't make it through just saying, well, this one seems to indicate or imply flatness, right?
You didn't like the physics of water, though? That's not syllogism to you?
Well, I think the idea that water's being horizontal is kind of like misleading.
Do you?
Oh yeah, because when you say horizontal, you're just talking from a reference point, right? What looks horizontal to you from the position that you're standing in, right? And you can draw a horizontal line across the Earth, right? That just goes into the ether, into the abyss, right? But that doesn't mean that the Earth has stopped being. That doesn't mean the Earth became curved or flat or anything.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but you understand the physics of water, the physical nature of water, that it flows right to the lowest point.
Sure.
Yeah, so water has to be horizontal if you're going to say that it's at this point, right? It can't be like curved.
What do you think a globe earther would say in response to that?
They would, at that point, they would have to invoke gravity. That everything's being pulled towards the center of mass.
So when I ask you, because I kind of want to get away from water and go on to gas, because I think gas is where you actually even have a stronger case than perhaps you do with water. I want to know why gas seems to concentrate at the surface of the Earth.
I think it's because it comes from
a
the
virtually
surface
uniform way. Yeah, but you got to think. Do you think some places make more gas than others?
Right, is there anyone that wants to join the conversation that's maybe out there listening on YouTube, or we've got, who we got in here? McGowigo, you got roles, my friend. I could possibly unmute you if you want. Take a look, see if you've got any roles, brother. Right, you're unmuted, my friend. I see you've got no roles, so I'm happy to check you in and live stream if you want. It only takes 5 minutes, give you a little bit of information, and that's about it. And then I'll give you a role so you can then unmute in the future if you decide to, as well as you can join a few other rooms, chill chat and stuff. So, McGowigo, if you're there, my friend, I'm happy to do you a check-in, or I'll just speak to YouTube land.
I just woke up. I'm just going to listen.
All right,
I'm
no,
happy
that's cool, bro. Yeah, I'm just going to sit just for a couple of minutes. If nobody wants to join, I'll put the bot back on for you, bro. Or if you want, people see, if you were enjoying that conversation that was getting done on the bot, I can give you the link to it, just in case anybody does jump in. I can give you the link for it, and you'd be able to listen to it. We want me to give you that anyway, whether somebody jumps in or not.
Okay, cool.
But most of it, like the stuff that gets played in here, like on the daily, basically you'll find that at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YouTube channel. Like, so we do stream all the previous chats, discussions, and debates we've had with like some of the top Globe Earth proponents, like Mick West. I don't know if you know who that is, but yeah, Mick West's basically anti-flat Earth, anti-conspiracy, anti-this, basically we could just start calling him anti-fucking Nick, or sorry, anti-Mick, because he literally, I don't know what you're like. It's not really to go into it, but I don't know what you think about what the shit show has been happening over the past couple of years. It is a subject we're not basically able to go into in here, but like there's a lot of shit going on in this fucking world, bro, and flat Earth's not really that extreme when you think about it, bro. Like, if they're prepared to exterminate like loads of people all over the world in these so-called wars for freedom, and like all the fucking the rhetoric that goes along with that, and the stories and the proven lies and amongst it, so like, is it that far of a jump to say they're lying about the shape of the Earth? What do you think? You don't have to answer. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, brother. Like, honestly, like, if you don't want to talk at all about it, that's fair enough, mate. I know some people don't like to have these discussions because it does get a bit heated sometimes, man. So I try my damnedest to just let people have the chance to speak if they want to, and hopefully engage them in discussion. But as I say, you're entitled to just stay mute. Like, nobody's joined in the conversation, so I'm happy on the spot.
I do talk sometimes, but I just woke up now. I'm still like kind of dizzy.
Only maybe had 1 or 2 coffees. Maybe you need a few more.
Yep, that's what I'm trying to do now.
Bro, I'm the exact same, but I drink Earl Grey tea, so I don't drink normal I call it council tea. So like fucking, I need at least a mug of Earl Grey before I start doing anything. Like, sometimes I've had to jump in because the conversation was a shit show, and I wake up and I jump in the live stream and it's just a complete fucking shit show. Completely, like, everybody's flat earthers and globe earthers, because I'm not saying one's worse than the other. Well, I tell a lie. I'm saying the globe earthers are fucking worse because they're fucking delusional. I don't know what your stance is on the globe, whether you think you live in a spinning space ball or whether you think the Earth appears to be fucking stationary. Like, what do you think?
I think it's more stationary. I don't think it's a ball.
No. Can't be, man. Like there's no curvature, no motion. So like if you go
I mean,
sorry.
yeah, I do some photography as well, and
All right.
I don't see curve.
Have you got a decent camera, bro?
Yeah, P1000.
All right. Oh man, fuck's sake! You can. I thought you were just an average Joe, man. If you've got a P1000, I'm sure you've done some fucking like globe destroying fucking like observations by now. Have you?
I do it for myself. You know, I didn't do anything to put it on thing, but I do it only for myself, just to prove it to myself. Yeah.
All right.
So now I prove it. So I'm just happy where I am. So.
Yeah, man. That's cool, bro. Like, I mean, that's probably the best thing to do.
I mean,
Is
the thing
prove it to yourself.
The thing is with the discussion that I hear what's happening. I mean, some of the bolters is like, I mean, they make my nerves. So that's why I don't like to talk, because I mean, they still think that the straight line curves. So how can I explain things like that to these people? I mean.
Well, I mean, they're convinced, like completely, like it's we're kind of fighting a losing battle. I would say, at least with some people, especially the anti-flat earthers, that they just argue just to be contrary.
Yeah,
like, they're only arguing just to be arguing.
Yep, just to say words. I mean, but without meanings. But I'm just saying words. You know, that's how many words I can say in a minute. It's like a competition.
Right.
But doesn't make any sense. I mean, so I get frustrated, and I don't like. I listen to them, but I mean, I don't like to participate because I lose my temper.
Well, yeah, I
don't tolerate the stupidity always.
Oh well, I mean, fucking, because I've been staff here for a few years now, I've seen some fucking really, really toxic people, bro. Like, some of these people go to the extents of trying to find out where people work, find out where they're at college, or fucking find out where their mum works, or like try and get you sacked, phone your place of employment. Like, some of these people
I
are
heard
really
about
fucking toxic, bro. There's a guy, I remember the guy called Brian Mullen from Balls Out Physics quite a few years ago. But some of his stuff is still on YouTube. Like, but it's kind of hard to find. You'll not find like an awful lot of it. But they supposedly, like, they contacted because I think he was teaching. I don't know if it was engineering or it's something to do with physics.
I think he was
as
engineer.
well as but they contacted his workplace, and they got, I don't know if they got him sacked or they caused them some, they at least caused them some real trouble. Because obviously he was trying to keep that part of his life separate. So he was trying to share information with the free thinkers of the world. So he wasn't expecting it to like fall back on his place of work, man. Which is a shame, bro. To know that these people, they've not got any arguments, so they feel the right to like be a fucking scumbag. Like they've not got arguments with us because we ban and we mute them, and they come back in other accounts and we ban and mute them again. They've not got anything else. So they put complaints into Discord. They'll come in, they'll start talking about transgenderism or anything, these divisive subjects that the left-tards, like this fucking left-wing fucking shit that's all over everywhere nowadays. Like, so they think that they bring up these conversations, take screenshots, take the message ID, then they complain to Discord because they're little children and they've been proved wrong in the playground and they can't handle it, bro. So that's the last straw they can fucking pull, which is kind of sad, bro. It's fucking terrible.
I know. I mean, at the end, it's like all repeating the same things, and like they don't understand. I mean, you explain something, and they agree with you, and then they go, "But I mean, come on, you just agreed. Why the but? Yeah, but I think it's happening this way. They cannot live it. I mean, because I have first experience as well, like first-hand experience. I have friends. I like to talk with them sometimes.
Hello?
And of course, they don't agree with me, and then I ask them about the water or the gas pressure and they agree with me. But then they go, yeah, but they bring up something, gravity or whatever, or this or that. I mean,
It's denial.
they cannot live it.
It's denial. That's what it is.
Yeah, they cannot say, man, I was wrong, or like probably I was fooled. They cannot say it.
You know what they'll do eventually?
No, and another thing, too, die alone.
Yeah, they'll eventually be like, why do we care about the shape then? Like, why do we care about the shape? They'll eventually do that.
Oh yeah, of course, of course, of course. I have to go to work again.
You say you have to go to work?
No, they go like they say, "Oh, I need to go to work. What doesn't matter the shape."
Oh
I need
yeah,
to make
they'll
money.
do that.
I need to make money. Who cares about the shape? Or
Exactly,
why
they'll
they're
say that.
doing it? Or why they're doing it? Why? Why they have to do?
Oh,
Why they have to do it?
but bro, see when
I
you
don't.
said they don't understand, I think you're giving them a bit too much fucking sort of length on that rope, because most of them do understand what they're doing, bro, and they still deliberately do it anyway. The information
Yeah.
presented to them, it makes sense, but because a flat earther's saying it, they can't accept it just because it's a flat earther that's told them.
I mean, there was this guy. I talked to him, and he was listening to me very carefully, and he said, "Man, what you're saying, it makes very, very much logic. Let me think about it." A couple of days later, we were like more bigger group, and he was starting to deny everything that he told me, like, yeah man, that this is makes sense because of front of the other guys, he don't want to look like he's kind of convinced with, like, probably could be black, or like even having maybe could be flat. It's like he couldn't do it. He said, oh man, no, I agree with the other guys, it must be. So, okay man, I'm not trying to convince anybody. It's just peer pressure, I guess. They cannot.
It's a sad state of affairs, bro. Like when a flat earther can't tell them something, like are we some kind of like lower life form in the chain? Like, oh no, that's a flat earther. He's telling you the sky's blue. Nah, he must be a liar. Like I just got told that over in the other fucking in the politics and religion server, because we've got a flat earth room in there, and I was sitting having a discussion fucking fuck this asshole Rab, and he was being a dick, and I was trying to explain to him that he was being a dick, and this dude came in. And he's like, fucking, what was it he said, man? He said that the globe model is a complete working model. So I said to him about the Selenian eclipse. And he basically Googled it. He'd never heard of it in his life. So he Googled it. He must have asked Google. He asked somebody's making a lot of background noise. I'm going to have to turn you down. If I don't know who it is, but I'm going to have to turn you down if you keep making that noise, because it's right in my ears.
Me?
Who is it? I don't know. I don't know. Clattering and banging and scraping, bro. I can turn you down a bit, but because it's too loud in my ears, man. But yeah, anyway, this dude, he was saying that it was a fully working model, the globe model, and I said about the Selenian eclipse. He must have Googled, like, do lunar eclipses happen in the daytime? And obviously Google's going to say no, because it doesn't even count the Selenian eclipse in the fucking search results. So then when I explained to him about the fucking Selenian, he's like, you just made that up. You're trying to deceive me. I'm like, bro, I don't take accusations like that very fucking lightly. If you think I'm seriously, I spend all this time and effort being staff here and trying to branch out into other servers. Like, I'm going to spend all that time and effort, and you're going to say to me that I'm deliberately trying to deceive people. I find that very offensive, bro. I really do.
Yeah. Yep.
No, so
Yeah,
fucking
we are
shit.
in a strange places.
But it's a good time to
I
to
think.
be alive, bro. This is a good time
Oh
to be
yeah.
alive with all this shit.
Yep. And I went to get the solar eclipse the 14th of October.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Ah man, it was so much cloudy, and I was like, but I got some nice pictures, but I couldn't get whatever I wanted.
Bastard.
I wanted, yeah. Well, what can I do? It's okay. This is
Keep
my
trying,
second
bro.
take.
Your second what?
This is my second one. Yeah. The first one I didn't have the cameras. I just had a small Nikon video camera and a couple of small things. That was 2017. That was a very good one. But
yeah.
And then now that I got the whole Chabang, I'm trying to get the good pictures. I get pictures of the stars and things like that, but
No, bro, I mean, if you catch some, like, really fucking good images, man, myself included, but a lot of people in here would love if you share them, bro. Like, if you've got some, like, once in a lifetime shots and you want to share them, we could maybe put them into our archives, because I'm sure you know, but if you scroll down below the VC, everything's alphabetized. Like, we've got vast
yeah,
amounts
yeah.
of yeah. So if you
I mean,
pull
here,
up, if you
yeah,
get any
I'm
really
here
astounding pictures, man, please share.
okay. I live in
Yeah,
Nevada and I have a lot of mountains around me,
right.
so I'm hoping
Oh.
I can go do a trip towards the sea and get some pictures from there.
Yeah, man, that'd be cool. Right, but I mean, are you able to go up these mountains? Can you, like, go up a little bit, see
Yeah,
how,
actually, I do.
like,
I do, but
get a
I
look
take
on
pictures
Google Maps,
very,
bro, see
very.
what, you might be able to
Yeah.
get a fucking an observation that's impossible on the globe. There might be a landmass or a fucking some kind of big, huge fucking one of these vast aerials. I mean, I know they're all over Britain, and I'm sure it would be the same all over the world. We've got cell towers, but for longer distance stuff, you've got like these on the
Yeah.
top of almost every fucking mountain in Scotland or every hill. There's fucking huge, like massive masts, like fucking huge motherfuckers. So, man, that's what you should do. Have a look. Like, obviously, fucking pack what you need to pack for emergency situations. If you do go up this mountain, maybe go up with someone else. So if anything happens, obviously, to stay safe. But yeah, man, work out what you should
Yeah,
not be able to
we're
see.
trying to do something on the Lake Mead. I don't know if you know the Lake Mead. This is the biggest lake in close to Las Vegas.
Oh,
There is some part it's like 60 to 100 miles wide. So my friend is getting a laser. So we're gonna try to do some laser or some things
yeah,
on
man.
the lake.
That's good to hear, bro. I like to always hear flat earthers that, like, don't know if you call yourself a
Yeah.
flat earther, but people saying they're going out and doing their own tests. I was trying to buy a camera off a guy yesterday afternoon. I was like, oh, man, you keep a hold of it for me, and he was just taking it to the pawn shop, and I'm like, oh, bro, I was
Oh my
like,
God.
I had the money to cover it, but it would render me like struggling until my next payday rather than just being able to fucking make it. So, like, and he's like, oh man, he's like, I wish I could keep it for you. But, because I saw he was actually, I was walking past the pawn shop and he was cutting across the road in a direct line for the pawn shop and he had it in his hand. And I was like, bastard, man. I was tempted to buy it. I'm not even sure what the fucking specifics, like the specific power of the camera, but it was a decent camera, a big, chunky motherfucker. It had a couple of different lenses attached to it, and it had an extra battery pack and a bag and all that stuff. And he was looking for Cash Generator pay £40 for it. So if Cash Generator pay 40 quid, it was probably worth about 100, 120 second hand. But yeah, I will get one eventually, man. I just need to keep fucking like moving and hopefully I come across someone. There was a guy in the server, I was talking to him in chill chat about maybe a year and a half ago, and he was like, he says, oh, I've got a P900 for sale. And I'm like, because I told him I was getting backdated money from the government that I was owed. And he's like, oh man, he's like, if you want, I'll just send you the camera, and when you get the money, you can just sort me out then. I was like, bro, it's going to be a few months at least till I get the decision on getting the money or not. He's like, nah, I'll just send it to you, bro. I trust you. You're a mod here. I've known you for some time. Fucking, like, I can send it to you, and just when you get the money, just give me a shout. And I was like, nah, bro, I don't want to just take your camera in case anything happens and I don't get the money or whatever. And fucking, when I got the money, fucking, he was the first person. As soon as I got told that I was getting it, I got told on the phone and it would be in my bank account within 3 days or something. And I fucking was right on DM to him. I'm like, right, I've got that money for the camera, bro. Send it. And as soon as it lands, man, I'll fucking send you the money. And he's like, oh, he says, I left it in my fucking, he had an exterior garage outside his house. And somebody broke in and fucking stole it, bro. I was like, motherfucker, man. I had a P900. I could have just told him to fucking send me it, bro. And I missed out on it. Fucking gutted.
Yeah.
Bollocks, man.
Actually, I bought mine in 2018. It was, I think.
Yeah.
I bought it
Second
like
hand.
900 something bucks,
All right.
dollars, and
Yeah.
plus, but I got so many things with it, like so many gadgets with it. Like
All
my
right.
friend, and I met him new flat earther. He got his like 1,000 only the camera and nothing else, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oops. I thought it will be cheaper. Now it's more expensive.
Fuck. I suppose, I mean, like, I don't think, or I heard someone say that Nikon are not making any more of them, so maybe that would be the reason why maybe the prices have maybe fluctuated and went back up to the sort of higher end of the scale. Like, I take it that means, if it is correct in what he says, maybe that means they're going to bring out something that's even more extreme, like even more powerful. Don't know if that's going to be the
Sure
case.
they will. I'm sure they will. There is a market for it now.
Right.
Flat earthers, they will buy it.
Bro, I'm sure they knew this. Like, if these big companies, big camera companies, like especially Nikon, like they're one of the major sort of fucking camera suppliers. So if they're all part of the cabal, if you want to call it that, the multi-billionaires that control the world, and like surely they know that putting out these cameras, what effect it was going to have, or did they deliberately put them out to have this effect? Like that was their fucking whole reason for doing it. Like, I don't know if they want, like, it seems like they want people to believe shit. When you look at the fake NASA stuff, it's obvious as fuck. So it looks like they want you to fucking find out. Possibly, at least.
Yeah, one of the Illuminati cards
Right.
was saying like flat earthers. It was something about the flat earthers that they are not stupid.
Right.
And
Oh, man, I
I just
don't think I've
remember,
seen that.
you know, the Illuminati cards, the
Yeah,
playing
I'm
card.
just saying, I don't think I've seen that one about the flat earthers not being stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was something about the flat earth, and then underneath they say, but they're not stupid. I mean, they know it. I mean, they know it. I'm
But
sure
I
they
mean,
know it.
bro, who made these Illuminati cards? Like, was it the Illuminati, or was it just a bunch of fucking crazy, like, people with plenty of money to waste and they make some cards? Like, but anytime I've ever saw the cards, it doesn't seem to be a card that somebody's taken a picture of. It seems to be a screenshot of partial animation, partial sort of like constructed imagery sort of thing, like CGI.
They had the Las Vegas attack, the October 17. It was, I think, 1st October 2017. I mean,
Right.
it was everything on it, like it happened. So it's how the fucking they know it because they doing
Right.
it.
I mean, look at The Simpsons, bro. Like, that had Trump's inauguration when he was going
Yeah,
down the stairs and he was fucking waving. Even the guy, like, they could say some of it's coincidence, but the guy
even the
literally, he was going down the escalator and the guy dropped the card. He had like a placard and he dropped it. So, I mean, there's too many coincidences for that just to be fucking a chance occurrence.
Yeah, even Trump debating the opponent, which was a female wearing a purple dress with the pearls, and Hillary was wearing that exactly the same dress. It's like the hell with the
Coincidence.
purple. I mean, it's like
I like to say to
I'm sure.
people, you're just a coincidence theorist.
Now there, I don't know. Nothing is coincidence. I think
Nah.
everything is
No,
a person.
not in this big sort of game that they've got the fucking war and like it's all constructed, man. I mean, they even call it the theatre of war. Like I've heard that expression since I was fucking a kid.
I lived in one of them, so I know what what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's all I think prepared. It's all made up things. Like the one happening now in Gaza is like it's all
No.
made up. It's just diversion. Don't
Aye.
look at Ukraine. Lost the war there, so let's change the
Right.
subject. Let's go somewhere else. And
So I mean, what's going to be the next push? I mean, have you surely you've heard of the like the fake alien invasion possibility? Like, I think that
Yeah,
could be what,
we
like,
had in Las Vegas. I live in Las Vegas, and we had some here. They visited us
well,
couple of
there was
months.
listen, there was a thing, man. I pinned it to pin messages. I'll drop it in the text chat, in the live stream voice text, and it's literally they were fucking sharing this. It's at CBS News. They were sharing. It was a hearing. I'll put the link for it in the live stream voice text, bro. Now this is astounding. The information in this, I was gobsmacked when I saw it, man. Honest to God. You know, they were fucking in the middle of this Congress. I don't know if it's in the House of Representatives, I think. So they held this, and it was streaming literally for fucking a month. They were streaming it for a month, bro. And it was all blatantly saying that they've got UFO technology, that there was aliens, there was an alien craft crashed at Roswell. They even
Oh yeah,
hinted that they even pointed out to having fucking organic life forms. One of the guys, he was like not a CIA, but a naval, whatever, pilot or some shit like that. And they asked him, maybe that's not his job title, but it's something similar, quite high ranking in the military. And they asked him, bro, they were like, do you know of anyone who's been harmed trying to get this information out to the public? And he's like, yes. And he's like, do you also know anyone who's been killed trying to get this information out to the public? And he's like, sorry, I can't answer that in open session. So that blatantly says that, yes, people have been killed. I know about them, but I'm not allowed to talk about it and where the cameras are. So
yeah.
I think that was the precursor for all this possibly starting. If it is going to happen, obviously they're going to start sharing observations. Oh, there was a UFO sighting, like putting it on normal national fucking news. Maybe there was some kind of fucking aerial phenomena over a military base or some shit like that. I think they're going to start stirring the pot, bro. And I think it's going to happen soon.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if anything can happen because the people they are so dumbed down that they believe anything. I mean,
Aye.
yeah. I mean, I know people they believe all I mean, I'm one of them. So I was when I was a kid, I was like registered to the astronomy magazine. I used to get every month. I used to believe in this shit, you know.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
look at this. Without thinking, yeah. And then when I realize, and every time I look now, I see it fake. I cannot look at it. And my wife, she go crazy. It's like, stop talking about this. It's like, live my life. I don't want to hear about. Okay, but
I mean, that's like a safety mechanism, bro. She just doesn't want to hear about it because it's upsetting to her. Like, her subconscious wants to just have a chill life. This is too much for her to handle, basically, I think.
yeah, even though she was into it with me, and then I don't know what happened to her. Suddenly now it's changed, and she went back to her feed state. And no, 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 no. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. I mean, she don't want to hear about anything now. It's not
That's a
only
shame, bro.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's her life, so I don't care.
Yeah, I suppose. But man, I get it why people are hesitant to get into this conversation, like, because it's extreme information, bro. Like, it literally renders you being a comfortable, safe, sort of feeling safe. Then when you get this information and you start absorbing it and start realizing like the astounding ramifications that are after you accept this, it can make people feel unsafe in reality, bro. Like, they think the whole system is basically lying, education, the government, the military. Like, that's a scary fucking thing, bro.
Mm. Like I was talking to my brother about the flat Earth, and then he told me, yeah, but you know, there is this French astronaut. He was on the TV, and they asked him if the Earth is round or flat, and he said it's round. I said, yes, probably it's round, but doesn't mean it's ball.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, no, no, I think he meant ball. I said, I mean, if you believe him, believe him. I don't know. I'm your brother. You don't have to believe me. You know what? I can show you. I show you all the evidence, you don't want to look at them, don't look at them. What can I do?
Yeah, man. Can't force these people to fucking accept what you accept, bro. Like, some people are just, they're never going to get it. They're never going to be able to entertain it. It's too uncomfortable for them, bro.
When I went for the solar eclipse, I met this old couple from Maryland, and they were like, they had their RV, they're doing like a small tour and things like that.
Yeah.
And he was saying, yeah, it's amazing how this planet and everything is working. I said, I have different approach to that. I said, do you feel you're moving? He said, no, I don't feel, but the stars are moving. I said, yeah, probably the stars are moving, but doesn't mean that I am moving. And he said, yeah, but I think the people, they know. I mean, of course they know. He said, yeah, but do you feel
appealing to authority.
do you feel you're moving? What about your feelings? I mean, you cannot trust your feelings. How can you live if you don't trust your feelings?
You know? But
And he goes, and then the wife said, oh, we have to go. And so they went.
Right.
So then I want to talk about it, but I don't talk about it. You know.
Time
The
for
next
a
day,
sharp exit.
did you take nice shots? I said, yes, I took a couple of nice shots and things like that, but not the ones I wanted. But I don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, bro, I'm happy. I mean,
I don't want to wake up any day anymore. I'm tired of it. If they want to wake up, there is so many way to wake up. So if the way I woke up, they could wake up. If they don't want to wake up, it's their problem. They don't want to wake up. It's not like the evidence is not there. I mean, I have friends like we took the jab like running. It's like, oh man, why you're not going to take it? I said, are you stupid? I mean, he said, yeah, but the doctor told me that I need to take it. I said, man, no, I know my body better
Bro.
than any doctor.
But best to stay off medical discussions, especially in a live stream, brother.
Yeah, okay, man.
One sec, man. One sec, brother. Sorry, I'm actually over in the other politics server because I've got a room over there and somebody's just jumped into my room. So it's up to you, man, if you want to come over there. But I'm gonna.
Where is it?
Right, just 1 sec. 1 second, bro. I'm saying to you, 1 second, bro. Give me 1 second. Right, so we've got no, I was talking to the other guy. He's because we dropped into that room. Yeah, we've got what do you want to call it? We've got an outpost, a 24/7 outpost. We've got one in the politics server and one in the politics and religion server. That's why it's been kind of dead over here, bro. Because I started these rooms and it has kind of made most people just forget about 24/7, which I feel kind of responsible for, bro. And I'm trying to get somehow talk to people and try and get them to make sure they don't forget about our server, bro, because this is my home, So me just making an outpost in these other servers, that doesn't mean I'm no stationed in Discord in this server. I'm just trying to have a conversation from a demographic that we would no longer reach. Like over in the politics server, bro, we would never actually speak to any of these people because they'd never come to a flat earth server. So I just sent you. Well, wait a minute. Okay. Bro, give me a minute, bro. Please, I'm in a conversation on our server. I will pop over. Just give me a minute. Is that cool? Cool. Right, bro. I'm gonna DM you the link for politics. So if you want, man, if you want to jump over there, and I'll unmute the bot again. But yeah,
Okay,
I'll give you a link for it, bro. But it's a nice little place. It's quiet. The politics server's kind of rowdy. But in the politics and religion server, they've gave us a permanent room, so we are over there, man. Right, there we go. Right, take a look in your link. In your thingy messages, in the direct message with me. You should see the ability to join the voice. Right, I'm coming, bro. 1 sec. You got it. And plus, I gave you VC verified Migo Wigo. Is it Migo Wigo?
Yeah, Migo Wigo.
Migo Wigo. Cool. Right, so there you go. Have you got that link?
You sent me private or?
Yeah, I DM'd it to you, bro. Yeah. I don't want to leave the link for politics just in the main chat, as it'll probably get people to just like fucking just go over there. And I'm trying to like stop that. I'm trying to get fucking people to find a happy medium and use both the servers.
I have one. It says Ladies' Night. Another one, Flat Earth After Dark.
No, in your direct message from me.
Oh.
Go to do you not use Discord much? Like go to the top left hand corner, you'll see direct messages, and you'll see message requests from me.
Oh yeah,
You see a
okay.
little red dot.
Now I see.
You see a little
Yes,
red
now.
dot. So
Yep.
yeah, man, just ping that
Okay,
last invite link I sent you, and I'll just try and have a discussion with this guy, and I'll get him checked in over here. I've just VC verified you also. One main point is we don't discuss medical discussions like stuff like vaccines, COVID, all that kind of stuff. So, so if it's up to you if you want to come over, bro. Like it's a relaxed atmosphere over there, bro.
Yep, I think I'm there already.
Yeah. Well, join that link that I sent you. That'll make you join over to voice, and I'll catch you over there. Yeah.
Okay.
Go, bruv. I'll be over and I'll catch you over there in a second.
Yep.
That's got your host's fake face. You've got a beer down the aisle, just to your left. You've got some cigarettes and some ashtrays. Please use them. As this might incur a fine of free nitro for all the mods if you don't use the ashtrays provided. But jokes aside, welcome 24/7. Anyone that's listening, you're more than welcome to follow the link that Nightbot will be spamming in the chat. So if you want to come have a chat with us, you're more than welcome. There's only 7 people in the VC, in the live stream text, the live chat. But if anybody out there, you know who, I don't know who you are, my friend. If you want to join the chat, I'm sure we know who you are. Why you want to be concealed and faking being the old globe shot that we know. Shout out to Watt in the chat. Shout out to Adam Unsalted. He's a man holding it down as always. V Thomas. I'm thinking, V Thomas, you're asking Adam for his claim. Do we have to be the ones that are making the positive claims here when it comes down to this question? We're not the people making the positive claim, surely? The base axiom is that we're not in motion and there is no convexity. So welcome to whoever joined the room. I heard a ping. I'm not sure who it is. I'll take a look. If you maybe need roles.
It was me, man.
Alright, who's that?
Cindio, dude. The hell?
Yeah. Are you on a different fucking mic or something, bro?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I'm using a wireless headset.
Oh man, you sound
I only
fucking
came in the
so different. Sorry,
maybe it was the surgery. Maybe it was my surgery.
What do you mean? Which depends which one you're talking about.
My transformation surgery.
Are you talking a little bit higher than normal?
I got clipped, bro.
Oh shit! Holy fucking shit! Hey man, it's not like you to be on it this time, bro.
I only came in to turn on the box. It's like you're in here. I'm not going to bother.
No, that's what I came in to do. I was just hoping to put a little bit of words into the airwaves, hoping maybe somebody swings by, and then because I forgot to put the bot back on because I came in and I was talking to a guy, but because I was in my other device in the politics and religion server, and in this server in the VC in here, because you can have multiple accounts and multiple VCs if you're signed into the same account. So I've just been waiting on a customer over there, and I jumped over but forgot to put put the bot back on. That's where I came back.
Dude, there's a dude in the lobby. Try to pull him in here. What is his name? Is
we'll give him a bash.
real something. I don't know. I can't really talk though because I'm working, so I only popped in to turn shit on.
So I'll make sure before I fuck off to put the bot back on, bro.
All right, I'll talk to you later, man.
Good, brother. Peace. Alright, so the dude in the lobby. Where are you? Shit. Well, looks like I'm not getting an answer from the dude in the lobby, so unless anyone else wants to jump in and say hello, I'm happy to just unmute the bot again, and I'll try again in a little while, see if I can get anyone else to maybe come and have a discussion. So, where we go. Right, I'm not sure what point that link was playing, so I don't really want to put it to the start of that video again in case people are actually listening. I mean, I know there is only 7 people listening in the text chat, but there's a funny one in Dio that you copied, you played with Brenda. I don't know, it might just be a short, because it's one of Tios's. I'll take a look and see what it says. If it's just a short one, I'll cue something else. Play. 1 second, then I'll have some audio with yous. Oh shit, the ball will still be made. Oh shit.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth.
Not sure about
Welcome
that.
to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Brenda.
Let's get to for the some people that have been in here. We already know who Brenda is. A long-standing anti-flat Earth proponent. So she will say that she's going to debate flat Earth. If I'm not mistaken, not unless you change your mind. Are you still with flat Earth and globe Earth arguments?
Number one, let me know if there's feedback from my mic.
No.
Okay. All
right.
Yes, I'm a glober. Yes, I
Sir, please mute your mic as I asked before, or you'll be muted. All right. And a lot of people may or may not know who Brenda is, but this is the person who has been debating flat Earth for some time now. So,
Brenda. Welcome, Brenda.
Some people know who you are, by the way.
Yeah, I would expect that.
Long time no see.
All right, so the case is here, and we asked everybody this question. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Do you have evidence for flatness?
Yeah, but we're asking the questions here. And also giving it to the room. So if maybe you don't want to answer it, perhaps somebody else does. Because this room is continuously having it's like a revolving door. We're getting people coming in, moving out. But we do want to ask people if they have evidence for it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Ships go over the horizon. That's evidence for curvature.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
What a childish fucking argument from like 1999 or something.
For everybody here, why ships going over the curve is evidence of globe.
Well, if the Earth was flat, ships would not disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, but we're asking you if you can give us evidence of the Earth being a globe, not if it's flat, if it's a globe. So if it is a globe, how does that justify the Earth being a globe?
I said curvature, number one. I said if the Earth was flat,
we're not looking at the Earth being flat, Brenda. We're looking at if it's a globe.
Yes, I know. This part of just wait for me to complete.
Let him cook.
If the Earth was flat, right, then ships would not be obstructed by the horizon. Ships are obstructed by the horizon. So the Earth can't be flat. So that's evidence in favor of curvature.
He's funny. He sounds funny.
So the evidence that you have right now is that ships are being obstructed by the Earth's curvature, right?
Ships are being obstructed, right? The hypothesis.
Ossified. That's your last warning. You're going to be sitting on red mute for a while. It's up to you. You don't need to be doing it. Go ahead.
The observation is obstruction. The hypothesis is that the obstruction is caused by the curvature of the Earth. And then we make additional observations based on that to validate our hypothesis.
You can't run a shape through the scientific method, Brenda.
Why not?
Well, it's not science. You can't. But what is question? You don't go to the shoe store to measure your foot and say we're going to conduct scientific experiment. You go over there to get a measurement of how big your foot is, and then they give you a shoe the size that you need.
Doesn't science determine causes
and effect, relationships?
Yeah.
You got to finish.
Yeah,
You got to
Brenda,
finish that.
Brenda,
You haven't identified the curve yet.
To use science to prove a geometric shape, it's like wearing safety shoes at a drag show.
It's not to prove a geometric shape. It's not to prove a geometric shape. It's to prove the relationship, the shape.
You're begging the question with your hypothesis.
The
You're begging
shape.
the question with your hypothesis.
No,
you
that's
cannot
not begging the
assume the
question.
curve exists already. That's the thing you're
That's-
trying to prove.
No, that's the
So
hypothesis.
it cannot be your independent variable.
It's not.
First of all,
That's
we
what you
can't
said.
run.
It's caused by the curvature
Yes.
of the Earth. That would be your
Yes.
independent variable.
That's a hypothesis. That's a valid hypothesis.
How is it
Right, so the
valid?
curvature would be your independent variable, which is the thing you're trying to prove. So why are you trying to prove it if it already exists?
No, the observation is obstruction, right?
Yeah.
I hypothesize that obstruction is due to the curvature. The Earth
Okay,
is.
but you're gonna have to.
What curvature?
Okay, so wait a
What
minute.
curvature?
All the constituent parts of the scientific method are going to have to be used here. You can't just use half of them and then say, "Thus saith you." Now the Earth is a globe because you just said use a hypothesis. You're going to have to run a hypothesis test.
Oh, okay.
Or use all the constituent parts of the scientific method. You already,
Right.
Huey and
I can
Nathan
do
have
that.
run you through this every day. You should know this by heart.
No, I do know it. So,
All right, so how
my
would you do it?
variable is my height above the surface.
Variable.
Yes, I vary my height above the surface and the amount of.
So height causes obstruction. Height causes obstruction.
No, the curvature of the Earth causes the obstruction. The height is
Oh,
variable.
then it can't be height. Then it has to be curvature.
Yeah, it has to
You
be
can't have
curvature that
one-
you're manipulating.
It's got to be one or the other.
That
would be begging the question. That would be begging the question, and I don't want to do that.
That's what you're trying to manipulate in order for you to know. You're going to vary and manipulate the thing that's causing the effect. The effect that you see is curvature from the Earth obstructing. So you have to vary and manipulate that thing that is causing that to see if it is or is not the case.
Yeah,
so you
I
can't
vary.
say- yeah,
I vary my height above the surface.
that's not causing the obstruction. Curvature is.
Yes, it's the relationship between the observer and the horizon and
Well,
the distant object.
Yeah, we know it's a relationship, but that's not the cause of the effect. The cause of the effect is the curvature obstructing your view,
Right,
not the
and the way-
person's.
Right, and the
Yeah.
way you vary that is by changing your altitude, changing
So
your
then,
height.
so then, just like Timbo said, it's your height. It's not curvature. It's your height that you vary and manipulate. So that's what causes
That's right.
curvature. So you're saying now it's height, it's elevation. That's what
There's
the cause of
causal
curvature.
relation. The causal relation is the function of the observer's height, the amount of curvature, the distance to the object.
What
That's-
curvature?
The
curvature?
the higher you are, the more curvature.
Yeah.
The higher you
No.
are, the less. The higher you
Oh,
are,
the less.
the
That's
higher
less.
you. The higher you
Yes.
are, the less obstruction there is. That's the function. It's a mathematical function.
Oh. I see.
All right. So what mathematical function are you talking about? 'Cause,
8
I mean,
inches
I-
per mile. 8 inches per mile.
Oh,
8
so
inches
you-
per mile. Yeah.
So here's the thing, though, man. People don't say this, but you do, and so you say that's correct to use as far as the parabola goes, and you can use that
It's
in accordance to this scientific method that you're actually talking about. You're running this curvature through. So the what is question, not a how I question, because we're actually not observing a naturally occurring phenomena. That's not the Earth's shape is not a naturally occurring phenomenon.
not?
It's a shape. No, it's not.
Yeah. How do you know
No, it's
that?
not. Because
know it's not naturally
is it something that's occurring in nature, or is it just
Yes.
is? It
Yes.
just is.
No, it's a part of nature. Absolutely. The Earth is not part of nature.
All right.
What are you
so
talking about?
as far as you're talking about nature, is it a phenomena? It's curvature is not a phenomena. It's a consequent of something. It's not a phenomena. It's the consequent. So if you're saying that a geometric shape is a phenomena, then everything else would follow that every shape is a phenomena and it's not a consequent of the geometric.
No, that's not my claim. That's not my claim.
Yeah, that's what you're implying. You're saying that it's
phenomenon. I'll tell you what my phenomenon is. My phenomenon is obstruction due to curvature.
I know that. So it's not curvature then. It can't be curvature because that's what you said.
It's obstruction caused by curvature and the relationship between the observer and the thing observed.
So because the geometric shape is curving, it is the curvature that's obstructing, and that is your phenomena, which I told you is not. It's not the naturally occurring phenomena. A shape is not a natural. It's a consequent.
Shapes
of
are
the
absolutely naturally occurring.
Phenomena?
Does a tree have a shape?
No. What fucking
Trees
shape
don't
does
have
a tree?
shapes?
Okay, what shape is a heart? Wait, Gabby. What shape is a heart? What shape is a rock?
Whatever shape it happens to have.
Well, what shape is that? You can't.
It depends.
Listen,
some are
man.
flat, some are round, some are squarish, some are pyramidal.
Squarish is not a shape. Okay, you're talking about ideal geometry, which in the case of nature,
you are. I'm not. I'm not talking about ideal geometry.
You're trying to put everything into shapes like that. And in the case of the globe, right? We're talking about geometric shape because they say that you're standing on an oblate spheroid, and you're saying that the shape of the Earth is a naturally occurring phenomena. And I told you it's not a naturally occurring phenomena.
Is it man-made? Is it man-made?
It's not man-made, but it's not a natural.
If it's not man-made, then it's natural.
How is it occurring? How is it a naturally occurring phenomena?
Because it's not man-made.
Okay, so is it your dependent? Is it your dependent variable then, or your independent variable?
My independent variable is my altitude above the surface of the Earth.
So that's what's causing obstruction. Just your altitude.
No, it's the relation. It's again.
No,
it's the function.
No, it's either. It's this or that. That's the way this goes. It's this or that. It's either the curvature of the Earth or it's your height, your altitude. What is it?
No,
what's causing the obstruction?
Pick one.
The function between me and the curvature and
you
the
can't
object.
do that. No, because the researcher has to vary and manipulate the thing that's either the cause of the effect. If you're putting it to the scientific method, we're going to see how far it goes because right now you haven't demonstrated. You're saying it's a. I can use. It's not a conjunction of things. It's either this or that. So it's either.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I could vary the height of the object that I'm observing, and it would change.
Let me put an analogy. Hold on, get relax, bro.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm putting it to you like in the formulation of a scientific method, then I would say something like, okay, I know that water boils. I want to find out why. I can add certain elements to see if my hypothesis is going to be true. So I'm going to start to vary and manipulate different elements, right? I put some leaves there. I got some rocks under there. Nothing works. It doesn't seem to be triggering it. I put ice under there. Nothing's making that water boil. Well, guess what? Once I actually start a fire, I see that something happens to the water and it starts to boil. So then I have conducted a vary and manipulated the independent variable, which were the items that I've been using. So it can't be the thing that's in question that you're saying right now, as far as curvature goes, because that's the thing that you're trying to prove. It is the consequent of the shape. It is not something naturally occurring that you're trying to deduce whether or not it is or is not the thing that's causing the effect, bro.
I think the Earth is naturally occurring, and the.
All right. So what is causing the obstruction as far as the scientific method goes? What is causing?
My hypothesis.
Yeah. Well, what is it? What constituent part is it? The curvature. What is it? What part is it?
My hypothesis is that there is a relationship that can be described mathematically between the observer and the distant object on the surface of the Earth that describes how much will be hidden and how much will be visible for a given observer height. So I vary the height of the observer. I could also vary the distance to the object or the height of the object above the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but you didn't test
any one of those.
You did not test your independent variable, which was in question still, even right now, which is the curvature. You can't use science to figure this out. It's a what is question. No, you can't. No, you cannot. So when I'm asking you, because Listen, because if you listen, Brenda, when you're trying to vary and manipulate the independent variable, you're trying to find out the cause of the effect. So if the effect is I cannot see the bottom of the boat, right? Let's stick to the effect only. You can't see the bottom of the boat. So you want to know why you can't see the bottom of the boat. And you're saying the curvature is blocking your view. It's obstructing, right? So now it's either this or that. It's either your height off the ground, your elevation that's causing the obstruction, which you were starting to say, or it's a curvature that's blocking your view. So height or curvature, you got to pick one of those. It's not a relationship. So once you find out what it is that's causing that, you're gonna then run it through the test. Okay, let's see if we can vary the height of where the ship is, right? Because you're gonna have to find out the distance and then vary and manipulate if it's curvature. How can you vary and manipulate a shape, man? It is just what it is. So if it was an oblate spheroid, you can't vary and manipulate that. It's the consequence of the shape being what it is. No.
So the effect is obstruction. The effect is caused by a mathematical geometric relation.
No, it's caused by curvature. It's not mathematical. It is an obstruction. By definition, it is something that's obstructing your view. So you're gonna go to the thing.
No, that's not true. That's not true. If
the curvature not causing the obstruction? Yes or no?
If the object I'm looking at is close enough, there's no obstruction.
So what is causing the obstruction?
You need to.
The relation between the observer and the object in relation to the surface of the Earth.
So it's not curvature. It's not curvature then. It's just a relationship between the observer and the object that's called, which is what we would say that. We would say that.
It's predicated to be on a sphere.
Okay.
You need to justify that.
That's what I'm saying. That's the underlying premise, isn't it? So you're gonna use the underlying premise, which you can't. Okay, so this is the kind of like sleight of hand you're doing. Your underlying premise is not what you're talking about. You say, no, we already know it's a globe.
It's part of my hypothesis.
No, it's not.
Part of it. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. When in the hypothesis did you prove that that's what the thing that's causing obstruction? Because you said it's the height of the height of the observer. That's what you were saying. You're very manipulating the height.
I said it's the relation. Dude. It's the relation. It's the relation between the observer and the object on a spherical object.
Yeah, where's curvature at? You didn't use curvature there. It's just a relationship between the observer.
The hypothesis. Number one, I can look up Richard Feynman, and he says that your hypothesis can be anything. Anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
so my hypothesis.
You can't listen. No, but your sleight of hand always happens when you try to get the person who's thinking about this to think outside of what science is. Your definition of science is you can just use it on anything, and you can't use it on a shape, bro.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
No, you fucking can't. A shape is just what it is. How the fuck are you gonna run a shape to a scientific method, bro? How are you gonna run it to the scientific method?
By making repeated observations.
Any natural phenomenon.
You're cutting out.
Not really anything.
Everything is a natural.
You cut out. What did you say?
No, shapes are not natural.
Wait, Brenda. What did you say?
I said everything is a natural phenomenon.
No, that's fucked up. You fucked up right there. No,
well,
it's
you
not.
can't. You're not the arbitrator of what is and isn't.
I know the scientific method is. Not
no, it
you
isn't.
Or me. Oh, bullshit, dude.
No, it isn't.
You're not gonna argue what the scientific method. It's a well-established method that everyone can use to understand the cause of an effect by doing a hypothesis test, understanding what the dependent variable should be and the independent variable.
Well, I've told you what those are.
You can't do it with the fucking shape. There's no way you can do it with the shape because the shape has a consequence, which it is. It just is. So like if you say, so if we agree, both of us, that a sphere is a sphere, a cube is a cube, a pyramid is a pyramid, that is a consequence of it being that particular shape. So once we start working with these things, right, then we already know we're working within a framework of a parameter that these shapes are, like the oblate spheroid that everybody says we're standing on, right? So you can't therefore use it in a scientific hypothesis, because how are you going to then say
Richard Feynman says my hypothesis can be anything.
Yeah, but how are you going to vary and manipulate the shape of something?
I don't. I manipulate my height. That's what I do.
Yeah, but you're begging the question within the framework.
That's not begging the question.
Bullshit, because you're already stating that you're working with on top of a sphere.
Yeah, that's the hypothesis. That's
no,
the
it's
hypothesis.
not. No, it's not. You did not use it. You did not even use it in your example. You said
I did.
You said it was a relationship between the observer's elevation and the object. That's
and
what you didn't use
a sphere. On a sphere.
That's your addendum. It wasn't what you stated. It was your addendum. It was not what you stated.
Sphere.
That's
if we're on a if we're on a
sphere?
If we're on a
when did you prove your
You lost, Brenda.
When did you prove you're on a sphere? When did you prove you're on a sphere?
That's my hypothesis.
Nah, bullshit, dude. You're
that's
presupposing.
about bottom-up obstruction.
Yeah, you're presupposing this shit. You're begging the question in this scientific.
You don't know what begging the question means.
Bullshit! I do fucking know what begging.
What does it mean? Give me the formal definition of begging the question.
Listen, what you're doing right now.
Give me the formal definition of begging the question.
Brenda Weasel ass motherfucker. Look,
listen. You're putting your premise in the conclusion.
You're using
begging the question.
Listen, you're using that already formulated within your hypothesis test. It's already baked in. You can't do that. That's
right. It's my hypothesis.
You're trying to prove the thing that's in question. So you're begging the fucking question. What the fuck do you mean?
You can't prove your hypothesis. Science doesn't prove things.
What do you want to do?
Now science doesn't prove it. You just undermine. You just hang on, Get. You just undermined everything you just said.
No, I didn't.
Just undermined it.
No, I didn't. What I would get is evidence that would favor my hypothesis.
Favor my hypothesis? What are you talking about?
It increases the probability that my hypothesis is true. You can never
get your hypothesis. I thought your hypothesis was trying to determine the cause of bottom-up obstruction.
Yeah,
nothing to do with.
My hypothesis again is that there is a relation between the observer and the thing being observed when it's on a sphere, right? There's a mathematical relationship. 8 inches per mile squared is a good first approximation.
Sphere? What sphere?
The Earth.
Can I ask
you haven't demonstrated that to be true yet.
That's the very definition of begging the question. That's the very definition. Yes, it is. It fucking is.
Because I don't make a deductive inference. I make an inductive one, and I falsify my hypothesis.
You cannot fucking falsify it.
Science can never prove deductively that a hypothesis is true. That can't be done.
Can I ask you a question? Miggy, you know that people will come inside and ask for the globe and why we think that is flat. This is Brenda, Miggy.
I don't think the globe is flat.
I know she is.
I know, Miggy. Isn't this spending time on the best anti-flat earther in the world?
I would say.
Goddamn right I am. You're goddamn right I am.
I would say one of them. I wouldn't put her in the top tier, but she's up there.
Yeah, but if you're going to give it to me, I'm going to take it.
Buddy. Yeah, well, no, I'm saying you're probably one of the top tier ones that these guys don't know about you, but we do. But go ahead. Somebody's asking me a question.
Miggy, say, thank God space-time doesn't have a shape.
Actually, space-time does have a shape.
The only phenomena.
No. Wait. So for the people in the back row who don't know who Brenda is, but like asking about these logical, because listen, you can go look these up, okay? So don't hang around and say no, define it. I know what the fuck begging the question means. I've been studying these logical. Oh my God! Will you let me finish the end of what I'm saying, Brenda? I already know you're anti-flat earther. You got those flowers, so just chill. All right, check this out. I'm going to put it in the text chat for everybody. Now, once you have a grip on this,
can you show me where that is? I haven't seen the text chat.
Go to the top of where we're talking. There's a little chat bubble where it says open chat. Just go there.
On the right, on top right.
It's right above where the person on top is Wave Mixer. Right above him, there's a chat bubble, and then you see it.
Your hypothesis reduces to this, Brenda, right? If globe, then globe.
No, that's not my hypothesis.
For fuck's sake, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, no, it is.
I told you what my hypothesis.
The fuck it isn't. Hey, hang on. Let me re-beg in the question. For the guys in the back row, right, that are chanting behind Brenda, you just wait. Begging the question is any form. Brenda, let me fucking read this thing. Begging the question, any form.
That wasn't me.
Damn.
That wasn't me.
You're gonna
All
be
right.
behind me or not? Listen to me. If you're gonna be behind me or around me, fucking let me know.
Who's that?
Jesus Christ.
Vesicles, you're
I don't know.
fucking hot micing, bro. Hey, anyway, begging the question, any form of argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. Many of the people use this phrase, begging the question, incorrectly when they use it to mean prompts one to ask the question. That is not the correct usage. Begging the question is a form of circular reasoning, which is what was stated because it was baked in your fucking premise that the earth is a globe. That's what begging the question is.
My hypothesis is that there's on a sphere, there is a relation between the observer and the thing being observed that
No
follows
shit.
a particular rule. And
But
if I
it's
change the variables, if I change the variables in that mathematical rule, then I will change my
Math
observation.
isn't science. Math isn't science. Math isn't fucking science, and you know it. You've been told this by Nathan, by QE, by everybody down the line. Math is not fucking science. You already
math
know
is
this.
language. Math is the language that science
Yeah.
uses to describe the world.
It's a language. You said it correctly. It's a language, but it's not
Yeah.
the language of science. Science uses
Yeah, it
many.
absolutely is. It absolutely is.
You can use many forms, and you don't even have to use math in it.
No, you don't even have to, but you certainly can. Why can't I?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, you're applying it here in this specific example as the scientific method, and you can't run shape through a scientific method. It's already baked in the. You're saying that the shape of the earth, because the premise is we're standing on a globe, all you got to do is very manipulate the height of an observer, and then that will determine whether or not they can see the ship in the far distance. Due to the fact that yeah, I know that. What's what you're saying. I'm pointing it out to the audience so they can understand that a fucking shape isn't a how and why question. You're not looking to find the cause of the effect. You're trying to figure out the shape of something. So that's not a how why question that you're trying to run. You're inside. You're in a fucking category error right now.
No, I'm saying
correct,
I'm
Miggy.
saying
And
that
this is what I want to
a
point
category
out
error.
also, Miggy. Yeah, I want to point out also one thing. He was talking about 8 inches per mile squared, and this is a measurement. Yeah, it's a distance,
it's
length,
a function. It's a function.
arc curvature. It's arc curvature. Yeah,
It's
which
a
is
function.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's a
This
mathematical relation.
Listen, Brenda, don't interrupt me. Let me finish, please. So this is something that has to be measured to be established. You don't just invoke it out of the blue.
Why not?
All right, let me
Because you have to measure it. It's
let me get a
curvature.
Let me get
Feynman says
don't fucking quote Feynman, bro. You don't even know fucking hell, bro.
He knows.
Jedi, check this out.
I take him to be an authority.
Fucking wait, Jedi. So we got who in here, Brenda.
I take Feynman to be a subject matter expert.
Yeah, I know that. So do we. And you're in the fucking category area.
Yeah, and
so
he says my hypothesis can be anything I want.
Except for when you beg the fucking question.
I'm not begging the question.
Bullshit, dude. It's baked into your hypothesis. All right, let me talk to Jedi real quick. Yes, it fucking is. So let me talk to Jedi real quick. So by the way, she's running the category error, running the shape of the earth through the scientific method. Go ahead, Brenda. I want you to tell Jedi how you're running it through the scientific method. Check this out, man. You can restate it for everybody new that's jumping in.
Yeah, that's great. I have an observation. That's the first step of the scientific method. Based on my observation, I form a hypothesis. Based on my observation, I form a hypothesis.
Use the example that you're using.
What are you observing?
Hang on, please.
What?
We were talking about ships going over the horizon. That was the example.
My observation is that there is obstruction.
So you are begging the question.
Your observation is the horizon.
No, my observation is there's obstruction.
No. First time you said you observed the horizon. You saw the horizon.
My observation is there is obstruction. My hypothesis is that
Obstruction where? Where is obstruction
Hold
in
on,
your
Sasha.
observation?
Let her finish the way
This,
Jedek can hear.
but
I
this
know it's
is
wrong.
nonsense. This is nonsense.
know.
I
I know.
have observation,
We know,
obstruction.
we
What,
know.
what
I
you
know, bro.
observing to have?
I know. Just let her finish.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
my hypothesis is that there is a mathematical relationship that describes the relationship of how much is obstructed of a distant object between the observer and the object and the curvature of the Earth. And if
So
I
what's she
vary,
doing?
if I vary one of the variables in that function, whether it's the observer height or the object's height, then I will change how much is obstructed. That's my hypothesis.
Well, first of all, you're begging the question for obstruction.
It's not
You
begging
haven't-
the question.
Oh, can I finish? Because I'll let you. I'll let you finish. Can I? Thank you. First of all, you are begging the question that is physical obstruction. Things
No,
can
that's the
disappear.
hypothesis. A
No, it wouldn't.
hypothesis doesn't beg.
It does in this instance, being as you are begging the question that is physical obstruction due to Earth curvature. If you were to do this correctly, and I might fucking, let you do it, if you're going to say, I can't see the bottom of this thing because the Earth curve is in the way, then you would have to physically manipulate the Earth curvature, which would be fucking impossible. You have also begged the question, as I pointed out, but now you've jumped to a mathematical formula. I thought we were doing natural science here, cause and effect, the building of a hypothesis, and then a testing of that hypothesis in an experiment. But you're again in another category error because you've jumped to math. The mathematical formula, I would assume, is also begging the question because it's got a Rages value with it in the first place.
You're out of line.
Formally, my argument does not beg the question.
Well, have you measured the curvature of the Earth in the first instance? Have you got the direct measurement of drop over distance to give you a Rages value?
Well, I just have a formula. The formula is that 8 inches per mile squared, right? And so if I vary the observer and I vary the object, then I vary the amount obstructed.
Okay, so would you then be able to do that with a direct demonstration? For example, if you're 1 foot above the surface of the water, can you demonstrate that that boat will disappear at 1.2 miles away, or start to disappear at 1.2?
Yeah, one way I could do it would be if I lay down on the ground at sea level. I lay down, I make an observation, and then if I stand up and I make a second observation, the change in the height of the observer will change the amount obstructed.
Well, fuck me, I can do that on a known flat surface and stand up on that flat surface because I've increased my angle of view, you see further across that flat surface. That's not proof of anything. Again,
That's exactly what I wanted to say, Jed. The angular resolution. He dismissed it.
That's false. On a flat surface, if you are above the surface, everything is visible.
No,
Brenda,
no.
have you taken into account angular resolution?
No, I'm talking about obstruction.
Yeah,
angular
obstruction is an
resolution is that.
evaluation.
I'm talking about obstruction. I'm not talking about angular resolution.
Yeah, declaring it an obstruction is your evaluation of the observation.
Yeah, that's my observation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your evaluation. That comes later.
I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that. Yeah.
You're allowed to circular reason?
That's not circular. Where's the circle?
Well, you're evaluating an observation without testing it.
No, I am testing it. I vary the height of the observer.
Well, one thing for sure.
You're not ruling out other things like angular resolution.
Yeah, angular resolution has nothing to do with obstruction.
Hang on a second, because you failed to forget that when we said at the very beginning, can you do scientific? Is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe? And you already started to say you can use it. You're even using the scientific method incorrectly. It doesn't deal with how, why. It deals with the what is question. You're in a category error there. And then you fail to realize that once you started to invoke mathematical constructs, you're in another category error there, because that's not science either.
Category error.
Yeah, you damn right it is.
It is. I'm doing science, and I'm using math to do science.
You're not doing science. That's the problem. Do you see that you're not doing science? And then you're saying I'm doing science, and no, you're not. What naturally occurring phenomena is there that you're observing? What is it?
Obstruction.
No. that would mean that you're seeing a shape's consequence, and I've already said that the consequence of a shape is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. It just is. It just is. It's like me and you arguing over a pyramid, saying that it's a naturally occurring phenomenon, when you and I both know that the shape of something, especially ideal shapes, because things in nature don't have ideal shapes, right? They're all mismatched and misformed and doing everything. I'm telling you. So when we're talking about like spheroids and cubes and all that stuff, when we are mentioning these perfect shapes, then we're talking about the consequence of it being that very thing. So it just is.
There are spheroids,
so
cubes. There are spheroids, cubes, and pyramids that occur.
So when we start doing scientific
salt grains are cubic.
Bro, when we start talking about running the scientific method against this, either it is or it's the thing in question that we were trying to discover. But if we're saying that it already is the shape that you're saying, it's a what is question. It already is an oblate spheroid.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
You just said that the curvature, it's a consequence of a shape.
Yes.
Meaning,
yes.
So then you're already saying it's
right.
Dude,
but I don't.
You need to fucking listen right now, because if you're saying curvature denotes one thing. It denotes that you're already giving it properties, the properties of the consequence of it being that particular shape. Yes or no? That's what curvature means. Or what does curvature mean then?
I don't know that the Earth is curved. That's my hypothesis.
You just fucking said that it's curved, and that's what's obstructing you.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the Earth is curved.
My God.
Listen to the entire sentence. I don't know. Let's say I see obstruction.
Yeah?
I don't know that the Earth is curved, but I hypothesize that if we are on a curve, then there exists a relationship, mathematical in nature, between the observer and the thing being observed. Whereas if I change the height of the observer, I change the amount that's obstructed. That's not begging the question.
Okay.
That's not begging the
question.
But you're not doing science.
Miggy,
You're trying to figure out the measurement of something. And how are you going to figure out the measurement of something when it's already baked into your presupposition? Well, I think you're saying you're basically
beforehand. I could be wrong.
Bullshit. Well, yeah, but what's your
And
best
you can't
guess?
call it an obstruction.
Yeah,
yes, that's what I see.
No.
Is obstruction.
Well, then what is causing the obstruction?
I don't know, but I have a hypothesis.
You fucking said that it was a curvature at the beginning.
Yeah,
now you're
that's
switching.
the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the Earth is
I'm
curved.
gonna tell you one thing. Brenda's a high-level sophist, guys. So just if you're gonna continue to have the argument, get ready.
Miggy, I want to tell you something. So now that he established that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, physical obstruction.
I haven't established that.
Yeah, you cannot see through it. So
because I haven't established.
Brenda, listen. Don't interrupt, please. Let me finish and to make my point. So you established now that for a 1 foot observer, the horizon begins at 1.225 miles. Everything beyond that distance starts to disappear bottom up.
That's a straw man. I did not say that. That is not my hypothesis.
You invoked 8 inches per mile squared.
I did not say anything. I did not say anything about horizon.
You said the curvature is 18 inches per mile squared drop.
8, not 18. 8, not 18.
8.
We didn't hear anything you said.
8 inches per mile squared.
I never said the word horizon.
Okay, forget the horizon, yes. But the Earth's curvature overall, generally, is 8 inches per mile squared. Correct?
Yeah, that's a good first approximation, yes.
Yeah,
so you're working off of that knowledge, that 8 inches per mile squared.
Now, if an observer is 1 foot high from the sea level, the horizon, the curvature begins at 1.225 miles away, according
No,
to
that's
that
not my. That's
curvature.
not that you're straw manning me. That's not my hypothesis. My hypothesis has to do with
No,
obstruction.
I mean, this is what you established.
No, I haven't. I haven't said anything.
You invoked 8 inches per mile squared.
Absolutely.
When you do the math, yeah, like for someone laying down on his belly at the beach, and he raises his head, and his eyes are like 30 centimeters above the water, 1 foot, yeah. The horizon line will be approximately 1.225 miles far away in the distance.
I don't have
Maybe
my
1.3 miles.
Yeah,
let's say.
my hypothesis doesn't mention the horizon at all.
Not a fucking hypothesis.
I
Sure,
know.
if then,
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not horizon. I mean, beyond that distance, there is that curvature, and things that sail away beyond that curvature starts to disappear in his eyesight.
Yeah, my
in the observer's eyesight.
my
That's not the horizon. Yeah. I know it's not the horizon. The horizon is much further away, but the curvature, So the boat will start to disappear from the bottom up when he goes beyond 1.5 miles away.
That's not my hypothesis. I've never said anything about 1.5.
When is the boat start to disappear from the bottom up? At what distance?
It's going to depend on my height above the earth.
1 foot from sea level.
Yeah. What? That's
What
not
is
my
it?
hypothesis.
For an observer which is tall, 1 foot from the sea level.
I haven't made any numerical predictions.
Yes,
I've
you
just-
did. Yes, you did. Yes, you fucking did. Bullshit.
You said you like mathematics because it's the language of science. So obviously you can do it now.
Obviously
that we are
there's-
talking.
Hold on. Wait, Gabby. Wait.
Yeah.
You did invoke 8 inches per mile squared. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not you, Gabby. Relax, brother.
Good.
I'm talking to Brenda. Brenda, did you invoke 8 inches per mile squared?
Yes.
So then that's fucking math. You did involve numbers with it. So now, over what? Over what? What is 8 inches per mile squared? What does that denote? You tell everybody
That
here
shows
what that
the
means.
amount of drop. That shows the amount of drop from horizontal.
Bam! That's a fucking curve. Any way you
Good.
slice it.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Good.
Okay, then. So what you're doing is already begging the fucking question in
No,
the
that's not begging
beginning.
the question.
You're bullshit.
Your-
What do you
your
mean 8 inches per mile
hypothesis-
squared?
A
8 inches.
hypothesis is an if-then clause.
Now,
If-
Brenda, listen, forget that.
That's what a
now,
hypothesis is. It's an if-then.
Brenda, are you American? Are you U.S. citizen?
Yes.
No, it's
Yes.
no, it's
Okay, nice.
I live
So,
I live in the great
USA have nuclear submarines, and these
Oh.
nuclear submarines, they have a periscope, which comes on top of the surface of the water, out of the surface of the water, at about 2 or 3 feet high, and they are using a infrared laser to point a target, at 150 kilometers far away, and they shoot a missile, and that missile will go straight into that laser dot. So how can they point a target on the sea, on the ocean, like a ship, enemy ship, which is 150 kilometers away when the periscope
Brother,
Yeah.
we're gonna go to another point. Let's just
You
put
know
a
that.
pin on
You
that
know
point.
that.
Let's
You
put a
know
pin.
that.
We're
You
not
know
gonna
that
answer that
helper.
fucking. No, we're
You know
not gonna
the
get into
helper
that
planes.
shit. No,
The
that's a
helper
swing.
planes can
Fuck
paint
that.
the
No,
target.
no,
They
no.
can
We're
paint
gonna
the
go.
target.
I don't want to hear about that
You.
shit, dude.
Of
That's
course you
another
don't.
point. That
Of
is
course
another
you
point.
don't.
Yeah,
The
because
planes, the spotting planes can
my
paint the
God,
target. They
dude.
can illuminate the target so that it finds it.
Fuck, dude. We don't want to talk about that. We want to go back to your
course we
idea.
don't.
Yeah, because that shit does irrelevant to you thinking that the scientific method can be run on shapes, man. And then on top of that shit, you said that you didn't talk about any math. I said fucking bullshit. I called you out on it. I said you
It's
said
just
8 inches.
relationship. It's
You
not
said eight.
numbers.
You said 8 inches per mile squared, and it came straight
Absolutely.
from you saying that you are already saying that the Earth is dropping over the distance, curving at 8 inches per mile squared. What do you think shape that is? Yeah,
That's a parabola, but
I
it's
know.
it's close enough to the surface of the Earth for most distances that we're
But
going to
what
use.
is that indicating when you use what are you saying about what you're standing on? It is a what?
It is a evidence for the Earth being curved.
And then that means what else? Because you got to keep going. It's
It means
curved
that
and what?
it means that it's evidence, and we can also falsify the flat Earth.
No, you need to
Because if
stop
the
where,
Earth is
where the
flat-
thing that I'm asking. The thing that I was asking you is, did you invoke math or at the very beginning?
we can-
Beg the
because we
question.
can
Yes, you did.
falsify.
You
We can
said 8 inch.
falsify.
You're
We can
using
falsify the null.
you're using the thing that you're in the premise that you're trying to prove. That is the definition of fucking begging the question. It's circular
No.
reasoning. Yes, it fucking is. And
I'm trying to
plus-
prove. I'm trying to show that there is obstruction due to curvature.
That's what the fuck I'm saying. How can you
This
beg the
doesn't-
question within the
That's not begging the
hypothesis?
question. That's not begging
Yes,
the
it
question.
fucking is.
And I get
It is.
evidence.
It is.
I get
Hold on.
evidence in favor of the Earth of obstruction being due
Sorry.
that I observe being due to curvature. That's
Go,
evidence
Jedi.
for it.
Within this, you must prove all your premises within the first instance. So that little R that you've got to base your calculations on, you must have proved that
I
within
don't
the
have a
first instance.
hypothesis about R. I don't have a hypothesis about R.
But that's where you got your 8 inches per mile squared from, and then you
No,
started.
no, I
Hold
just,
on,
I just-
Brendan.
no, I don't.
Excuse me. Yes, you did. That's the
No,
math.
I don't.
The correct.
No, I don't.
Oh, so you're just going to hand wave this away, talk through me, and not listen? Is that what you're
Well,
going
because
to do?
because you're straw manning me, because 8 inches per mile squared is from horizontal perpendicular to my vertical at where I'm at. There's no R in there.
What on earth are you talking about?
8 inches
Are
per
you
mile
going-
squared is
so-
the drop from
What
the
drop?
horizontal line.
What drop?
It's the drop from the horizontal line at my feet that
What drop?
drop from that horizontal line down to the surface of the Earth. That's what 8
Okay.
inches per mile squared is.
Okay, I'll placate you. So then will you invoke standing at altitude above that curved surface?
I'm sorry, I don't know. What?
Will you, like you said, you stand up, so you're invoking standing above that curved surface, 1 foot, 3 foot, 6 foot, yes?
Yeah, most people are about 6 feet tall. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So you will then invoke 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, yes?
No, that would be for a 1 foot observer. I'm 6 foot.
My goodness me, that's the calculation. 1.2
Yeah.
times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I didn't say 1 foot. Listen,
Yeah, I didn't invoke that at all. All I invoked was a mathematical relationship between the observer, between the observer and the
you
object.
haven't proved.
hold tight, people, please. It's hard
I am
enough
not
to talk
making-
to this person without her going through everything that I say, so she doesn't listen to what I say, so we can reach an agreement and move on. So standing at altitude above this curved surface, you're going to invoke another mathematical formula, aren't you, like you said earlier?
I said there is a mathematical relationship.
What is that
between-
mathematical relationship?
That as you increase in altitude, you will increase the amount of or reduce the amount obstructed by an object that is distant from you on the surface of the Earth.
Awesome stuff. So it's like you've never seen the black swan before,
Or the black swan is logically fallacious.
but that invokes a curved surface, you standing at altitude, and the obstruction that you're trying to assume is in the way.
Yeah, but I'm not making that that argument. I'm making a different one. So bringing up the black swan is a non sequitur.
Well, we don't observe any obstruction.
Oh, I do all the time. You all do.
Well, we don't observe any obstruction, and I can post you another
Sure you
image
do.
where the
Sure you
horizon
do.
is beyond the base of several wind farms at a distance of safely 12 miles from a 3-foot observer.
Well, yeah,
So
and
we don't observe. So we don't observe your obstruction there.
yeah, we do. We see
No,
obstruction.
we. I'll
Yes,
post
you
it
do,
for you.
because you don't
Let
see the base. You don't see the base of those pylons. Those platforms are on.
Let me post it
You're
again for
claiming
you.
it's
So you know exactly
actual
what I'm talking
obstruction.
about.
You do not
If a Jedi made,
let me say
if
this.
If a Jedi made it clear earlier, right, that you assume it's actual obstruction. It's just an apparent obstruction. It looks like obstruction, right? Let's go back to that.
Assumptions do not beg the question.
You are assuming a curved Earth.
Yeah, that's my hypothesis.
Okay, so when I give you the image of the bottom of these wind farms where the obstruction should be before the wind farms, the horizon is beyond the wind farms.
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about obstruction. And in
Well,
the
we
black.
don't see that then.
Let me
because
finish
that
my
would be the
sentence.
point- No,
Let me finish.
because
Let me
that would be
finish
the-
my sentence.
No, because you're talking shit. You
No,
are
let me
literally
finish my
talking
sentence.
shit. You're
Come
talking shit,
on.
though.
No, but
No.
come on. It doesn't matter.
No.
You're talking.
No, I'm not. So in my observation that I've posted with the 2 wind farms, your physical geometric obstruction is beyond the limitations of your calculations based on 8 inches per mile squared and invoking the height, which then invokes a mathematical formula of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You are begging the question in the first instance, my friend, because you have just brought a mathematical formula that you have not directly measured. You have made an assumption that if you were to stand on above that surface, that it would cause obstruction. It's like you've never seen the black swan before, or the image that I've posted in the live stream of the horizon is 12 miles away, which would be the top of the Sagatar if it was a curved surface. You fucking idiot.
Diffraction is also an obstruction.
So no, it isn't. So my
yes, the light interferes with itself. It obstructs itself. Hello.
Excuse me. So my my hypothesis says nothing about horizons. It talks
What are you
only about,
manipulating? What's your independent variable?
it only talks about obstruction. And in the black swan image, you cannot see the base of the pylons of the platforms. They are still obstructed
by waves. You can still see the 6-foot plateau between the 2 rigs where seals like to sit on. So what's your independent variable?
You can't see that. There's a buoy.
Brenda,
There's a buoy next to them, and you can't see it.
Brenda, what's your independent variable? Again,
Where's
show
the
me that
buoy?
bit.
There's a buoy tied. There's a buoy tied up to one of them. Where is it?
What was your independent variable?
Buoy tied up next to one of the platforms.
What was your independent variable?
No, answer the question. There's a buoy.
What was your independent variable within your hypothesis where you assumed obstruction?
I'm saying that there exists a relationship between the observer and the thing being observed on a sphere, and that as you vary the observer's height or altitude, you will change the amount being obstructed. I'm not making a numerical prediction. I'm making a qualitative prediction.
What was your observed phenomena?
Obstruction.
Obstruction of what?
Just obstruction. Something is
of
obstructed.
What?
There's something. There's something in the way.
Where?
That's my observation.
Where?
There's many observations where there is something in the way.
Show me one.
Yeah.
What, like a hill where I can't see behind a fucking tree? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Typically, ships over the horizon, but it could be other things. It could be other objects.
Horizon. So you have now invoked horizon, which you've been saying for the last 5 minutes. You haven't fucking invoked. You lying little piece of shit.
That's right. I have not. I've still not invoked it.
You just did. Boats go over the horizon. You lying piece of shit.
Yeah, but that's obstruction. My hypothesis has to do with obstruction.
Then. So it is the horizon then. Boats go over the horizon.
Not
No.
necessarily. Not necessarily. I don't know. But
Necessarily. You just said
Yeah.
boats go over the horizon, so not
I
the
see
horizon or
obstruction.
the horizon.
I
What's the
see
fucking
obstruction.
horizon?
I see obstruction.
There's the horizon, you stupid fucking bitch.
I see obstruction.
You said boats go over the what?
It seems like they go over the horizon. Yes.
Oh, so
Yeah,
horizon.
geometric horizon.
The geometric horizon.
No, I didn't say anything about that.
So
Then what are they
horizon.
going over?
Don't know.
My goodness.
Yeah, now you're just
My
dishonest.
hypothesis. I don't know because I have my hypothesis. Then I have to do experiments to test my hypothesis.
They're not going over a mirage, are they? Because what if there's a mirage? Can they go over a mirage? No, you're invoking curvature.
I'm not talking about mirage or refraction. I'm talking about obstruction.
You're talking about curvature, which would be the obstruction.
Yeah, that's the
So boats
hypothesis.
go over.
Yeah, your wig fell off.
The hypothesis.
Right,
The hypothesis
I can't
is
talk
that
to
there's-
liars. Can't talk to liars. You've been caught out in your own fucking lie.
Unmute Brenda.
Why? She's lying. I never said horizon. I'm not invoking horizon. Ships go over the horizon. What the fuck?
You guys have not experienced Brenda in a debate, so she's usually doing this in debates. Says something and then lies about it the next breath. She's always done that. That's who she is. That's what she does.
That's his MO.
Yep. Highest. I don't want to give her too much flowers, but highest level sophist so far, other than maybe Rumpus, Zanuck, basically up there. Because you have to have endurance to be this fucking obtuse for this long. I mean, the endurance, man. It's unlike anything anybody. You guys think you're globers that can stand in the argument? You wouldn't be able to do what she's done. I'm just saying. The ignorance is far beyond levels that you could comprehend. It's just wow. She's actually trying to construct an argument for the scientific method using fucking shapes, dude. That is insanity. Like fucking crazy. That's wild, bro.
Anybody else want to step up?
Who's banned Truth? He wants to chat skank from the sidelines. I mean, look, we bloody placated her. She was in a bloody category error, and even within a fucking category error, she used maths, which put her in another fucking category error. She's not doing bloody science here, so we tried to go through it with a hypothesis. The dependent variable was a fucking assumption of fucking Earth curvature, and then her independent variable was height above that curved surface, invoking 8 inches per mile square, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So math then, not science. Geometry then, not science.
So not only once, but twice in 2 category errors. She invokes science, which it's not, and then invoke math, which you can't say that it's the same as science. Math is not science, so it's like it's a double whammy.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
And nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some working. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie? Right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie. Because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not changing. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually distant. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore the spiritual side if you desire. But academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check. University libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, It goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be in peril. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So, first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. can you for 100% guarantee that you're
No, nothing's
sitting
100%.
down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any
Let
me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh.
Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not?
Holy
fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Corpuscle?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord, yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Corpuscle? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% with anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. No. We don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you!
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you, 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
This size, the International Space Station will be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is... I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's... So with that, why is... I'm a bit confused with that, because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happened, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
well, we haven't proven
yeah,
it
it's the wrong
wrong,
hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed.
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
yes.
What in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so. Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes. What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us. So we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe. and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
On it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay. So take a look at the what does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do
see
you
them
you'd be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah, things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point, my friend. The ceiling, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede and your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say, have you ever been to a hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. Ship. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway, the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that
Because
part's going to disappear
obviously
first.
Obviously,
just think-
the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
Yeah, no, but
the
think,
whole
think
length.
so
about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if like, so every part, so right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, you know, like I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across, from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Alright, so it's 333 meters. Right.
Mhm.
How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
do you know what the alleged
8 inches
drop
per mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then
would
it would
be-
be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right, so
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm sorry,
I want you to
say-
realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't that
So you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And, and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
Imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I imagine like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's Falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig, so that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellently well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curve water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Oh, okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see... doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, sorry. Right, so 5 times... what is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
Can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Calm down.
Oh, okay. No.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, You set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah,
that is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be a slope.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And there's supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. with all different kinds of methodologies, all demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well, in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why Does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What
are you talking about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Definitely.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. It's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
speed.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. There's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here. Great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now, so, you know.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can
headphones.
solve, you listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. And another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
It's okay to
for
lie as long as
example,
it brings joy.
yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
So, I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So, to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curved path of, they're not calculating this curved path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example, the example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Gaspard. Viewer height is 2,880 meters. If you notice here, it says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say it's proven. Anyhow, so they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, this made up value, literally made up. In the literature, the value is actually, this is 0.6, turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. This is even wrong, and even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 76. This value 7,432. What Nick West used, exact number. So I made it. Metric construction. Bear this out. That they are simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay. Here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays. Then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, in this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these, but no point because it will just come out the same. Redundant. So 2.88 over here, 2.880. Distance 443 kilometers. 443 kilometers. All right. Do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line. It measures this distance. But we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. Click here. There's a point of intersection 206. Up the number 206. Right. That's right so far. It's straight. Using a straight line. Over here, still a straight line. C and B is a distance from C to B. 3.7. Look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius, flatten the Earth, to get whatever value they want. See something that's way over here? They'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere and make what is called a post prediction. They're not making predictions, making postings.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, that's our evidence. We've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. And this is great. So it says, all images in the GOES archive are processed in the McIDIS using GOES Channel 1, visible, and GOES Channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation dataset. Now, he also has, this is the same for both Himwari and GOES. They're admitting straight up that these images that they're putting out here and people are claiming as live are composites. I mean, here it is, right in their own FTP site. So, again, Jaron, that was a great find that you found on this, and Archer Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this, so if you haven't seen it, guys, yet, check out Archer Sage's channel and check this out. So were you aware of this, Jaron? Had you seen this yet?
Yeah, awesome job. That's why I like to put stuff like that out. And, Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing...
My screen? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
I forgot to share. I'm sorry. Bad. Whoopsie.
You're fired.
I'm fired. I'm sitting here pushing the wrong button.
I'm just going to suspend it for 6 days. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right, so there you guys should have it now. Are you seeing me now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right, so sorry about that. All right, so, Archer said...
You tell us, what is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but to shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Mm-hmm. Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. Mm-hmm. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that?
Mm-hmm.
You can live with that because people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, not just gravity.
Oh, not just gravity, kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, and practically used to be as such, where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity's not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity's not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, yeah. Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon? Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is.
Something saying.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because I know what you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm going to piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be so.
Quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like
real, right?
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
I'm just
That's
saying.
the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and O's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
So how do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces that aren't linear.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
So why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you
is
were just
my
saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit? Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I
know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why anyway, I call you a sophist.
This subject is done. You're a bully.
Why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no, but
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
Victim.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, but smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has nothing. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim, no. I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you're probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. Do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. It's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop.
I'm attractive and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
You've just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be
but it's
great
not really
if you
the
meet good
topic.
women and you speak to them
It's
nicely.
just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you
moving on,
fall in love with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If
the fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly the moon must be very far away, we're thousands of miles, because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at
on just the surface of the Earth. There is the things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find the curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find the direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh,
no,
I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
Directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now...
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends. It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April, that means that you will Google and believe that what some people saying about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up pyramid, cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, you know, and have waves like a 30 meters waves. And I say, oh fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like a 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, like, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That mean lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, you know, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe
you know
what
how,
nature shows
you know how people... You know how
That's a
people
false equivalence.
You know how people in
Man-made theory
Switzerland...
is not nature.
April, you know how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, I don't know, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average?
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't know.
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill...
Wait a second. It's latitude?
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill, that is 200 meter hill, you know. And I'm 200 meters above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meters in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, you know, doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking, Yo-Yo Smasher, that's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world? Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on the
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Okay. Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes
Stop
in
with
the
your
end.
stories. If you want to present
I'm just gonna
something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere. So your question is invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
That's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is.
So how big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
value? Has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great. But enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic. Whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly. You don't want it? 1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will.
Are you
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My
That's what you
airtime?
have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god. I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them
They're
in
not
like
too
a laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed we should, it's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you cannot see. It is irrelevant.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Hey, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant because it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No.
It's time! The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, how else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
What? You can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Stop the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Science,
bro.
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on how anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love you.
Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy, he did it from Oklahoma City, I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees.
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees, son? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're going to keep talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, good. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry? As soon as you start talking...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Brenda, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you can left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth.
Said what you
Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you just said you could see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. Then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
No, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts. I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way. Hey, wake up!
Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proved, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
Can you show me that curvature?
Yes, if you zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out? So I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you go down gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. You can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What does the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. What it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why would you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit...
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
What, you don't see it as flat or curved?
With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat?
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat,
How do you not understand
look curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved?
Neither.
Yeah,
neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy, but
what? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
When there's a possible... The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great. Sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to
calculation
verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something, or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. You realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I say like 99% sure.
Damn, 90.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay.
6378. 637. Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me, because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles from
what concept? The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
So
they give
the
it
flat
a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave 2 ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with 2 different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give me...
so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need 2 mediums. You need 2 mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by deterministic.
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you're just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is. That's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch! Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. right? So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection.
That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe,
Right.
not on the ramp where he
I'm just
worked
telling
it
you,
out.
Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What
the
I think
fuck?
he said.
The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q, but if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No.
That's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What does it
You're
mean?
just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry.
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So then, what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. See, you're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it, right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it. Man.
Well, I mean, no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is we can observe from two different. But
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured. It's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they? And what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching.
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that,
Okay. Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science.
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch.
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch!
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the ball-tards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't give
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would you be
can
more
find
than 180 degree. Go.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you
kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you then so as I was saying, like
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What?
Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look.
Only in the reification of the globe do you apply this logic.
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
This guy just lost himself.
Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved any line.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
Do you
think it doesn't mean it's just
everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize them.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, It's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil, and there's millions of them, and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The Antarctic terrorist Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms district court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne Cat Herland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advanced sentence. Andøy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. He never sought permission in Norway because he believes an application by him will never be merited by the Norwegian authorities. He felt prejudged by the Polar Institute of Foreign Affairs. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andøy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The expedition ended dramatically when the sailboat disappeared during a storm in the Ross Sea. Andøy was even on land, along with 18-year-old Samuel Massey at the time. Comrades Robert PCP, who is 34, Tom Gizel Bellica, 36, and South African Leonard J. Banks, 32, were never found. Andøy was fined 25,000 kroners after the expedition. He endorsed this writ. In 2012, he returned to Antarctica to find out what had happened to his friends. Again, Andøy was fined for having traveled to Antarctica without licenses and insurance. Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Polar Institute have opposed and tried to stop me. They still do. The entire input on this matter was that I had permission to sail, something I had said, Andøy said, adding, "It will be exciting to see where they are now. This is a tragedy for me and other relatives who have lost shipmates and sons in Antarctica. The essential question is if there was an accident that was just swept under the carpet." Foreign Ministry rejects accusations of the Arctic explorer. Andahoy's claims fall on absurdity. Beyond this, we do not want from the ministry's side to comment on an ongoing trial, says Pressevakt at UD Astrid Sale to Dagbladet, the newspaper. The head of section at the Norwegian Polar Institute, Birgit Njastad, testified in a criminal case against Andahoy. She told Dagbladet that she did not want to comment beyond what was said in court. The documents showing Andahoy alleged authorization of Argentine authorities for permission to conduct the voyage was sent over to the prosecutor late Tuesday night. The papers were written in Spanish. They were assessed whether grounds for the examination. The reason is Andahoy complained that the dismissal was a violation of protection zone determination, believed they died unnecessarily, and would like to shed further light on the circumstances of the accident. He believes, therefore, that these matters have not been resolved, and he believes that all parties will benefit from what exists, says the lawyer Nora Vardal to Dagbladet. 3 crew members, Robert and 32, Tom 34, and Leonard 36, Antarctica on the Bezelschmitter and Horseshoe Bay, McMurdo Sound, before the Berserker disappeared. Andahoy got a text from the crew that read, "Everything is good, atmosphere is good in Horseshoe Bay. Contact us." Expedition participant Manuel Hernandez has gone through these documents today. Prosecutors reject Andahoy's written permission. It is not issued by authorities who handle Antarctica regulations, say prosecutors Trude Vonley in this procedure, risking jail time. Anne Kat Hjerland was summoned as a witness in Nord-Trom's district court Wednesday. "I know that it was working to try to get a permit. I know that there was no Norwegian license, but I also know that Jarl would not have received any permit in Norway if he asked for it," says Hjerland. The prosecutor asked today about the 30-day suspended sentence and fined 45,000 kroners for Jarl Andahoy. "I do not wonder if I will be convicted. I am going to appeal all the way. I do not give up," says Andahoy. The verdict will be pronounced in about a week. So they're calling him a terrorist for going to the Antarctic. Jarl Andahoy was eventually acquitted. I think that this is only the correct one. I guess he's saying this is the only correct decision, or he agrees with it. Unusual attorney Lars' assessment of the events is not a police matter, says the ASBN or ABSN. The director of the shipping department confirms it received a case. It's unusual that police would be sending a case like this to us, also a special case. We previously decided to investigate this. Now we'll reconsider this information for us to choose. These accidents basically happen and we perform an investigation. We prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly the HGV. We do not prioritize accidents of pleasure craft in the same way. Inset. The day before the Berserk disappeared, Andahoy got a text message from the crew which read, "There is a good atmosphere and all is well. We leave Horseshoe Bay. Contact us when you can. Want answers." Jarl Andahoy wants to know what exactly happened before the Berserk wrecked. Unanswered questions. It has emerged as a mystery for Andahoy. Now Andahoy wants answers. Troms and Finnmark, the public prosecutor, has forwarded the case to the Accident Investigation Board with instructions to assess whether there are grounds for further examinations. The reason that is Andahoy complained that a dismissal of violation of protection zone determination occurred when the Berserk went to Horseshoe Bay. Andahoy believes action was solely due to necessity. Its purpose of the complaint was to shed light on the circumstances prior to the accident. There are things in here in this matter that are still not resolved, and documentation that we still have not obtained, but that exists. All parties will benefit from that. There are no secret issues prior to the event, says Andahoy's lawyer, or Nils Jorgen Vardal, told Dagbladet. Attorney Lars Faust's assessment meant that further investigation of the events is not a police matter, and that the cause, therefore, was sent to AIDN. Director Morten Kven in AIBN Shipping Department confirms that it has received the case. It is a bit unusual that the police are sending a case like this to us. It is also a special case. We have previously taken a decision not to investigate. We shall now consider this again, but there must be new information for us to choose to do it, says Kveim. Accidents of this type are basically not a priority of the Accident Investigation Board, the AIB. That we should prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly HGV. We tend not to prioritize accidents with pleasure craft, says Kvime, which states that a full decision will be published in the next few weeks. On January 19th, it is planned to have a premiere of TV Norg's Berserk series. It was today the press viewing where the media got to see episode 1, half the episode 8 and episode 9. The last episode is an epilogue, and more documentary than the rest of the series. Here we see how the one before the crew parted in Antarctica took place, and it repeated calls about the risks of the mission. Several of the families wanted to stop the series. Today wrote VG that the mother of Tom Gizzle Bellica and parents of Charles Banks has chosen to summon TV Norga for the series. A temporary injunction was filed yesterday to stop the series, but hopefully their stance may be changed under certain conditions. There is the documentation for this. We believe, however, that we are on safe legal ground, says TV Norga boss Harold Strom Dagbladet.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Brenda.
Let's get to for the some people that have been in here. We already know who Brenda is, a long-standing anti-flat Earth proponent. So she will say that she's going to debate flat Earth. If I'm not mistaken, not unless you change your mind. Are you still with flat Earth and globe Earth arguments?
Number one, let me know if there's feedback from my mic.
No.
Okay. All right. Yes, I'm a glober. Yes, I
Sir, please mute your mic as I asked before, or you'll be muted. All right. And a lot of people may or may not know who Brenda is, but this is the person who has been debating flat Earth for some time now. So,
Brenda, welcome, Brenda.
Some people know who you are, by the way.
Yeah, I would expect that.
Long time no see.
All right, so the case is here, and we asked everybody this question: is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Do you have evidence for flatness?
Yeah, but we're asking the questions here, and also giving it to the room. So if maybe you don't want to answer it, perhaps somebody else does. Because this room is continuously having it's like a revolving door. We're getting people coming in, moving out. But we do want to ask people if they have evidence for it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Ships go over the horizon. That's evidence for curvature.
Wow, really?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Go ahead and try to justify it for everybody here. Why ships going over the curve is evidence of globe.
Well, if the Earth was flat, ships would not disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, but we're asking you if you can give us evidence of the Earth being a globe, not if it's flat, if it's a globe. So if it is a globe, how does that justify the Earth being a globe?
I said curvature, number one. I said if the Earth was flat,
we're not looking at the Earth being flat, Brenda. We're looking at if it's a globe.
Yes, I know. This part is just wait for me to complete.
Let him cook.
If the Earth was flat, right, then ships would not be obstructed by the horizon. Ships are obstructed by the horizon, so the Earth can't be flat. So that's evidence in favor of curvature.
He's funny. He sounds funny.
So the evidence that you have right now is that ships are being obstructed by the Earth's curvature, right?
Ships are being obstructed, right? The hypothesis.
Ossified. That's your last warning. You're going to be sitting on red mute for a while. It's up to you. You don't need to be doing that. Go ahead.
The observation is obstruction. The hypothesis is that the obstruction is caused by the curvature of the Earth. And then we make additional observations based on that to validate our hypothesis.
You can't run a shape through the scientific method, Brenda.
Why not?
Well, it's not science. You can't. But what is question? You don't go to the shoe store to measure your foot and say we're going to conduct scientific experiment. You go over there to get a measurement of how big your foot is, and then they give you a shoe the size that you need.
Doesn't science determine causes
and effect, relationships?
Yeah.
You got to finish.
Yeah,
You got to
Brenda,
finish that.
Brenda,
You haven't identified the curve yet.
To use science to prove a geometric shape, it's like wearing safety shoes at a drag show.
It's not to prove a geometric shape. It's not to prove a geometric shape. It's to prove the relationship, the shape.
You're begging the question with your hypothesis. You're begging the question with your hypothesis.
No, that's not begging the
assume the
question.
curve exists already. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
No, that's the hypothesis.
So it cannot be your independent variable.
It's not.
First of all,
That's
we
what you
can't
said.
run.
It's caused by the curvature
Yes.
of the Earth. That would be your
Yes.
independent variable.
That's a hypothesis. That's a valid hypothesis.
Right, so the curvature would be your independent variable, which is the thing you're trying to prove. So why are you trying to prove it if it already exists?
No, the observation is obstruction, right?
Yeah.
I hypothesize that obstruction is due to the curvature. The Earth is.
But you're going to have to.
What curvature?
Okay, so wait a minute.
Curvature?
All the constituent parts of the scientific method are going to have to be used here. You can't just use half of them and then say, "Thus saith you." Now the Earth is a globe because you just said you used a hypothesis. You're going to have to run a hypothesis test.
Oh, okay.
Or use all the constituent parts of the scientific method. You already, Huey and Nathan run you through this every day. You should know this by heart.
No, I do know it. So,
All right, so how
my
would you do it?
variable is my height above the surface.
Variable.
Yes, I vary my height above the surface and the amount of.
So height causes obstruction. Height causes obstruction.
No, the curvature of the Earth causes the obstruction. The height is
Oh,
variable.
then it can't be height. Then it has to be curvature.
Yeah, it has to
You
be
can't have
curvature that
one.
you're manipulating.
It's got to be one or the other.
That
would be begging the question. That would be begging the question, and I don't want to do that.
That's what you're trying to manipulate in order for you to know. You're going to vary and manipulate the thing that's causing the effect. The effect that you see is curvature from the Earth obstructing. So you have to vary and manipulate that thing that is causing that to see if it is or is not the case.
Yeah,
so
I vary my height above the surface.
That's not causing the obstruction. Curvature is.
Yes, it's the relationship between the observer and the horizon and the distant object.
Yeah, we know it's a relationship, but that's not the cause of the effect. The cause of the effect is the curvature obstructing your view.
Right.
Not
And
the person's
And the way you vary that is by changing your altitude, changing your height.
So then, just like Timbo said, it's your height. It's not curvature. It's your height that you vary and manipulate. So that's what causes curvature. So you're saying now it's height, it's elevation. That's what the causal
relation. The causal relation is the function of the observer's height, the amount of curvature, the distance to the object.
What curvature?
So the higher you are, the more curvature.
Yeah.
The higher you are, the less. The higher you are, the higher you are, the less obstruction there is. That's the function. It's a mathematical function.
Oh. I see.
All right. So what mathematical function are you talking about?
8 inches per mile. 8 inches per mile. 8 inches per mile. Yeah.
So here's the thing, though, man. People don't say this, but you do. And so you say that's correct to use as far as the parabola goes, and you can use that in accordance to this scientific method that you're actually talking about. You're running this curvature through. So the what is question, not a how I question, because we're actually not observing a naturally occurring phenomena. That's not the Earth's shape is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. It's a shape. No, it's not.
Yeah. How do you know?
No, it's not. Because is it something that's occurring in nature, or is it just is? It just is.
No, it's a part of nature. Absolutely, the Earth is not part of nature.
All right.
What are you
so
talking about?
as far as you're talking about nature, is it a phenomena? It's curvature is not a phenomena. It's a consequent of something. It's not a phenomena. It's the consequent. So if you're saying that a geometric shape is a phenomena, then everything else would follow that every shape is a phenomena and it's not a consequent of the geometric.
No, that's not my claim. That's not my claim.
Yeah, that's what you're implying. You're saying that it's
phenomenon. I'll tell you what my phenomenon is. My phenomenon is obstruction due to curvature.
I know that. So it's not curvature then. It can't be curvature because that's what you said.
It's obstruction caused by curvature and the relationship between the observer and the thing observed.
So because the geometric shape is curving, it is the curvature that's obstructing, and that is your phenomena, which I told you is not. It's not the naturally occurring phenomena. A shape is not a natural. It's a consequent.
Shapes
of
are
the thing
absolutely naturally occurring. Does a tree have a shape?
No. What fucking
Trees
shape
don't
does
have a tree?
shapes? Okay, what shape is a heart? Wait, Gabby. What shape is a heart? Yeah. What shape is a rock?
Whatever shape it happens to have.
Well, what shape is that? You can't.
It depends.
Listen,
some are flat, some are round, some are squarish, some are pyramidal.
Squarish is not a shape. Okay, you're talking about ideal geometry, which in the case of nature,
you are. I'm not. I'm not talking about ideal geometry.
You're trying to put everything into shapes like that. And in the case of the globe, right? We're talking about geometric shape because they say that you're standing on an oblate spheroid, and you're saying that the shape of the Earth is a naturally occurring phenomena. And I told you it's not a naturally occurring phenomena.
Is it man-made? Is it man-made?
It's not man-made, but it's not a natural.
If it's not man-made, then it's natural.
How is it occurring? How is it a naturally occurring phenomena?
Because it's not man-made.
Okay, so is it your dependent? Is it your dependent variable then, or your independent variable?
My independent variable is my altitude above the surface of the Earth.
So that's what's causing obstruction. Just your altitude.
No, it's the relation. It's again.
No.
It's
either. It's this or that. That's the way this goes. It's this or that. It's either the curvature of the Earth or it's your height, your altitude. What is it?
No,
what's causing the obstruction?
Pick one.
The function between me and the curvature and
you
the
can't
object.
do that. No, because the researcher has to vary and manipulate the thing that's either the cause of the effect. If you're putting it to the scientific method, we're going to see how far it goes because right now you haven't demonstrated. You're saying it's a. I can use. It's not a conjunction of things. It's either this or that. So it's either.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I could vary the height of the object that I'm observing, and it would change.
Let me put an analogy. Hold on, get relax, bro.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm putting it to you like in the formulation of a scientific method, then I would say something like, okay, I know that water boils. I want to find out why. I can add certain elements to see if my hypothesis is going to be true. So I'm going to start to vary and manipulate different elements, right? I put some leaves there. I got some rocks under there. Nothing works. It doesn't seem to be triggering it. I put ice under there. Nothing's making that water boil. Well, guess what? Once I actually start a fire, I see that something happens to the water and it starts to boil. So then I have conducted a varying manipulating the independent variable, which were the items that I've been using. So it can't be the thing that's in question that you're saying right now, as far as curvature goes, because that's the thing that you're trying to prove. It is the consequent of the shape. It is not something naturally occurring that you're trying to deduce whether or not it is or is not the thing that's causing the effect, bro.
I think the Earth is naturally occurring, and the.
All right. So what is causing the obstruction as far as the scientific method goes? What is causing?
My hypothesis.
Yeah. Well, what is it? What constituent part is it? The curvature. What is it? What part is it?
My hypothesis is that there is a relationship that can be described mathematically between the observer and the distant object on the surface of the Earth that describes how much will be hidden and how much will be visible for a given observer height. So I vary the height of the observer. I could also vary the distance right to the object or the height of the object above the surface of the Earth.
But you didn't test
any one of those.
You didn't test. You did not test. You did not test your independent variable, which was in question still, even right now, which is the curvature. You're trying to, you can't use science to figure this out. It's a what is question. No, you can't. No, you cannot. So when I'm asking you, because because if you listen, Brenda, when you're trying to vary and manipulate the independent variable, you're trying to find out the cause of the effect. So if the effect is, I cannot see the bottom of the boat, right? Let's stick to the effect only. You can't see the bottom of the boat. So you want to know why you can't see the bottom of the boat. And you're saying the curvature is blocking your view. It's obstructing, right? So now it's either this or that. It's either your height off the ground, your elevation that's causing the obstruction, which you were starting to say, or it's a curvature that's blocking your view. So height or curvature, you got to pick one of those. It's not a relationship. So once you find out what it is that's causing that, you're going to then run it through the test. Okay, let's see if we can vary the height of where the ship is, right? Because you're going to have to find out the distance and then vary and manipulate if it's curvature. How can you vary and manipulate a shape, man? It is just what it is. So if it was an oblate spheroid, you can't vary and manipulate that. It's the consequence of the shape being what it is. No.
So the effect is obstruction. The effect is caused by a mathematical geometric relation.
No, it's caused by curvature. It's not mathematical. It is an obstruction. By definition, it is something that's obstructing your view. So you're gonna go to the thing.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
If the curvature not causing the obstruction, yes or no?
If the object I'm looking at is close enough, there's no obstruction.
So what is causing the obstruction?
You need to.
The relation between the observer and the object in relation to the surface of the earth.
So it's not curvature. It's not curvature then. It's just a relationship between the observer and the object that's called, which is what we would say that. We would say that.
It's predicated to be on a sphere.
Okay.
You need to justify that.
That's what I'm saying. That's the underlying premise, isn't it? So you're going to use the underlying premise, which you can't. Okay, so this is the kind of like sleight of hand you're doing. Your underlying premise is not what you're talking about. You say, no, we already know it's a globe.
It's part of my hypothesis.
No, it's not.
Part of it. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. When in the hypothesis did you prove that that's what the thing that's causing obstruction?
No,
because you said it's the height of the height of the observer. That's what you were saying. You're varying and manipulating the height.
I said it's
Bullshit,
the relation.
Dude.
It's the relation between the observer and the object on a spherical object.
Yeah, where's curvature at? You didn't use curvature there. It's just a relationship between the observer.
The hypothesis. Number one, I can look up Richard Feynman, and he says that your hypothesis can be anything. Anything.
Okay.
Yeah, but so my hypothesis,
you can't listen. No, but your sleight of hand always happens when you try to get the person who's thinking about this to think outside of what science is. Your definition of science is you can just use it on anything, and you can't use it on a shape, bro.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
No, you fucking can't. A shape is just what it is. How the fuck are you gonna run a shape to a scientific method, bro? How are you gonna run it to the scientific method?
By making repeated observations.
Any natural phenomenon.
You're cutting out.
Not really anything.
Everything is a natural.
You cut out. What did you say?
No, shapes are not natural.
Wait, Brenda. What did you say?
I said everything is a natural phenomenon.
No, I just fucked up. You fucked up right there. No,
well,
it's
you
not.
can't. You're not the arbitrator of what is and isn't.
I know the scientific method is.
No, it isn't.
You or me. Oh, bullshit, dude.
No, it isn't.
You're not gonna argue what the scientific method. It's a well-established method that everyone can use to understand the cause of an effect by doing a hypothesis test, understanding what the dependent variable should be and the independent variable.
I've told you what those are.
You can't do it with the fucking shape. There's no way you can do it with the shape because the shape has a consequence, which it is. It just is. So like if you say, so if we agree, both of us, that a sphere is a sphere, a cube is a cube, a pyramid is a pyramid, that is a consequence of it being that particular shape. So once we start working with these things, right, then we already know we're working within a framework of a parameter that these shapes are, like the oblate spheroid that everybody says we're standing on, right? So you can't therefore use it in a scientific hypothesis. Because how are you going to then say,
Richard Feynman says my hypothesis can be anything.
Yeah, but how are you going to vary and manipulate the shape of something?
I don't.
Stupid.
I manipulate my height. That's what I do.
Yeah, but you're begging the question within the framework.
That's not begging the question.
Bullshit, because you're already stating that you're working with on top of a sphere.
That's the hypothesis. That's the hypothesis.
No, it's not. You
Yes,
did not
it
use
is.
it. You did not even use it in your example. You said
I did.
You said it was a relationship between the observer's elevation and the object. That's what you didn't use.
On a sphere.
That's your addendum. It wasn't what you stated. It was your addendum. It was not what you stated.
If we're on a if we're on a
sphere?
if we're on a
when did you prove your
You lost, Brenda.
When did you prove you're on a sphere? When did you prove you're on a sphere?
That's my hypothesis.
Nah, bullshit, dude. You're
that's
presupposing.
about bottom-up obstruction.
Yeah, you're
So
presupposing this shit. You're begging
Give up.
you're begging the question in this
Not
scientific.
you don't know what begging the question
bullshit!
means.
I do fucking know what begging.
What does it mean? Give me the formal definition of begging the question.
Listen, what you're doing
Give
right
me
now.
the formal definition of begging the
Fucking
question.
Brenda Weasel ass motherfucker. Look,
You're
listen,
putting
what you're
your
doing right
premise
now.
in the conclusion.
You're using.
Define begging the question.
Listen, you're
That's not
using
begging the
that.
question.
You're using that already formulated within your hypothesis test. It's already baked in. You can't do that. That's
right.
the thing.
It's my hypothesis.
You're trying to prove the thing that's in question. So you're begging the fucking question. What the fuck do you mean?
You can't prove your hypothesis. Science doesn't prove things.
What do you want to do? Now science doesn't prove it. You just undermine. You just hang on,
Me.
You just
Me, it's
undermined. You just undermined everything you
No,
just said.
no, I
You
didn't.
just undermined it.
No, I didn't. What I would get is evidence that would favor my hypothesis.
Favor my hypothesis? What are you talking
Yes.
about?
It increases the probability that my hypothesis is true. You
And
can
so
never
I
get
thought your
to-
hypothesis. I thought your hypothesis was trying to determine the cause of bottom-up obstruction.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with. Yeah. What
my
the heck?
hypothesis again is that there is a relation between the observer and the thing being observed when it's on a sphere, right? There's a mathematical relationship. 8 inches per mile squared is a good first approximation.
Sphere? What sphere?
The Earth.
Can I ask
You
a
haven't
question?
demonstrated that to be true yet.
That's the very definition of begging the question. That's
No,
the
it
very
isn't.
definition. Yes, it is. It fucking is.
Because I
There's
don't,
no way.
I don't make a deductive inference. I make an inductive one, and I falsify my hypothesis.
You did not
You
fucking
can't verify
falsify
it. Science can never prove deductively that a hypothesis is true. That can't be done.
Can I ask a question? Miggy, you know that people will come inside and ask for the globe and why we think that is flat. This is Brenda, Miggy.
I don't think the globe is flat.
I know, Miggy. Isn't this spending time on the best anti-flat earther in the world?
I would say.
Goddamn right I am. You're goddamn right I am.
I would say one of them. I wouldn't put her in the top tier, but she's up there.
Yeah,
with
but
them.
if you're going to give it to me, I'm going to take it. buddy.
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying you're probably one of the top tier ones that these guys don't know about you, but we do. But go ahead. Somebody's asking me a question.
Miggy, say, thank God space-time doesn't have a shape.
Actually, space-time does have a shape.
The only phenomena.
No. Wait. So for the people in the back row who don't know who Brenda is, but like asking about these logical, because listen, you can go look these up, okay? So don't hang around and say no, define it. I know what the fuck begging the question means. I've been
What does it
studying these
mean?
logic.
What
Oh
does it
my
mean?
God! Will you let me finish the end of what I'm saying, Brenda? I already know you're anti-flat earther. You got those flowers, so just chill. All right, check this out. I'm gonna put it in the text chat for everybody. Now, once you have a grip
What's the name
on
of that?
this,
Can you show me where that is? I haven't seen the text
go
chat.
go
Where
to
is
the
it?
go to the top of where we're talking. There's a little chat bubble where it says open chat. Just go there.
On the right, on top
It's
right.
right above where the person on top is Wave Mixer. Right above him, there's a chat bubble, and then You see it?
Your hypothesis reduces to this, Brenda, right? If globe, then globe.
No,
Alright,
that's not my hypothesis.
Yes, it does. For fuck's sake, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
No,
it
it
is.
isn't. I
Fuck,
told
it
you what my
isn't.
hypothesis
The fuck
is.
it isn't. Hey, hang on. Let me read back in the question for the guys in the back row, right, that are chanting behind Brenda. You just wait. Begging the question is any form. Brenda, let me fucking read this thing. Begging the question, any form.
That wasn't me.
Damn.
That wasn't me.
You're gonna
All
be
right.
behind me or not? Listen to me. If you're gonna be behind me or around me, fucking let me know.
Who's that?
Jesus Christ.
Vesicles,
I don't know.
fucking hot micing, bro. Hey, anyway, begging the question, any form of argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. Many of the people use this phrase, begging the question, incorrectly when they use it to mean prompts one to ask the question. That is not the correct usage. Begging the question is a form of circular reasoning, which is what was stated because it was baked in your fucking premise that the earth is a globe. That's
Yes,
what
my
begging the question is.
My hypothesis is that there's on a sphere, there is a relation between the observer and the thing being observed that
No
follows
shit.
a particular rule. And
But
if I
it's
change
not-
the variables, in that mathematical rule, then I will change my
Math isn't
observation.
science. Math isn't science. Math isn't fucking science, and you know it. You've been told this by Nathan, by QE, by everybody down the line. Math is not fucking science. You already
math
know
is
this.
Language. Math is the language that science
Yeah?
uses to describe
No.
the world.
It's a language. You said it correctly. It's a language, but it's not
Yeah.
the language of science. Science uses
Yeah, it
many
absolutely is. It absolutely is.
You can use many forms, and you don't even have to use math in it.
No, you don't have to, but you certainly can. Why can't I?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, you're applying it here in this specific example as the scientific method, and you can't run shape through a scientific method. It's already baked in the. You're saying that the shape of the Earth, because the premise is we're standing on a globe, all you got to do is very manipulate the height of an observer, and then that will determine whether or not they can see the ship in the far distance. Due to the fact that yeah, I know that. What's what you're saying. I'm pointing it out to the audience so they can understand that a fucking shape isn't a how and why question. You're not looking to find the cause of the effect. You're trying to figure out the shape of something. So that's not a how why question that you're trying to run. You're in a fucking category error right now.
No, I'm
Big
saying
time.
Correct,
I'm
Miggy.
saying
And
that
this is what I want to
a
point
category
out
error.
also. Miggy, yeah, I want to point out also one thing. He was talking about 8 inches per mile squared, and this is a measurement. Yeah, it's a distance,
it's a
length,
function. It's a function.
arc curvature. It's arc curvature, yeah,
It's
which
a
is
function.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's a
This thing,
mathematical relation.
Listen, Brenda, don't interrupt me. Let me finish, please. So this is something that has to be measured to be established. You don't just invoke it out of the blue.
Why not?
All right,
Because you have to measure it. It's
let me get a
curvature.
Let me get Jedi.
Feynman says my
don't fucking quote Feynman, bro. You don't even know fucking hell, bro.
He knows.
Jedi, check this out.
I take him to be an authority.
Fucking wait, Jedi. So we got who in here, Brenda.
I take Feynman to be a subject matter expert.
Yeah, I know that. So do we. And you're in the fucking category area.
Yeah, and so he says my hypothesis can be anything I want,
except for when you beg the fucking question.
I'm not begging the question.
Bullshit, dude. It's baked into your hypothesis. All right, let me talk to Jedi real quick. Yes, it fucking is. So let me talk to Jedi real quick. So by the way, she's running the category error, running the shape of the Earth through the scientific method. Go ahead, Brenda. I want you to tell Jedi how you're running it through the scientific method. Check this out, man. You can restate it for everybody new that's jumping in.
Yeah, that's great. I have an observation. That's the first step of the scientific method. Based on my observation, I form a hypothesis.
Use the example that you're using. So,
what are you observing?
Hang on.
What?
We were talking about ships going over the horizon. That was the example.
My observation is that there is obstruction.
So you are begging the question.
Your observation is the horizon.
No, my observation is there's obstruction.
No,
How would you
no.
prove
First
that?
time you said you observed the horizon. You saw the horizon.
My observation is there is obstruction. My hypothesis is that
Obstruction where? There is obstruction.
Hold
in
on,
our
Sasha.
population.
Let her finish the way Jedi can hear. I know
This
it's
is
wrong.
nonsense. This is nonsense.
I know.
I have observation.
We know,
Obstruction.
we know. Sir.
What
I
you
know, bro.
observing to
I know. Just let her finish.
yeah,
Go ahead.
my hypothesis is that there's a mathematical relationship that describes the relationship of how much is obstructed of a distant object between the observer and the object and the curvature of the Earth. And if I vary one of the variables in that function, whether it's the observer height or the object's height, then I will change how much is obstructed. That's my hypothesis.
Well, first of all, you're begging the question for obstruction.
It's not begging the question.
Oh, can I finish? Because I'll let you finish. Can I? Thank you. First of all, you are begging the question that is physical obstruction. Things
No,
can
that's the
disappear.
hypothesis. A hypothesis doesn't beg.
It does in this instance, being as you are begging the question that is physical obstruction due to Earth curvature. If you were to do this correctly, and I might fucking, let you do it, if you're going to say, I can't see the bottom of this thing because the Earth curve is in the way, then you would have to physically manipulate the Earth curvature, which would be fucking impossible. You have also begged the question, as I pointed out, but now you've jumped to a mathematical formula. I thought we were doing natural science here, cause and effect, the building of a hypothesis, and then a testing of that hypothesis in an experiment. But you're again in another category area because you've jumped to math. The mathematical formula, I would assume, is also begging the question because it's got a radius value with it in the first place.
You're out of line.
Formally, my argument does not beg the question.
Well, have you measured the curvature of the Earth in the first instance? Have you got the direct measurement of drop over distance to give you a radius value?
Well, I just have a formula. The formula is that 8 inches per mile squared, right? And so if I vary the observer and I vary the object, then I vary the amount obstructed.
Okay, so would you then be able to do that with a direct demonstration? For example, if you're 1 foot above the surface of the water, can you demonstrate that that boat will disappear at 1.2 miles away, or start to disappear at 1.2?
Yeah, one way I could do it would be if I lay down on the ground at sea level. I lay down, I make an observation, and then if I stand up and I make a second observation, the change in the height of the observer will change the amount obstructed.
Well, fuck me, I can do that on a known flat surface and stand up on that flat surface because I've increased my angle of view see further across that flat surface. That's not proof of anything. Again,
that's exactly what I wanted to say, Jed. The angular resolution. He dismissed it.
That's false. On a flat surface, if you are above the surface, everything is visible.
No,
Brenda,
no.
Have you taken into account angular resolution?
No, I'm talking about obstruction.
Yeah,
obstruction is an evaluation.
I'm talking about obstruction. I'm not talking about angular resolution.
Yeah, declaring it an obstruction is your evaluation of the observation.
Yeah, that's my observation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your evaluation. That comes later.
I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that. Yeah.
You're allowed in circular reason?
That's not circular. Where's the circle?
Well, you're evaluating an observation without testing it.
No, I am testing it. I vary the height of the observer.
Well, one thing for sure.
You're not ruling out other things like angular resolution.
Yeah,
angular resolution has nothing to do with obstruction.
Hang on a second, because you failed to forget that when we said at the very beginning, can you do scientific? Is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe? And you already started to say you can use it. You're even using the scientific method incorrectly. It doesn't deal with how, why. It deals with the what is question. You're in a category error there
And then you fail to realize that once you started to invoke mathematical constructs, you're in another category error there, because that's not science
It's not a
either.
category error.
Yeah, you damn right it is. Yes, it is.
Science. I'm doing science, and I'm using math to do science.
You're not doing science. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Do you see that you're not doing science? And then you're saying I'm doing science, and no, you're not. What science? What naturally occurring phenomena is there that you're observing? What is it?
Obstruction.
No, that would mean that you're seeing a shape's consequence, and I've already said that the consequence of a shape is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. It just is. It just is. It's like me and you arguing over a pyramid, saying that it's a naturally occurring phenomenon, when you and I both know that the shape of something, especially ideal shapes, because things in nature don't have ideal shapes, right? They're all mismatched and misformed and doing everything. I'm telling you. So when we're talking about like spheroids and cubes and all that stuff, when we are mentioning these perfect shapes, then we're talking about the consequence of it being that very thing. So it just is.
There are spheroids,
so
cubes. There are spheroids, cubes, and pyramids that occur.
So when we start doing scientific
salt grains are cubic.
Bro, when we start talking about running the scientific method against this, either it is or it's the thing in question that we were trying to discover. But if we're saying that it already is the shape that you're saying, it's a what is question. It already is an oblate spheroid.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
You just said that the curvature, it's a consequence of a shape.
Yes.
Meaning,
yes.
So then you're already saying it's
right.
Dude,
but I don't.
You need to fucking listen right now, because if you're saying curvature denotes one thing. It denotes that you're already giving it properties, the properties of the consequence of it being that particular shape. Yes or no? That's what curvature means. Or what does curvature mean then?
I don't know that the Earth is curved. That's my hypothesis.
You just fucking said that it's curved, and that's what's obstructing you.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the Earth is curved.
My God.
Listen to the entire sentence. I don't know. Let's say I see obstruction.
Yeah?
I don't know that the Earth is curved, but I hypothesize that if we are on a curve, then there exists a relationship, mathematical in nature, between the observer and the thing being observed. Whereas if I change the height of the observer, I change the amount that's obstructed. That's not begging the question.
Okay.
That's not begging the
question. But you're not doing science. You're
Miggy.
trying to figure out the measurement of something. And how are you going to figure out the measurement of something when it's already baked into your presupposition? Well, I think you're saying you're basically
beforehand. I could be wrong.
Bullshit. Well, yeah, but what's your best guess?
Call it an obstruction.
Yeah,
yes, that's what I see. It's obstruction.
Well, then what is causing the obstruction?
I don't know, but I have a hypothesis.
You fucking said that it was a curvature at the beginning.
Yeah,
now you're
that's
switching.
the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the Earth is
curved. I'm
curved.
gonna tell you one thing. Brenda's a high-level sophist, guys. So just if you're gonna continue to have the argument, get ready.
Miggy, I want to tell you something. So now that he established that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, physical obstruction.
I haven't established that.
Yeah, you cannot see through it. So
because I haven't established
Brenda, listen. Don't interrupt, please. Let me finish and to make my point. So you established now that for a 1 foot observer, the horizon begins at 1.225 miles. Everything beyond that distance starts to disappear bottom up.
That's a straw man. I did not say that. That is not my hypothesis.
You invoked 8 inches per mile squared.
I did not say anything. I did not say anything about the horizon.
You said the curvature is 18 inches per mile squared drop.
8, not 18. 8, not 18.
8.
We didn't hear anything you said.
8 inches per mile squared.
I never said the word horizon.
Okay, forget the horizon. Yes. but the Earth's curvature overall, yeah, generally, is 8 inches per mile squared. Correct?
Yeah, that's a good first approximation. Yes.
Yeah,
so you're working
good.
off
So,
of that knowledge, that 8 inches per
good.
mile squared.
Now, if an observer is 1 foot high from the sea level, the horizon, the curvature begins at 1.225 miles away, according
No,
to
that's
that
not,
curvature.
not that you're straw manning me. That's not my hypothesis. My hypothesis has to do with
No,
obstruction.
no. I mean, this is what you established.
No, I haven't. I haven't said anything.
Yeah. You invoked 8 inches per mile squared.
Absolutely.
When you do the math, yeah, like for someone laying down on his belly at the beach, and he raises his head, and his eyes are like 30 centimeters above the water, 1 foot. Yeah. The horizon line will be approximately 1.225 miles far away in the distance.
I don't have
Maybe
my
1.3 miles.
Yeah,
let's say.
my hypothesis doesn't mention the horizon at all.
Not a fucking hypothesis.
I
Sure,
know.
if then,
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not horizon. I mean, beyond that distance, there is that curvature, and things that sail away beyond that curvature starts to disappear in his eyesight.
Yeah, my
in the observer's eyesight.
my
That's not the horizon. Yeah. I know it's not the horizon. The horizon is much further away, but the curvature, So the boat will start to disappear from the bottom up when he goes beyond 1.5 miles away.
That's not my hypothesis. I've never said anything about 1.5.
When is the boat start to disappear from the bottom up? At what distance?
It's going to depend on my height above the earth.
1 foot from sea level.
Yeah. What? That's
What
not
is
my
it?
hypothesis.
For an observer which is tall 1 foot from the sea level.
I haven't made any numerical predictions.
Yes,
I
you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you fucking did. Bullshit.
You said you like mathematics because it's the language of science. So obviously you can do it now.
Obviously,
that we are talking.
Hold on. Wait, Gabby. Wait. You did invoke 8 inches per mile squared. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not you, Gabby. Relax, brother.
Good.
I'm talking to Brenda. Brenda, did you invoke 8 inches per mile squared?
Yes.
So then that's fucking math. You did involve numbers with it. So now, over what? Over what? What is 8 inches per mile squared? What does that denote? You tell everybody
That
here what
shows
that
the
means.
amount of drop. That shows the amount of drop from horizontal.
Bam! That's a fucking curve. Any way you slice it.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay, then. So what you're doing is already begging the fucking question in the
that's not begging
beginning.
the question.
You're bullshit. What
Your-
do you
your
mean 8 inches per mile
hypothesis-
squared?
A
8 inches.
hypothesis is an if-then clause.
Now,
Right?
Brenda, listen, forget that.
That's what a hypothesis is. It's an if-then.
Brenda, are you American? Are you U.S. citizen?
Yes.
No, it's
Yes.
no, it's
Okay, nice.
I live in the great
USA have nuclear submarines, and these nuclear submarines, they have a periscope, which comes on top of the surface of the water, out of the surface of the water, at about 2 or 3 feet high, and they are using a infrared laser to point a target, at 150 kilometers far away, and they shoot a missile, and that missile will go straight into that laser dot. So how can they point a target on the sea, on the ocean, like a ship, enemy ship, which is 150 kilometers away when the periscope...
Brother,
Yeah.
we're gonna go to another point. Let's just
You
put
know
a
that-
pin on
you
that
know
point.
that-
Let's
you
put a
know
pin.
that-
We're
you
not
know
gonna
that
answer that
helper-
fucking. No, we're
you
not
know
gonna
the
get into
helper
that
planes-
shit. No,
the
that's a
helper
swing.
planes can
Fuck
paint-
that.
paint
No,
the target.
no,
They
no.
can
We're
paint
gonna
the
go.
target.
I don't want to hear about that
Dude,
shit, dude.
of
That's
course you
another
don't.
point. That
Of
is
course
another
you
point.
don't.
Yeah, because
the planes, the spotting planes can
My
paint
God,
the target. They
dude.
can illuminate the target so that it finds it.
Fuck, dude, we don't want to talk about that. We want to go back to your
course we
idea. Yeah, because that shit does irrelevant to you thinking that the scientific method can be run on shapes, man. And then on top of that shit, you said that you didn't talk about any math. I said fucking bullshit. I called you out on it. I said you
It's
said
just
8 inches.
relationship. It's
You
not
said eight.
numbers.
You said 8 inches per mile squared, and it came straight from you saying that you are already saying that the Earth is dropping over the distance, curving at 8 inches per mile squared. What do you think shape that is?
That's a parabola, but
I
it's
know.
it's close enough to the surface of the Earth for most distances that we're
But
going to
what
use.
is that indicating when you use what are you saying about what you're standing on? It is a what?
It is a evidence for the Earth being curved.
And then that means what else? Because you got to keep going. It's
It means
curved
that
and what?
It means that it's evidence, and we can also falsify the flat Earth.
No, you need to
Because
stop
if the
where,
Earth is
where the
flat-
thing that I'm asking. The thing that I was asking you is, did you invoke math or at the very beginning?
we can-
Beg the
because we
question.
can
Yes, you did.
falsify.
You
We can
said 8 inch.
falsify.
You're
We can
using
falsify the null.
you're using the thing that you're in the premise that you're trying to prove. That is the definition of fucking begging the question. It's circular
No.
reasoning. Yes, it fucking is.
I'm trying to show that there is obstruction due to curvature.
That's what the fuck I'm saying. How can you
That's
beg the
not-
question within the
That's not begging
hypothesis?
the question. That's not begging
Yes,
the
it
question.
fucking is.
And I get
It is.
evidence.
It is.
I get
Hold on.
evidence in favor of the Earth of obstruction being due that I observe being due to curvature. That's
Go,
evidence
Jedi.
for it.
Within this, you must prove all your premises within the first instance. So that little R that you've got to base your calculations on, you must have proved that
I
within
don't
the
have a
first instance.
hypothesis about R. I don't have a hypothesis about R.
But that's where you got your 8 inches per mile squared from, and then you're going to start. Hold on, Brendan.
No, I don't.
Excuse me. Yes, you did. That's the
No,
math
I don't.
that correlates.
No, I don't.
So you're just going to hand wave this away, talk through me, and not listen. Is that what you're
Well,
going to do?
because you're straw manning me, because 8 inches per mile squared is from horizontal perpendicular to my vertical at where I'm at. There's no R in there.
What on earth are you talking about?
8 inches
Are
per
you
mile
trying-
squared is
so-
the drop from
What
the
drop?
horizontal line.
What drop?
Is the drop from the horizontal line at my feet that
What drop?
drop from that horizontal line down to the surface of the Earth. That's what 8 inches per mile squared is.
Okay, I'll placate you. So then will you invoke standing at altitude above that curved surface?
I'm sorry, I don't know. What?
Will you, like you said, you stand up, so you're invoking standing above that curved surface, 1 foot, 3 foot, 6 foot, yes?
Yeah, most people are about 6 feet tall. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So you will then invoke 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, yes?
No, that would be for a 1 foot observer. I'm 6 foot.
My goodness me, that's the calculation. 1.2
Yeah.
times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I didn't say 1 foot. Listen,
Yeah, I didn't invoke that at all. All I invoked was a mathematical relationship between the observer, and the object.
improved. Hold tight, people, please. It's hard
I am
enough
not
to talk
making-
to this person without her going through everything that I say, so she doesn't listen to what I say, so we can reach an agreement and move on. So, standing at altitude above this curved surface, you're going to invoke another mathematical formula, aren't you? Like you said earlier.
I said there is a mathematical relationship.
What is that
between-
mathematical relationship?
That as you increase in altitude, you will increase the amount of or reduce the amount obstructed by an object that is distant from you on the surface of the Earth.
Awesome stuff. So it's like you've never seen the black swan before.
Or the black swan is logically fallacious.
But that invokes a curved surface, you standing at altitude, and the obstruction that you're trying to assume is in the way.
Yeah, but I'm not making that that argument. I'm making a different one. So bringing up the black swan is a non sequitur.
Well, we don't observe any obstruction.
Oh, I do all the time. You all do.
Well, we don't observe any. We don't observe any obstruction, and I can post you another image where the horizon is beyond the base of several wind farms at a distance of safely 12 miles from a 3-foot observer.
Well, yeah,
and we don't observe. So we don't observe your obstruction there.
Yeah, we do. We see obstruction.
No,
yes, you do, because you don't see the base. You don't see the base of those pylons. Those platforms are on.
Let me post it again.
You're claiming it's actual obstruction.
You do not.
Jedi made
let me say this.
FE Jedi made it clear earlier, right, that you assume it's actual obstruction. It's just an apparent obstruction. It looks like obstruction, right? Let's go back to that.
Assumptions do not beg the question.
You are assuming a curved Earth.
Yeah, that's my hypothesis.
Okay, so when I give you the image of the bottom of these wind farms where the obstruction should be before the wind farms, the horizon is beyond the wind farms.
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about obstruction. And in the black,
see that then.
Let me finish my sentence.
No,
let me finish my sentence.
No, because you're talking shit.
No, let me finish my sentence.
You're talking shit, though.
No, but come on, it doesn't matter. You're talking.
No, I'm not. So in my observation that I've posted with the 2 wind farms, your physical geometric obstruction is beyond the limitations of your calculations based on 8 inches per mile squared and invoking the height, which then invokes the mathematical formula of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You are begging the question in the first instance, my friend, because you have just brought a mathematical formula that you have not directly measured. You have made an assumption that if you were to stand on above that surface that it would cause obstruction. It's like you've never seen the black swan before, or the image that I've posted in the live stream of the horizon is 12 miles away, which would be the top of the Sagatar if it was a curved surface. You fucking idiot.
Diffraction is also an obstruction.
So no, it isn't. So my
yes, light interferes with itself. It obstructs itself. Hello.
Excuse me. So my my hypothesis says nothing about horizons. It talks.
What are you manipulating? What's your independent variable?
It only talks about obstruction, and in the black swan image, you cannot see the base of the pylons of the platforms. They are still obstructed
by waves. You can still see the 6-foot plateau between the 2 rigs where seals like to sit on. So what's your independent variable?
You can't see that. There's a buoy.
Brenda,
there's a buoy next to him, and you can't see it.
Brenda, what's your independent variable? Again,
where's the buoy? There's a buoy tied. There's a buoy tied up to one. Where is it?
What was your independent variable?
Buoy tied up next to one of the platforms.
What was your independent variable?
No. Answer the question. There's a buoy.
What was your independent variable within your hypothesis where you assumed obstruction?
I'm saying that there exists a relationship between the observer and the thing being observed on a sphere, and that as you vary the observer's height or altitude, you will change the amount being obstructed. I'm not making a numerical prediction. I'm making a qualitative prediction.
What was your observed phenomena?
Obstruction.
Obstruction of what?
Just obstruction. Something is obstructed. There's something in the way. That's my observation.
Where?
There's many observations where there is something in the way.
Show me one.
Yeah.
What, like a hill where I can't see behind a fucking tree? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Typically ships over the horizon, but it could be other things. It could be other
So
objects.
horizon. So you have now invoked horizon, which you've been saying for the last 5 minutes. You haven't fucking invoked. You lying
That's
little
right.
piece of shit.
That's right. I've still not invoked it.
You just did. Boats go over the horizon. You lying piece of shit.
Yeah, but that's obstruction. My hypothesis has to
the
do with
horizon
obstruction.
then. So it is the horizon then. Boats go over the horizon.
Not
No.
necessarily. Not necessarily. I don't know.
Necessarily. You just said
Yeah.
boats go over the horizon. So not
I
the
see
horizon or
obstruction.
the horizon.
I
What's
see
the fucking
obstruction.
horizon?
I see obstruction.
There's the horizon, you stupid fucking bitch.
I see obstruction.
You said boats go over the what?
It seems like they go over the horizon. Yes.
Oh, so
Yeah,
horizon.
geometric horizon.
The geometric horizon.
No, I didn't say anything about that.
So
Then what are they
horizon.
going over?
Don't know.
My goodness.
Yeah, now you're just
My
dishonest.
hypothesis. I don't know because I have my hypothesis. Then I have to do experiments to test my hypothesis.
They're not going over a mirage, are they? Because what if there's a mirage? Can they go over a mirage? No, you're invoking curvature.
I'm not talking about mirage or refraction. I'm talking about obstruction.
You're talking about curvature, which would be the obstruction.
Yeah, that's the hypothesis.
Yeah, your wig fell off.
The hypothesis.
Right,
the hypothesis
I can't
is
talk
that
to
there's-
liars. Can't talk to liars. You've been caught out in your own fucking lie.
Unmute Brenda.
Why? She's lying. I never said horizon. I'm not invoking horizon. Ships go over the horizon. What the fuck?
You guys have not experienced Brenda in a debate, so she's usually doing this in debates. Says something and then lies about it the next breath. She's always done that. That's who she is. That's what she does.
That's his MO.
Yep. Highest. I don't want to give her too much flowers, but highest level sophist so far, other than maybe Rumpus, Zanuck, basically up there. Because you have to have endurance to be this fucking obtuse for this long. I mean, the endurance, man. It's unlike anything anybody. You guys think you're Globers that can stand in the argument? You wouldn't be able to do what she's done. I'm just saying. The ignorance is far beyond levels that you could comprehend. It's just, wow. She's actually trying to construct an argument for the scientific method using fucking shapes, dude. That is insanity. Like fucking crazy. That's wild, bro.
Anybody else want to step up?
Who's banned Truth? He wants to chat skank from the sidelines. I mean, look, we bloody placated her. She was in a bloody category error, and even within a fucking category error, she used maths, which put her in another fucking category error. She's not doing bloody science here, so we tried to go through it with a hypothesis. The dependent variable was a fucking assumption of fucking curvature, and then her independent variable was height above that curved surface, invoking 8 inches per mile square, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So math then, not science. Geometry then, not science.
So not only once, but twice in 2 category errors. She invoked science, which it's not, and then invoked math, which you can't say that it's the same as science. Math is not science, so it's like, it's a double whammy.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, Adam was speaking, so I have to wait.
I'm sorry.
I looked it up.
Actually, I don't mind if you would like to continue the conversation with Brandon. Please.
Brandon, what did you say?
The device is called a Categorical. No joke. I looked it up.
Brandon, post it in the live stream voice text.
I can't post pictures. I'm not on my. Yeah, I don't have the permission. Let's see. I don't know why, but I just don't have the permission to. Wait.
Right. Hang on. I'm going to give you that permission. 1 second. Wait, just a moment.
Okay, I got the plus on there, so let's see.
All right, I gave you the permission. I'm actually going to give you the globe earth roll back again. I don't know why it's not on you right
now. Let's see.
Go ahead and put in live stream voice text.
Gotta look it up again.
Shout out to Shekel. What's up, Shekel? Just see you in the chat, bro. Hey, we sent there was a guy named Ray 2 that came into our chat yesterday. We sent him your way over there to the Muslim server, bro. Jedi, are you there?
Yes, brother, I'm here. What's up?
I don't know if you heard, but Brandon's going to produce a device that can measure curvature. He said it's one that can measure football fields, so he's going to drop it in live in just a moment.
How much curvature is he expecting on a fucking football field, like?
Well, I mean, this is writing fake. This is writing off the back that the conversation we had previous. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a picture of it. The second one, the one with the wheel.
One with the what?
Brandon, I'm face palming so hard right now at your evidence.
Oh, that's a fucking meter stick thing, man. What the fuck?
That measures the land, though.
Well, that's what fucking that's what people use if they're fucking measuring a back garden or some shit, man. It's not going to measure that.
That's what we were talking about.
I mean, it's only going to measure like width for that. It's not going to measure convexity levels, brother.
We weren't talking about that, though. We were talking about distances.
No, we were not measuring distance. We're not talking about measuring. I told you we're measuring the curvature of the Earth, and you're like, "Yeah, I know a device that measures football fields." I'm like, "How's that?"
Well, that wasn't on circular, but no.
You can measure like the width or length of a football field, but you're not going to be able to measure how much curve there is over a distance, bruv. Come on, man. Get a grip of yourself.
Yeah, that's not where I went. That's okay.
Why would you bring it into the conversation?
For that pool, but I mean, my mind went somewhere else.
Brandon, you went somewhere else because listen, man. We were talking about measuring the guy was.
I get distracted a lot. That's why.
That's not that.
I distract myself.
Did you even, Brandon? Did you even Google? Like, what's that say? The device used to measure the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you typed into Google and that's what you came up with?
Probably.
Well, I was.
What's the rest of that Google search?
That's what I was saying. That's what I was going for. A device that measures football fields, not full for sure.
No.
I don't know
Look,
what the last
Listen, Max was here for the whole conversation. So even if you're distracted, everybody in here heard what.
Yeah, I don't know what the last said. Measures curvature. Then.
All
I'll admit that.
See, why is it so hard to admit that when at first that's the only thing I want you to say.
The football people just was off, and that was my fault.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello everybody, P-Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I'd been discussing on a couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon, and I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. First of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first, I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. It's so I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account, and that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a cartoon. It's a photo. It's reality. Okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So you look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, And this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes. Notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective, yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing. Right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this, these spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it, or something, I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down, and these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey. It's traveling, and it goes below the horizon visually, and keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will in fact set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right, thank you so much. Bye.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another exciting episode of the True Earth Debates. We are super excited to be joined by two wonderful guests. We have Dave Weiss from deep inside the rabbit hole, as well as Mr. Joel. We appreciate your guys' time. Let me go ahead and bring you into the show and get things rocking and rolling. Thank you all for joining us over on the YouTube and the Rockfin. We have quite a few legends over there as well. Can't shout you out, until you chat it up, but not everybody's comments makes it up, as you know, for those who have been here. For those who are new, that's just how it goes. So click the link in the description if you'd like to support not only myself, but tons of other content creators as well. So only one way to know, and that is to go. So let's go ahead, pull you guys in for just a second. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
What's going on? This is going to be fun. And Joel, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
For those of you that are like, this guy looks familiar, let me just give you a quick rundown. Sean Hibbler and I had Joel on about, was it a year ago or how long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago.
So a year ago. And first I want to apologize, Joel, for any comments in the chat that are mean. It's just we have a lot of passionate flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I respect it.
And the way that we see your beliefs, people get fired up. So everybody, Joel is not a shill. He's not a troll. He believes what he's saying. And he's, we see the world completely different, but he's a good guy. And we're going to try to share some information and see who learns something tonight. Maybe it's us, maybe it's him, maybe we both learn something.
Hopefully it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a couple quick rules, and you're already off to a good start. You need to smile at least 3 times, and you need to crack at least 3 jokes. We're going to talk 2 or 3.
I'm sure we'll surpass both of those. It'll be fine.
All right, good, because you were very, very serious last time. Very serious.
Yeah, it was the first time. So.
All right, good. I'm happy to hear it. So,
all right.
Skylar, anything you want to start with to say, or we'll let Joel kick it off? And also, last time I did listen to our interview, and I had warned you that we were going to interrupt you a lot and talk a lot, and we sure did. We're going to try to not interrupt you too much today.
Likewise.
All right.
So you're Skylar? Sorry,
Yeah, it's all good. Joel, we just met, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this very important matter. I feel like the True Earth debate is probably one of the most, it's starting to be the shoe on the other foot, right? But it was for a long time one of the most underrated but controversial conspiracies out there. So controversial that even the YouTube heads got pulled into Congress and said, well, what are you going to do about the conspiracy videos, the flat earth videos, and so on and so forth? And so now we have seen the results of that with a completely stacked deck as far as the search algorithms go. But neither here nor there. It's nice to meet you. I run the True Earth Debates. I'm also on Dave's team here. I believe we're on a stationary plane with topography over top. We actually build all of our useful data about the Earth off of a flat plane. We have the sea level. We have sonar mapping the oceans as flat. We have, as well as radar waves going over 10,000 miles. Lots of other evidences that seem to indicate that, there's no curvature in sight. So I'd like to go ahead and pass the floor over to you. What do you think is the biggest reason why you believe that you're on a spinning space rock?
The biggest reason?
Oh, hold on. Dave is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, hold on.
I do that once every show. Just Joel, we asked Joel to do last time he said, I'm going to go do the math and I'm going to come back. And he came back and said, hey, I want to talk about these 3 things. And I agreed that we're going to talk about those, but then we're also going to talk about others. So Joel, you can answer that question right now if you want, or you could start wherever you want. I want to make this I want you to lead the conversation.
Well, in good faith of, I guess, following on from our last discussion, and this is sort of like a sequel, if you will. Like you said in the last interview, you guys hit on the inverse square law a lot, because I was bringing up math a lot, and you were like, well, if you like math so much, it doesn't really work out with, us being able to see Polaris. It's way too far, 433 light years. So I was like, okay, I wrote that down. I said, I'll do the math, and I did the math, and I wanted to share it with you guys, if that's fine.
Sure.
I wrote up the little paper here. It's only 4 pages. It's not crazy. It won't be.
4 pages.
Yeah. No. Well, it's because it's a lot of diagrams. So like visuals.
I got it, but I have a question for you. How do we know that Polaris is 433 light years away? And I believe mainstream science is trying to decide if they need to subtract 100 light years from that number. So to me, in my world, the way I see it, it's a made up number.
Well, that's going to be off like spectroscopy and things like that, and chemical makeup and maturity of the star and things like that. So we can measure the type of light that's emanating off of it, and then we can basically figure out how far it is from that. That's one of the ways anyway. But right now we're kind of just giving the 433 light years somewhere in there as a given. So if it's all right if I went through this with you guys, it's not crazy or anything. The craziest part about this is unit conversions. That's it. Like converting light years to meters and things like that. So
I'm going to do my absolute best to not get mentally fatigued.
Okay, I'll try and go quickly. It shouldn't go too much longer than the intro.
Touche. There you go. It's one. You're good.
Alrighty. Can we see this? Is this seen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I wrote this. So I'll just sort of paraphrase through it. The question is, with the inverse square law, how are we able to see the North Star? Okay, Polaris. So the way that we kind of understand it, we have a point source of light like a star, and you can imagine that light emanating off of it, in sort of circles, like spheres coming off of it. So we're interested in the intensity of light at any distance from the center. And so we would have to know the surface area, the area of these spheres, of any one of these spheres, like however distance you want to know, which is going to be given by the radius. So in this case, the center's there, radius is the distance, and the surface area is the area around the sphere. So this is basic formula, like first grade math kind of stuff. So the inverse square law is basically this.
I think first grade is a bit. I definitely didn't learn. I definitely didn't learn this in first grade. I'll just say that.
Well, I just meant like formulas for like basic formulas. Like volume, area, perimeter, surface area is one of those. Is what I meant. So 4 pi r squared. And so, all right. So this is kind of what's happening. So imagine these are the different spheres here, right? And so, like you were saying, Dave, the further away you get, so at 1 distance away, you have a certain intensity. Then you go 2 times as far away, you have a quarter of the intensity. And then 3 times as far away, you have a ninth, and so on and so forth. It's kind of, it's just a simple. And then this graph here kind of displays that relationship. You've got distance on this x-axis here, and then the intensity here. So you can see 2 times as far away, a quarter, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. So it gets dimmer, obviously, the further away that you get away. The big important part here to realize is that the further away you get, the less difference there is in brightness. So yes, it gets dimmer, but the amount that it gets dimmer is a lot less the further away you get. So the example I gave here, say you're like 10 times as far away, you'd see 100th of the brightness, or 0.01. Whereas if you're only 9 times as far away, you'd see 181st, or like 0.0123, which is only a difference of 0.0023. It's not that much of a difference if you're 9 times as far away or 10 times as far away. And the further away you get, again, like the less difference there's going to be between those brightnesses. Okay, so that's the big point here.
At what distance do we start to really notice that relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the more distance there is, the less you're going to notice that relationship. So David, you're muted again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's 2. I'll do it one more time. So you're saying that something is a ridiculous distance, like 100 light years. Long before you get to that 100 light years, you're saying that the difference between like 20 light years and 50 light years isn't very much. It isn't as big of a difference as the first few steps. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay,
that's correct.
So something's 100 light years away. then can you see it at 200 light years, or it remains the same intensity at 200 and 300 and 400 light years? It goes to a point where it stops getting less. Is that what you're saying?
Well, sort of, yeah. So well, there's not going to be a point where it stops getting less, but because eventually, you know, obviously it's going to be past what you can see. It'll be too dim. So, but there's also nothing obstructing the light from getting to our eyes. Like, for example, in some of the stars in the core of the Milky Way here. Oh, it's this way. Yeah, so a lot of these stars here, you know, they kind of just look like a haze at this point because they're really far. You can't see individual stars with your eyes, but you just sort of see this haze. So the light's still getting there, but you can't make out the stars themselves, the pinpricks, if you will.
Well, the only problem with that, just to interject for a moment, is that normally when you have something that's too far away to see that it's like pinpoint, right? When you zoom in on it, you're not going to be able to make it bigger, right? At least not with, not unless you have an intense, like a ridiculously intense amount of zoom, right? Most of the time, you would agree that you're not with like a camera. Right, you're not going to be able to zoom in on something that's 400 light years away. You know, if we're seeing a pinpoint source, right? Would you agree with that? That we're not going to be able to zoom in on that with a P900?
To a degree, yeah. Essentially, you can't just get a whole bunch of detail out of something unless you're closer to it. You know, so if you're really far away from something, you can only zoom in so much. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's actually it's not just that, but it's also the actual size of the thing that you're talking about. So there's a point where you're pretty much only seeing a point source of light, and then there's almost no difference between 200 and 400 light years. It's basically the claim that you just made in the simplest terms, right? So if that's the case, then when you have a star that's 400 light years away and you're seeing the pinpoint source, zooming in on it a little bit is not going to bring that size back in, right? It's not going to get larger by zooming in on something that's okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that we have tons of videos of people zooming in on stars and they get bigger every time. So, and that's what P900s.
That's a slightly separate subject. Let's go ahead and just finish this off, because the second part of this, I explained the concept, and now I plug the numbers in. Is essentially what's happening here. And then once we get through this, then we can have the discussion. All right. So I said let's try. Let's plug everything in. So there's a couple terms here. So what we were looking at here, when we're looking at like the area, this is like square meters, right? You have a meter here and a meter here, so it's square meters. That's actually going to be called the flux. So that's the astronomy term for it. And then luminosity is whatever the star's wattage is, output. So it's the same thing. The inverse square law is the same thing. We have luminosity here, and we're trying to get the flux. That's basically like if Earth was right here, you want to know how much light is sort of like at this sphere, at that distance away from the star. So that's the flux. So all we need to find is how bright the star is and how far away it is. So its estimated Polaris is 25,000 times brighter and 50 times larger than our sun. All right, these are estimates, but we know the luminosity of the sun is this. So I called it L Sol. So all you have to do is times that by 2,500, because it's 2,500 brighter. So we multiply that out, we get our luminosity. So this is the supposed wattage output of Polaris. So we have our L. And then here it's 431 light years I put here. You could say 433. It's going to be kind of negligible at this point.
Would you agree that this is all theoretical?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of these are hard numbers. So
which one would you say is the hard number?
Well, certainly the luminosity of the sun.
How did we get the luminosity of the sun?
You can measure it with spectrometers and with light measurements, essentially. Like you can measure how much light is hitting a sensor.
Okay, that's
Joel,
fair.
do you have any examples of anything that's twice as bright as the sun?
I mean, there's plenty of stars. Like
no,
stars.
No. When you look at a star, you can theorize that it's whatever number brighter than the sun. But do you have any examples around here of something brighter than the sun? Twice as bright.
The issue with that is the sun is giving off all wavelengths on the electromagnetic spectrum. So I could find something that's brighter in the visible spectrum, but not like on all wavelengths.
I find it hard to imagine something twice as bright as the sun, but let's just go 10 times as bright as the sun. 10 times as bright as the sun.
I don't think there's anything brighter than. I don't think there's anything even visibly brighter on the visible spectrum, brighter than.
But let's just say 10 times. Let's just pretend that we can do something 10 times brighter, which is unfathomable to me. And you just carefully, because you're doing some equations. The equations are not empirical evidence. Saying this star is 25,000 times brighter than the sun, and you just roll it off like it's a fact, but you have zero evidence of that other than it has to be if you pre-assume space is real and stars are far.
Well, I also wanted to get
not necessarily, because there's neutron stars and there's very dim stars as well.
But I wanted a clarification on are we talking about the sun's apparent brightness, like its visual brightness to us, or are we talking about its actual
actual brightness?
Okay, so how did we get that compared to its brightness to us?
We sent probes into it. So I know you don't believe that, but that's how we got that data. That's why it's.
Do you have any evidence?
Big VC.
All right, I'm gonna pause that. The bot was going. All right. Let's see. Where is? I need to pause that for a sec. Go ahead and continue, ladies. I just need to do some stuff in the background. Oh, you did that already. Flatsy, okay. All right, cool. Welcome, everybody.
I got kicked off for some reason. We're good, though.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's the bot has been acting very weird. It was kind of glitching yesterday. I don't know what's going on.
I tried to stop it. When I got in here, I went up there and tried to stop the bot. Or the music bot or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think it did stop, didn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it did. It did stop. Yeah, I think we should be good. All right. So, did the people that were in the other, I guess some of the Glovers, did they join?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Then, yeah, please continue.
Yeah, a good reason to even stop referring to the oil rigs in the Black Swan, because oil rigs burn oil, which distort the air, which doesn't distort the horizon. The only reason why those oil rigs are in the Black Swan are distance demarcators, so that you can see how far away the horizon is in the photo. The still frame. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because when you have some sort of extreme condition to the air, like when you have a bonfire or fire outside in general, or you're burning butane, you see distortion in the air. That's not refraction. That's not that at all. It doesn't fit the requirements for refraction. And it also explains why you see the cranes bending. So let's get off the oil rigs and focus on how far away the horizon is.
Yeah. I guess
it's so inconsistent. They have to go with refraction. I think the sunsets prove it the most, because the sun can look huge and then it can look teeny tiny. Things get magnified depending on the atmospheric conditions, including the horizon.
Yeah, I just didn't understand the other guy's claim for everything is refraction, even when you're not accounting for when you are accounting for refraction, it still is refraction. Like then there's no way to falsify the globe.
It has to work out that way, everything, all the whole globe belief that he has is gonna.
Yeah, so let's hear the best proof you got for the globe, since we can tear that argument apart.
Um. Oh my gosh, I just muted myself when I was talking. Anyway, a reverse is the only one that's here as a glober, but there was an interesting topic that Jenna brought up when we were in like chatting as to why there seems to be more male flat earthers than female flat earthers, and that would be very interesting to discuss if you guys want to, as to why you guys think is the reason.
By the way, I'm not a globe earther. I'm a skeptic.
I'm not sure if there's a big enough sample size.
Sample size of female?
I mean, I haven't been around here for a while, but like people in the VC that normally show up, globers or flat earthers.
Gotcha. I think it could be attributed to females tend to care more about what other people think. In that aspect, I would say that there may be more female flat earthers than it seems, but they just don't want to talk, or maybe they can't talk about it, or don't want to, or whatever. I can tell that we all don't care what other people think, so that's why we're here.
Now, I have a theory, and I theorize that it's because most of the time, I'd say that men are usually more logical, as where women are more creative and emotional. And so, I don't know.
My husband isn't a flat earther, but he's questioning. He just he says he doesn't think it's that important.
I think it's like the master key to a lot of things.
Me too, but he doesn't share that view.
Well, I don't think it's important in the sense that I'm never going to be able to confirm, at least to my standard of proof, one way or the other. So I don't spend a ton of time on it. Same thing with like religion. I don't tend to spend a ton of time on it if I can't confirm it with my own, I don't know, observations.
Yeah, well, the beauty about being in this, especially here, as long as I have been, at least, I can attest to how much these people, these guys that are in this flat Earth server, and gals, there's just more guys, and I've learned a lot of other things that I don't have to. I know that they'll give me citations and demonstrations of things that don't even have to do with flat Earth.
I'd say that's probably why I'm mainly here too. I like hearing new things, hearing new ideas.
You've sure changed your tune, Reverse. You're usually more combative than this.
Am I? Have I talked to you before?
I've talked to you, but I've also heard you in both of the servers.
Yeah, I find this very strange, personally.
I think it's because this lady's nice. He's being gentle.
That's definitely not it. It's just, I think, I've said a couple different topics over again now. I don't want to just keep hitting the same stuff, and I'm not too strong on other things. So,
Well, if you don't
kinda
think
listening.
if you don't think it's really that important, why are you investing time in it right now?
Sorry. Like I said, I like to hear the conversation. I like to hear people's path through knowledge, path of understanding the world around them, and kind of play with that if I can, and possibly get involved in that aspect.
What does that mean to you?
So like in that conversation, whatever that guy's name was, Ibu or Yidu, whatever the guy's name was, I'm a skeptic. I've been on globe or flat Earth for a long time, right? And so I have a particular point of view of being globe leaning and being able to introduce ideas in a nice way that lets people understand what flat Earth is getting at and kind of open their mind more. And I like to see when people open their mind. I get enjoyment out of that, of people like trying to change what their thoughts are. I like dialectics in general. So I don't know. I just enjoy it.
So what's the one globe proof you have that keeps you from accepting flat Earth?
Well, it's not just one. I've had different
Well, the main
conversations.
one. The main
I mean,
one.
the latest one I've been talking about is probably still in chat, but the whole mountain shadow on the clouds. The whole map, I think it's Mount Rainier. That's the latest one I talked about. I've talked
Okay.
about
Where'd you
the was it solar eclipse? I think it's called.
The
I've always thought that was a
Selenelian
pretty
eclipse?
good one. What was that?
Are you talking about the Selenelian eclipse, or?
I don't know
I
what
heard
that
your
is.
conversation about the mountain shadow, so that's why I'm kind of surprised to hear you say you're just kind of interested in the debate and open-minded about it, because I didn't get that impression from you at all before.
Well, when it comes to that one, I've been over that, especially recently been over it multiple times over, and it's fresh in my mind, so I can have a stronger take on it, I guess. But if it comes to other things that I haven't, freshly looked into, freshly went over, then it's a different story. Same thing with the whole air pressure kind of thing. Like, yeah, I've recently looked into barometers and all this other thing, so I might be more combative on a conversation like that. Whereas if we're talking about, I don't know, like I just said, a solar eclipse, I haven't looked at that one recently, so I wouldn't be too combative about it.
Well, when it comes to this server, we would never make a claim as to what occults the sun during a solar eclipse. So, what's going on in the sky doesn't give you what's going on the ground. And I know you probably get tired of hearing that, but logically, that's sound.
Not sound at all.
How?
Didn't you just say that for the black swan, we're looking at the horizon and how it affects what you can view? So clearly, what you can view, what's happening in the sky, does have some effect on whether the Earth is flat or not.
The sky? Like where it meets the ground?
Yeah, whether I can see something or can't see something. Clearly, I don't need to just stare at the ground for me to decide whether the Earth is flat.
Okay, so your logic is that since we have to define the apparent location where the sky meets the ground is why you would justify using the sky to explain the ground?
Well, yes, if the proof is if I can see X, then globe is not real because I shouldn't be able to see that on a globe. Then clearly we're going to have to look at the sky at points to decide whether it's a globe. Somebody else was just telling me about how they, use a telescope to look at the horizon, close to the horizon, I guess, and saw that, it seemed like things just disappeared and kind of just, dematerialized rather than, went over the horizon. Like, this is all looking above the ground. This is not looking at the ground specifically.
Let's be. I mean, that's somewhat disingenuous to call the line of the horizon looking at the sky. We don't even need to look at the horizon. Just the simple fact that we can see things far beyond what a globe model allows is proof enough.
Not for me.
So you believe that refraction in one medium can move objects from the back of a hill upright to on top of it?
Back of I don't know what you mean by that one, but
Well,
I
the
will say that
globe makes a hill of water, right? So if we have wind turbines, they're on the back of the hill of water, but they appear upright on top of the hill of water because of refraction in one medium. That's what you believe, correct?
I don't know what you're referring
Thank
to.
you for
No.
saying upright. Over fences, thank you for saying upright. because it would be distorted if it was bending around a curve, and for some freaking reason that the conditions of the air would make you be able to see it beyond that point, then yeah, it would have to be distorted, like angled backwards. And you said it just right. Good job.
Well, I can't think of any time in my life where, I was driving down a road and there's a mountain in front of me and I can see the houses on the back side of the mountain because of refraction.
I mean, that's obviously a different situation, right?
How so?
And no, I will say that, like,
How so? We still
that's
have the
one of the
same
main
medium,
reasons on Flat
it's
Earth
still
is.
there.
I was gonna say that's one of the main reasons on Flat Earth side that I'm, quite skeptic of globe Earth is the coincidental nature of refraction being able to explain all their big holes.
Well, it's like gravity, right? We had to come up with a theory to explain away everything that didn't make sense. Something that you can't prove. I mean, refraction is like everything and nothing all at once.
Well,
it does what you want it to do to prove the globe. And when it doesn't prove the globe, then it's doing something else. It's there for everything.
Yeah,
Yet
for the
somehow
globe
we
you
can't
need. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you were already talking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it's just, I knew. So tell me, you seem it when you brought up the incident, the situation with the mountain in the shadow. I was there when you were talking about that. But to me, it really seems like grasping for straws, because if the Earth is flat, it doesn't matter that the mountain is casting a shadow in that way. The Earth is still flat. It's like looking at peripheral things, like the moon, to describe something when we can clearly and easily prove that it's flat. It's looking away from the fundamentals, what's easily observed and proven, to focus on something different to allow us to still believe what we want to believe.
I don't think that's the case. I think maybe, if anything, the issue is that it's a critique against the flat Earth model, per se, rather than just like general flat Earth principles.
What is the flat Earth model? I don't know what this is, and also
Don't
I
act
don't
like you don't.
recall
Come on,
anyone
let's
saying
not do
that this
this.
is how shadows should appear.
Yeah, let's not do this. When I say flat Earth model, I'm just talking about the general points of views of people in flat Earth.
I don't recall anyone ever saying that we must not have shadows in, like, the photo that you had. That can't be possible on a flat Earth. So that seems like a moot point.
No, but I know that people talk about, particularly in flat Earth, one of the big things is understanding the world around you with your own observations and going into deciding on these things on your own, right? I can tell you, on my own, I can see this whole shadow situation that I'm referring to on my own, and through my conversations with every person I've ever talked to, not a single one of them has ever seen the sun appear below the cloud layer. It's never happened. And so for a situation to happen to where it would have to be below the cloud layer for us to get that shadow, it makes me say, maybe flat Earth's not the best thing, and especially if in this situation, it would work perfectly fine on a globe Earth.
Just humor me for a moment. Say you've got weather over here at this mountain. It's a bit cloudy, and you know how mountains can be tall enough to be above the clouds, right?
Right.
Okay. So we've got a little bit cloudy over here, and over there, in some other area far away from the mountain, it's clear skies, sunny, and you're watching the sunset on from that view that you see that mountain casting that shadow. The sun is setting and is going away, and it appears below the cloud line of the cloudy weather over the mountain, but it's going to a place that's clear skies, sunnier. Then it would appear that the sun is going below the cloud line of your general area, and That would explain it. I mean, and that's using reality.
Sure, but I mean, you could say that same thing for just the horizon in general. The sun always appears to drop below everything at some point.
So
Well, some
Not
people say
always.
that. The other guy I
it's
just
not
talked to said the opposite. He said it doesn't seem to just drop below; it seems to just dissipate in some way. If you could zoom
there
in
are
far enough.
several things posted in chat if you scroll back through. But the point is, once again, if the ground is flat, it doesn't matter what you think is or isn't possible with that shadow. If the earth is flat, then what you see is happening is obviously possible on a flat earth.
Well, that's just begging the question.
No, if the earth is flat and you observe something happening, that phenomenon is happening on a flat earth.
That doesn't sound like begging the question to you.
No. If the earth you're standing on is flat and you see things happening around you, then they're happening on a flat earth.
I mean, you could just reword it in
Let's
any way
deal
you
with
want
the
to,
earth
and it would
being
make sense,
flat.
right? If the
What?
Earth is a globe, and the things you see around you happen on the Earth, then it's a globe. It's like you're not
No,
really
that's
saying much
not
with
what I
that sentence.
said. That's not at all what I said. I'm not saying the things happening prove flat earth. I'm saying the earth is flat, so therefore everything we observe, we are observing from a flat earth.
Yeah, I could say the same thing for a globe Earth. If the
Yes,
Earth is
you
a
can,
globe,
but I'm
everything
telling
that I
you,
see on a globe Earth,
your shadows
you see
don't
on it.
prove flat earth. Let's deal with the earth.
I'm not saying it proves or doesn't prove. I'm just
You
saying
said
it
it was
gives
your
proof
main
for it.
argument. You said it was your main
I didn't say that.
proof.
Let's not do
Yes, you
this
did,
now.
because I
Let's
asked
not do
you.
this.
I asked you.
All right, gotta turn OBS on since we're gonna go down this path. I never said that. I never said it was my
We
main
record
proof.
this, you know.
You did say that.
Yeah, I do. Let's rewind it back. Rewind it back and play it back to me. That I said it was my main
Listen, if you're not going to be
argument.
honest, we don't need to engage
It's
in
Well,
this.
live. Literally rewind it back and play it in through the mic. It didn't
Okay,
happen.
so they asked you what was like the main thing that made you still believe in globe Earth, and that's what you said.
That's not what I
That's
said.
all.
What I said was, well, it's various number of things. The latest thing that I talked about was the shadow on the mountain.
Yeah, the main thing. Yeah.
The other, I've also talked about the air pressure. That's what I said. I never said that my main proof
Why are
of
you so
flat
defensive?
or globe Earth is
Chill,
this.
dude. Chill. We can have a conversation.
I'm calm. It's just that
You
was a
don't sound
blatant lie. It was just false. I did not say it was
It's
my
not a
main
lie. You
proof.
can understand if somebody would think that after they ask that question and give that answer.
Okay, well, it was a misunderstanding said in a very confident way. It
Okay,
sounds
then
like a
don't say
lie to
that they're
me. All right.
lying. No, it's not. You just said it's a misunderstanding. Obviously, it's not a lie.
Well, that's what I would call a lie. If you say something very confidently
You know, a
and you're
lie means that
misunderstood something.
that's not what a lie is.
Well,
that was the answer you gave to that question. Obviously, she could come to that conclusion, and you shouldn't get upset about that.
I think the dishonest part of it is when you say something in a way that is different than your confidence level. If I say something really, really confidently and I know my confidence level is something else, I would say I'm being dishonest in that moment. I think this person was being very dishonest in that moment.
You could say the same thing about you because you misunderstood.
What did I misunderstood?
No, I wasn't being dishonest. We're dealing with the point that you brought up when I asked you for your main objection to a flat earth. Okay, there may be various things, but that's the thing you brought forward, and that's what we're discussing. There's no dishonesty in that.
Yeah, no intent to deceive. So let's continue.
Well,
No.
I felt insulted there. You're effectively calling me a liar about what I said. And then now you're saying, well, I misunderstood exactly what you said a bit. Well then don't call me a liar. It was wrong.
It was an answer. She didn't call you a liar, and it was the answer that you gave.
That's
to
not
that
the answer that I
question.
gave. I never said that my main
That's the
proof
question
of
that
flat
she
Earth
asked.
is this. This was never
Okay,
said.
tell us what your main objection is then, since you
I
didn't give
already
it.
said that I don't have a main one. It's a plethora of things that come together in my larger understanding.
How about the fact that we can see much farther than a globe allows? Doesn't that kind of delete all the other from the list?
No, it gives me hesitancy about it gives me a skepticism of the globe because of that. Because refraction seems to be the excuse for everything.
Okay, well, tell me, did someone post the wind turbines?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay.
Or at least there might be.
Someone's
have to
got
scroll up.
it. Jedi's wind turbines. Does someone have it?
I'll get it
I
for
think
you in a
I
minute.
think I do, but I can't post.
Okay. I didn't want to. I can do it. Just a sec.
I'll get it if you want to keep talking.
No,
I could.
I found it. Okay.
Okay.
And maybe I overreacted with the whole lying part, but I will tell you that I have been muted and I have been called liar multiple times being on the server,
Dude,
and every single time I wasn't. It's a very common occurrence being on the server and hearing, or
Well,
not the server, but maybe the channels.
Let's just set it aside and move on. I'm not upset or anything, and there's no reason for you to really be upset. The last picture at 56 after the hour. Okay.
An hour, is it? An hour ago? Like 6:56?
56 after the hour. Just a minute ago.
Oh, you're talking about in live stream voice text, huh?
Yeah. Do you know where it is?
Yeah, I was looking at the side chat. Okay.
You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So have you seen this picture before?
No.
Okay. So there's some general data about it. We have the camera height up in the upper left. Do you see this? 3.5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the physical geometric horizon for an observer height of 3.5 feet would be approximately 2.3 miles.
Hello?
Did you ask a question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything.
No, I was just listening.
Oh. Okay, so can you tell me what's going on in this photo? Because clearly the first wind turbine far exceeds 2.3 miles.
Right. Well, I mean, I would say the excuse given is refraction, generally.
Okay, great. So what are the two media that we have here for refraction?
Two media?
Refraction has to take place in two media.
I was actually just looking at this because maybe it's the excuse is kind of refraction, kind of not. But so the idea is that the temperature doesn't change the speed of light. A different gradient will change the speed of light. Light traveling in water moves at a different speed than light traveling in a vacuum, right?
Right.
But the reason why you see the waviness over a flame is not because the heat's changing the speed of light. It's that it's basically refraction. It's going from one medium, a hotter air, to a cooler air, and so it takes different paths through those mediums. So maybe it's not refraction specifically. It's like this mix of I don't know. I was just recently looking at this, so I'm not on top of it.
They're not burning. There's no particulate matter emanating off of them. And even if there were, it doesn't change the fact that we can see past 11.2 miles. As you see in the bottom photo, there's a boat behind that last turbine.
Sure, yeah.
So what are the two media?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain. I don't think you need two media per se.
Okay.
Just as over
you need two mediums to have refraction. To have it reflect over. You need to.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. Just like when you look at something over a flame, you can clearly see the visuals over that flame moving.
But this isn't.
But there isn't a curve over that flame.
Right, but I'm saying that clearly this temperature change, having different temperatures of different pockets of air, can affect visuals, right?
Sure.
And maybe that's not what you call refraction. Maybe that's called something else. But I'm just saying you don't need two media for that effect.
That's why things look all wavy, because it's hot in different air. The air has different temperatures, different areas. It's just distorting the image a little bit. But that's
Right, and I think that's what the globe earthers are trying to say about this. I don't think they're necessarily saying refraction in the sense that it's going
It
through two
needs to
different
reflect
mediums.
over a curve. It needs to reflect over a curve. What's happening here is there is supposed to be a curve. You're not supposed to see over a hill of water because of the measurements they give the globe. And we are seeing it. And the answer that they give, it's being reflected over the curve with refraction. And you need two mediums for that. And there isn't two mediums for this.
I mean, I've heard you. You don't you don't have to hit me with it again. I'm just trying to give you why, like what they're trying to say. Maybe they're not trying to say specifically refraction. They're trying to describe
What
the
are
effect.
the two media? What are the two
I
media?
did.
We're
Why
not
do you keep asking that? I never claimed there was two mediums. I'm just
Because
saying maybe it's not specifically refraction they're referring to.
He's comparing it to a flame, a candle flame, but I don't understand how that would go over a curve.
We could hold candles up and see over our hills.
I mean, clearly you can bend light with this effect, right? You can see you can look straight and see something that is not in that straight path that you're looking, right?
Well, you're saying it's refraction, but that requires two mediums.
Are you? You're
Why
not
do you keep repeating
answering.
yourself?
You're not providing any evidence for your claims. It's just it could be happening.
Claims?
Show us. Yeah.
I'm just telling you what I
evidence.
see and what I just recently looked at, and how it's not necessarily refraction, but it's this other phenomena that I don't necessarily know of.
Put the citation in the chat.
I don't have a citation.
Something
I can
that
show you the video I was just looking at if you want
coming
to
up
see
with
that.
an idea right now because you can't explain how it's refraction, which is what mainstream science explains it is.
It's
Are
not
you
how-
coming up with a new idea?
No.
So what idea are you
literally-
coming up with?
hold on.
It sounds like
So
a new
you're-
idea.
I might still have it open.
Say that you don't think that it needs two media?
I literally just Googled this. Let me pull up my history. Like within the hour or so.
So now you're an expert because you Googled
Yeah,
it.
I typed
Are you kidding
in
me?
half an hour ago. I typed in why does light bend over a fire?
But we're not.
It's not
light
refraction.
over a fire.
No, but
We're
I'm
talking
saying that
about
when
over
people
a
say
curb, and not only is it bending over a curb, you could see it straight up, like it's not upside down or anything. You need two mediums for that.
okay, if you're referring to refraction in its traditional sense, maybe. But I'm saying in this
there's
thing
like
that I'm
laws
referring
for
to, that's
refraction, right? You can't just make it up willy nilly.
what do you mean make it up willy nilly? I'm trying to
Because
describe
you
a
said
phenomenon that I
you're
see.
saying traditional refraction. You need two
what
mediums in
laws
order to get this effect.
Yeah, you're referring to one thing, right? You're referring to an effect that you can see, and you're referring to the rules that govern that effect that you can see. I'm referring to something else, some other observation that I can see.
We're not going to talk about candles.
Wait, hold on, guys, hold on. What are you referring to?
I literally Googled and this was like half an hour ago. I Googled why does light bend over a fire?
Yeah, but what are
Because
you?
I
If you're
knew
not,
that.
if you're not referring to refraction, what are you referring to?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Say that again. That last part, my phone started talking because it heard me.
If you're not referring to refraction, you said you're referring to some other phenomena. What are you referring to?
This whole light bending over a fire, because I knew that temperature does not affect the speed of light. A medium affects the speed of light. It goes at different speeds in different mediums, but temperature itself does not affect the speed of light, right? And so I literally Googled why does light bend over a fire, and then I got an explanation from this website. And I'm saying maybe this is what, when they say refraction in this picture, and that's the excuse, it's refraction, they mean refraction, something close to refraction, to where it's a medium changing the angle of light or the course that light takes, but it's not necessarily refraction in the sense that it's changing the speed of light. It's this other version of it.
Are we seeing what we're seeing? Sorry, Fati, go ahead.
No, I was saying he pretty much just said so. Not refraction, but not refraction.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what the original refraction we're talking about. You just described what the explanation is for seeing it over a curve. You didn't say anything new. Like, oh, a different refraction. This is the exact refraction that we're talking about. It's the exact
maybe
same
it's
thing.
not that.
Well, then what is it? Because then what do you think it might be instead?
What I was just explaining about how
that's what they say refraction is. That's what they're saying is happening. That's how they're saying it's getting reflected over. You just described exactly what they said is
Look,
happening.
I'm not a
But it doesn't
refraction
make.
expert. I think it's
I know,
very
but
coincidental, and I don't want to
you
put like.
misunderstood
You misunderstood. You said the exact same thing that mainstream science is saying, that the reason why we can see it over a curve. That's, now you understand what they're saying. That's what they're saying. But you need two mediums for that, and they don't have it.
Right. I'm saying that I don't understand it. And if your claim is you need two mediums, I'm saying maybe they're referring to either a subsection of that doesn't need two mediums, or they're referring to something completely different. And they're just
It's
using the
not
word
our
refraction
claim.
because it's like some colloquial
No.
usage of it.
If
It's not our
if they
claim.
didn't, yeah, and if they didn't need two mediums, we would be seeing it upside down. We wouldn't be seeing it right side up. You know, refraction, when you see the light go through a glass and it gets refracted, it goes the opposite direction. In order for you to see something right side up, it needs to go through two mediums, and it doesn't go through two mediums. And also, it goes way beyond how much something could be refracted for you to see it over any curve. So it
In
has two
order for it
problems.
to see it right side up, it needs to go through two mediums.
Yes.
Media, but yeah.
Are you referring to like air and then the liquid in my eyeball?
No.
Your eyeball is
No, and not everything would be upside down. Okay.
I don't quite follow.
No.
You need two mediums for the effect that they're saying is refraction. I gotta go, guys. Bye.
Bye, Teal. Good having you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, because I'm trying to understand your side, Reverse. Are you saying, because you said you were kind of on the fence or something like that, and in the picture that with the windmill or wind turbines, are you saying like we're not seeing what we're seeing? Is it over a curvature? Like, what is your claim?
My claim is that if refraction is only when you have two mediums and then it has this effect, then maybe that's not what they're referring to. Maybe they're saying refraction. And I've heard plenty of Globers talk about, this phenomena to where light is bent and you can see things you should be able to see, right? And maybe when they're talking about it, maybe they're not talking about refraction in whatever sense that you guys are referring to it, to where you need two mediums. I've never heard that. I don't know anything about that, right?
So
Maybe they're
that's
referring to some other
that's a big-
phenomena that's not refraction or some subcategory of refraction.
So
That
there's
is what I'm talking about when I talk about the heat over a fire.
But you're talking
okay.
that's not
Go
refraction.
at 6 after.
Okay, so I just said that.
Snell's
Maybe
law.
it's something else.
6 after Snell's law was posted by Alpha Veritas.
There's not types of
There's not
refraction.
I mean, you don't get to. It's quite a claim to say that we're discussing two different types of refraction. There's refraction that we're
I
talking.
didn't
We're
say there
talking
was
about
two
the same
different.
type of refraction, and you're
That's-
assuming that we can't possibly be, because otherwise we'd be right, and we can't be right. So therefore, we must be misunderstanding. That's what I heard.
Yeah, there's not as many types of refraction as there are sheets to the wind, buddy. There's Snell's law. Do you know what a law is? Kind of
what's
like,
that?
natural law. There are no exceptions. There doesn't need to be a cause. It just is. Doesn't go through the scientific method to become a law.
But do you guys know why light bends over a fire?
We stay on topic. We're not talking about a fire.
I mean, I was, but I mean, if you
But
guys
that's
want to talk
not
about
why
that,
we're
go ahead.
here. This isn't the 24/7 bonfire channel.
Yeah, and it's not refraction. That's the answer. It's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what it is, though? Is what I'm asking.
It doesn't matter.
So you're claiming it's not refraction, but you
I'm
don't know what it
claiming-
is.
I'm saying we're not going to discuss light above a fire, because that's not what we're talking about. And this is just a distraction.
Well, that's a pretty bad way to have a conversation. Just close off your opposition's viewpoint.
No, you are bringing up something that is irrelevant to the topic at hand.
I don't feel like it
If
is
you don't want to
irrelevant.
talk about flat Earth, then this isn't the place for you.
I do want to talk about flat Earth. I just think
Well,
that
we're
is
not talking about
relevant.
your bonfire, dude.
All right, we can move on.
Cool. So, in that picture of the wind turbines, tell me how refraction is
I
allowing
don't
us
know.
to see
I
it
don't know
go
specifically about
beyond.
refraction. I've already said this.
Okay, then whatever imaginary thing that you have decided is affecting it, please cite it in the chat.
You just said you didn't want to hear that from me. You said we're moving past
It's
that.
not a fire. What are you talking about? Was that your proof?
What do you mean proof? That was what I was trying to talk about in reference to this, and you said I can't talk about that for
It
some
is
reason.
irrelevant. How we are not
So what are we
dealing with.
talking about now? Let's move on then.
What are you talking
I don't
about?
have any other thing to talk about in reference to this topic.
Okay, well, clearly you don't know why you're defending it then.
I do. It's just you don't want to hear it.
Okay, show me the fire in that picture.
I never said there was.
Then we don't need to talk about it.
So, anyway. Hi, Stacy. How are you?
Hello, a bit busy at the moment. Might chime in a bit later.
Yeah, no worries. Anytime you want to. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. I was doing something else and I just kind of caught the last part of the argument. Just trying to make this awkward silence go away.
I'm sorry. I'm having to get ready to go to the store, but I'm still listening. I'm going to put in my earbuds and try to be active also while I'm doing stuff.
Okay, no worries. Do what you need to do.
I have a lot of distractions going on. I'm just having to do stuff around the house on my phone, just carrying it around. Sometimes I have to leave it, so I'll miss something too.
Yeah, life is hard, and especially with the kids, so don't worry about it.
I can still crush all these arguments these Globers be bringing up, though. Bring it.
That's true.
Reverse, I would ask you to maybe spend some time and actually research refraction, and then come on back and we can talk about it some more.
Yeah. I mean, I'll keep looking into the whole flame thing and see if it actually does relate to refraction. And if not, I'll try to see how what the other arguments around that are.
We need to be on some. We need to have a little bit of common ground in order to have this conversation, and not get too far afield. There are a lot of peripheral topics we can get into, but we need to deal with the main thing first, because most of these are moot if we deal with the primary issues.
But it is impressive. I mean, maybe you're not understanding everything, but because last week you were definitely arguing for the globe, so it's I think you're on the right track.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
No. I think people hear me, and because I am arguing for a certain thing to be more persuasive, that they think I'm arguing for the globe or arguing for the flat Earth, depending on who I'm talking to, right? But that's not the case. Like when it comes to that shadow example, I'm not arguing one way or another. I'm just saying I see this phenomenon, and in my mind, on the things that I see and I know, globe seems to work better in this case. As like an Occam's razor, the easiest thing is usually the best answer, right? I'm not saying that's saying that for sure the Earth is a globe, because I'm just saying that in this circumstance, I would say that a globe Earth would make more sense, right? And that's not me just trying to like push globe on people. That's just me saying, in this, I see this. How do you guys explain it other than the way I see it? You know?
Yeah, but that's basically the arguing for the globe, right? You're in support of the globe claims because whatever you experience is you think it's explained more by the globe, and that's pretty much what all the globers do. It's not that they have any evidence or anything. It's just that they think what they observe matches with the globe claim. Therefore, they want to ask us, well, how does this work on a flat Earth, or this doesn't make sense because the globe is able to explain it fine. So.
I mean, how else would you want me to go about it?
No, I'm just saying you were arguing for the globe. It's nothing to be ashamed of, I guess.
I'm arguing for the globe that in the sense that I'm arguing that it works better in that circumstance, not that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, well, you said you can see arguing flat Earth side. What are some of the most compelling flat Earth arguments that you've heard? What do you think?
You know, it's, and again, I think it's similar to how my overall viewpoint is. It's not necessarily individual argument. Individual arguments, generally have good argument back against them. Just the same for globe versus flat Earth, right? It's more so an accumulation of facts or findings, I guess, that point to maybe this is not the way it seems, right?
Okay, can you name one?
For flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, I was just saying that. I was just saying that refraction gets used in a multitude of circumstances, and it's always right when it's like, well, this really doesn't make sense. And then it's, oh, well, it's refraction. That's why it makes sense. If you have 18 conditions combined into one, and you have them perfectly measured, and you do it perfectly right, then it'll give you the reading or show you the thing that you actually should be saying. Well, okay, coincidence, right? It's nice that you can do that math and it magically works out now, right?
Yeah, and when you look into refraction more and you look into Snell's law, I think you'll understand even more what a band-aid that really is for what we are actually observing. And the beauty of this is that with the globe refraction argument, you have to disbelieve what you're seeing and compensate for that with a made-up story. Whereas anybody without any training or any law, Snell's law to back them up, can go out and observe this happening in the real world, given a large body of water. It seems so simple, and I think that gets people caught up because they think, well, if it's this simple, it can't possibly be this simple. We can't dismantle the globe this easily, but we do.
Mic check. Mic check.
Oh yeah, you're working. I was gonna say that.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that maybe colloquially, when I think of refraction, I'm not referring to the thing that you guys are referring to. I'm referring to more so not just the bending of light through two different mediums. I'm referring to the bending of waves over the Earth in general, right?
Let's be honest. The only reason why you parrot refraction is because it's one of the arguments used against flat earthers all the time. You don't know
Parrot?
what they meant you've got to know what they mean when they say refraction, because they don't mean it by Snell's law. They mean it by terrestrial refraction with 7/6R already imposing the radius into the equation to explain the observation. So instead of explaining why you would be able to see too far, they inflate the radius through mathematics, and that's their only way to say it matches the globe. Because mathematically, if you insert the radius into the equation of the observation, then yeah, sure, it matches the globe. But it's not actually doing that in reality. It's only mathematically doing it because they impose the radius into the equation.
with no measured radius to begin with. So it's obeying the question and affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
Yeah, I don't know
That's what they're
the
doing.
formulas personally.
Only because I've been in it for long enough to know what they're actually arguing for. They're not actually arguing for atmospheric conditions. They're using a program model to just shift the little scroll thing, the sideways scroll thing, to inflate the radius of the Earth to explain the phenomenon.
You have to understand that most of the globers, and by most, I mean like well over 90%, come in here assuming that we can't possibly know anything. And, we didn't graduate from 5th grade. As if we've always been flat earthers, as if we just popped up one day like this and we thought it'd be edgy to believe in this. So it's kind of a painful process to go through when they come in, because we have to teach them the globe model, because most people don't know it. And none of us did. I mean, when I look back, I cannot believe that I didn't question more of what I was told. I remember thinking, that doesn't make sense, many times in my life, but I didn't put it together until a few years ago. So, and the reason I was able to discard the globe mythos is because I actually looked into what it claimed. I actually looked at the numbers. I actually looked at how things were supposed to work and versus how they actually do work. And then it was easy. It was easy to see through all of it because it's right there in front of you. So the first thing you have to do, if you're serious about this, if you're really interested in it, is to find out things like, where should globe curvature block your view? How far should things in the distance be hidden below the globe curve? Things that you can test with your own eyes. And then take it from there. Because if you're going to believe something, it can stand up to scrutiny. It can stand up to questioning. And the globe doesn't. It just doesn't. To find out for yourself. You need to know these things. You need to know what the claims are.
Well, I mean, and that's part of one of my issues, is that it's not necessarily that easy, things in life. And it's hard to just to understand, when is it, oh, that's a coincidence, really? Or is it a situation of, oh, this thing is actually more complicated than I thought it was, and I still lack enough knowledge to understand it, Like, clearly I can say that, oh, refraction seems such a coincidental thing, but also I can also accept that, like, I'm not a math expert. I don't know all the factors that they're claiming. Like, I would have to go back and forth, or at least have an environment to where these individuals that are both smart are in the same room and can give their arguments back and forth constantly for me to get at who's correct in any given scenario. And because flat earthers don't get along with globe earthers, it's oftentimes that you don't have these two really smart individuals in the same room at the same time, bouncing back and forth why things are working, why things aren't working, right? And so
I just want to disagree with you there, because people who are in here, like if you're on the politics server or whatever, the people from the flat earth server have been doing this for years. They know the data behind what they're talking about. And we get into the weeds a lot because people coming in don't. They really just don't. And their whole paradigm is based on a belief. And they assume that the data is there to back up their belief. So you're not seeing two people on the same footing having a debate.
No, I agree
99%.
with you in that part. And I don't think it's necessarily that flat earthers know their data. I've talked to plenty of flat earthers that clearly did not know their data. They just talk confidently, right? Everybody's going to do that in any movement that you have.
Well, I
But I
wasn't
do.
talking, somebody with a TikTok video. I'm talking about
No, on this server
people
and
we
on the
had.
old one, right? I've had plenty of experiences to where people were just yelling or calling me a liar or calling me a shill and all these other things rather than having a conversation with me, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, or not obviously, but clearly, the other part you're saying about how globe earthers do come at this from a place of hubris that, oh, I already know all the answers because my model tells me so, but I don't even know about my model. I just assume it to be true. I just trust it because the authority says so, right?
Right.
And they do come at it from this hubris point of view, and maybe this is why I'm so attracted to this. I mean, well, two part. Obviously, I'm attracted to this because it's this goal of seeking things through your own means, right? That's one attraction. But also, I feel as a very empathetic person that I bring a catch more flies with honey than vinegar a type of attitude towards this, to where I know flat Earth, I know why these people are in it and trying to, or the way that they're thinking, not necessarily that we're in a cult and we all believe this because we want to believe it, but they're more so thinking I want to understand the world through my own eyes, through my own observations, right? I have this like more intimate understanding of it from a very good faith perspective that a lot of globe earthers don't. And so when I talk to them, I can talk to them from their perspective in a way that's like, okay, well, here's some things you might, not be understanding, and maybe, or here's the good thing that you should see here and here and here, rather than a lot of times when you talk to a flat earther on these servers, it's like you're going to get muted within the first 5 to 10 minutes. It's really, really hard to have these kind of conversations.
Well, I would suggest to you that if those are the kind of conversations you want to have and you feel like you're coming at it from perhaps more balanced or less confrontational kind of point of view, that you really need to know your arguments. Because otherwise, it's just an exercise in futility. If you don't know Snell's law and you want to talk about refraction, we're going to spend a whole lot of time just trying to get there. And it's going to make you frustrated because you don't have the background to argue it properly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's hard because the globe Earth, flat Earth, just Earth in general, and the shape of it is a very large topic. And so we could be talking about one thing that I do know about, such as this shadow of a mountain onto the clouds. And then within minutes of getting into this conversation, I'm immediately being pulled away to these tangents of other parts of it. This is already disproven because of the horizon, and so we don't need to talk about what you're talking about. It's like, okay, well, yeah, I can't know all 19 things that you're going to throw at me in this conversation, right? That's hard to do. And in this situation like here, I think in my mind, when I hear refraction, I wasn't thinking, like I said, I wasn't thinking necessarily light refraction and changing mediums. I was referring to like more of the colloquial usage of the word, to where it is just a changing of the angle of some wave of any sort. So like even like I would include why you can get radio signals across the Atlantic. I would consider that refraction, to where one of the excuses is, it's bouncing off the atmosphere and it keeps doing that against the ocean and the atmosphere until it gets to the other side. It's like, that's refraction in a sense, in that it's refracting off something and changing directions, but it's not the refraction in like this Snell's law that you seem to be referring to. And I don't know about Snell's law, and so it's hard to have these conversations when there's very specific arguments and there's a plethora of them and I can't know all of them.
Well, of course you can't know all of them. You can't be an expert in every single thing. And that's fine, but you should know the basics, at least. Secondly, you mentioned colloquial terms. This is a fundamental issue that we are running into over and over again, is that people do not know how to speak clearly about the subject. They do not know what these words actually mean. We have lost this, and it becomes a matter of feelings. We cannot deal with measurements colloquially. We just can't. We have people repeatedly say that they have to have a hypothesis and an experiment to do a measurement, and they will argue that all day long. and they will believe it. So words really matter. And in order to have a conversation with someone, you have to be using the same words. Otherwise, we are speaking two totally different languages. If things are relativistic to you, if you want to deal with it on a colloquial level, well, we can't really have a conversation at all, because then it becomes subjective and relativistic.
But I'm not saying that we can only have it using the oh my goodness, colloquial term for it, right? I'm saying that that is generally the way that I'm coming about conversation. Anytime I'm speaking to somebody, I use colloquial words because that's the way they understand them. And if I'm trying to talk about something specific, I try to define it and get them to define how they're using it so we understand each other. I don't just say, well, this is the specific way that I'm utilizing it and you need to understand what it is and come to me. I'm going to say, how are you using it? How am I using it? How are we deferring? And where can we go from here? You know?
Well, I can see that that's valuable to kind of suss out what people mean by what they're saying. But the problem is we have words that actually mean something. And I don't get to pick what it means, and you don't get to pick what it means. It has a definition.
But it means more than one thing, though, right? You can accept that.
No, that is the problem. And this is why I'm saying it's such a major issue, is that everything is relativistic now. And there's no objective truth. And so I can't argue objective
Was there ever?
Yeah. See, that's the problem. We have a fundamental difference there, that if someone thinks that everything is subjective, then how can I possibly discuss something that's objective? When we have people saying they can't know they're on Discord right now, how can I talk to them about the nature of reality?
Yeah,
well, I think I was having
for
this
the
conversation
globe.
with. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. They'll say out of one side of their mouth that they can't know anything, and then out of the other side of their mouth say that they know it's a globe. Like, do you get that can be a little frustrating?
Well, yeah, there's idiots out there, but I think I was having this conversation last night or just the other night, whenever it was, and I think when people hear like hear this point of view, they misunderstand what is being said, and because it's oftentimes from a very combative sense, they don't come at it from a good faith a point of view, right?
Well, some flat earthers aren't out here to appease everybody's emotions. Some of them are out here to expose pretender clowns, like Huey. He's not here to appeal to anyone's emotions. He only wants to expose the people that don't know what they're talking about for people that don't know what they're talking about. That's all his goal is. And that may not be what you like, but that's what he's all about. He's a no nonsense person. And a lot of other flat earthers are the same way, because they're sick and tired of having the same conversations over and over with people who come in acting like we're stupid. We don't know what we're talking about. They know everything, and then shit on the whole conversation with everybody, and don't have any facts, don't have any evidence to back up their claims. They just resort to logical fallacies, and you can see where that can be a problem. And it gets frustrating for people because we're just regular everyday people. We're not special.
Certainly, but my question would be, where is that taking you, right? If his goal is just for his own pleasure, for his own enjoyment of the conversation of like, you know, sticking it to these globers, then sure, go for it. Go ahead and do that, right? But
Well,
if
people that listen sometimes have that same approach in life that he has, and will see everything for what it is much easier. And that's what he is accredited for, being able to expose people for what they are, whether they're doing it intentionally or not. Usually they are, because they're in there to just be trolls, and he'll expose them to the people listening in that aren't saying anything.
so yeah, if you're doing it for an entertainment point of view, then that makes sense. But generally, I'm not on here. Well, I am partially right. I do enjoy dialectics, but like I generally, when I'm talking about flat Earth, I'm doing it from the point of view of I want you to come to me. I want you to be convinced by what I'm telling you, and you change your mindset. I get in enjoyment out of that. I can help somebody change their point of view of the world around them, right? And I
Sure, but
don't
I
think
wouldn't want
somebody like, say, Quantum Eraser is doing anything of the sort. He's not convincing people of things. He's doing it purely for his own enjoyment.
to. Well, let's just say that he has a calling and he does his calling. Let's just say
Sure.
that.
And if I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong, I'm just saying if your goal is to bring people to the movement, if your goal is to change minds, that's not the best way to do it, in my opinion.
Well, he's done it for many people, and a lot of us, because he's got a science background and a military background. He's got a wealth of knowledge, and he's an old man. So not
Well, it's
only does he
unfortunate
have
because
a
it's
wealth of knowledge,
not
he's
accessible.
also got experience in life. So he just is the way he is. He's a
It's
great
a real
person
shame
to learn things from.
because he's very unaccessible, at least while he's on the politics server. Because if he's in the channel, he's muting everybody. There's no conversation happening. You're not getting anywhere.
Well, that's just a small portion of the day. If there's someone that you don't really jive with, then you just mute it. You don't be there at that time. There's going to be someone who is more aligned with your particular style of communication. So, there's nobody on the flat earth side that represents all of us. We are all individuals.
Exactly.
But at the same time, you do have to accept to some extent that as a mod well, he's not a mod necessarily, but he's effectively a mod for Flat Earth. You are representing Flat Earth to an extent.
No, you know what?
Certainly he doesn't talk for everybody, but he is putting up some representation for the Flat Earth movement.
There's a lot of flat earthers that I don't agree with. Just like today, I had to that guy that said that he used to be a flat earther and isn't anymore. That he was appealing to that electrostatics crap. Like we're having to deal with that on a a level of flat Earth that the Globers may know, may not know. I don't know. But I think the main point is that if you're going to come into the conversation, if you don't know something, state that you don't know it, like you're doing now, like just like with the refraction stuff, or don't say anything and listen. Because if people were more like that, then the things that needed to be said would get said instead of going off into the weeds. And people can come into the argument whether they're globe or flat earth, knowing the other person's argument and being able to even steel man their argument. I mean, if you can't do that, then what are we doing it for?
I hear you, but I would question you what is the source of that, right? For example, right? Say the example of police officers. If you have a police officer that stops somebody for no good reason, or maybe it's just an asshole during the stop, maybe he's just swinging around his authority. Maybe he has the right to do it based on the law, but he's just an asshole. Maybe there's nothing wrong with that person in that moment, and he's doing his job at least legally, right? But the next officer that stops that person, he's gonna get attitude. He's going to stop somebody who's gonna be filming them and telling them off and doing all this bullshit that wasn't his fault, right? He's thinking back to that person that's getting stopped is thinking back to the asshole officer, and he's taking out on this person. And I think that's what somebody like Quantum Eraser does. He has this effects on people. They're upset at flat earthers, and then they treat flat earthers in that way, in that very condescending, hubristic way.
You know what?
I just around on you because you can see people coming into that politics server that are just coming in there just to say the N word or to
Well,
say
sure, yeah. There's
really
definitely assholes. You're right about that.
stuff. And then saying flat earthers are all stupid and then just leaving. So I could turn that around and say, well, the next Glober that we deal with, we're probably not going to be as nice because we just had to deal with that one.
I would hope that you wouldn't do that, but certainly you could.
Well, you can't hold us to some high
this.
standard that you guys
Of course I
even
can.
hold yourselves to.
I would hold myself to that standard.
Okay,
I think you could do.
Okay, I get it. Like I feel like I slip up sometimes, but for the most part, I'm pretty reasonable. So I can only speak for myself. I can only do what I do myself.
Sure, I'm just saying.
Wanting to give everyone like their own, like treating everyone as an individual and not taking any past people's like conversations and attitudes. I get that. I sort of like that approach. I'll try and use that approach.
Hey, I'm gonna go smoke some of this ganja real quick. I'm gonna come back with some fire for you guys.
I think that it's not unreasonable to have some nuance to the situation.
Yeah, I guess it will probably like I might get a bit more hard or callous, just to be dramatic as time goes by. But at the moment, I'm just the kind of person who gives everyone the benefit of the doubt and doesn't even think people would be ingenuine. And then I realize, oh, I was a bit foolish to think that, but keep learning the hard way.
You must not have gone to the politics server.
I don't go there very often.
Yeah. I hear this a lot from people on the Globe side, complaining that someone got hot under the collar with them. I think it's also just another way to discount the whole argument entirely. Well, someone wasn't nice enough to me. Well, are the facts, do they stand or do they not, Someone who really wants to know the truth won't be dissuaded that one guy is a jerk to them, or whatever. If you really want to know the truth, that person isn't going to prevent you from knowing the truth. And in some cases, you may be more determined to find it out.
I agree with what Reverse and what you guys were saying. I think the biggest problem for me when it comes to this topic is if someone new is hopping into that conversation and that's what's happening, and every other sentence is "shut the fuck up," put them on mute, they get a bad taste in their mouths. They're instantly defensive. It might turn them off completely to the whole idea, and they're not open to thinking about it when they hear that right away. That's just what bothers me.
Well, that's maybe a couple hours a day, as opposed to the other 22, where it's the roles are reversed.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's also part of their immaturity, not really knowing what a logical argument is, and conflating the emotion with the actual argument. And yeah, I do think we need to show a lot of mercy to people in that situation. But
I mean, some people totally deserve it. Like you're saying, the bad actors coming in, they just want to cause problems. They don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. They just want to argue. They're not listening. They're just waiting to talk. But at the same time, there's people, like I just said, people that come in there who are interested and then maybe instantly turned off.
Yeah, and I agree with you. You have to have discernment, but it can be difficult to discern people's motives. And you can think someone is completely genuine and invest in that time, and then they flip the table and you find out it was all for nothing and you wasted your time with them. So, it's difficult, and the politics server is already kind of heated. So, people are coming out of other rooms where they're used to just screaming over each other, whatever they're doing over there. So you can probably have a lot more chill experience over here on our server.
Yep.
But
I
it's
like
easy
how
to people that you don't want to talk with,
Yeah, I like how a lot of people will come in there and I hear them say, "Wow, there's 40 people in here and people aren't talking over each other." That's wow. They're surprised by that.
Yeah, exactly. There's, moderation may fail at times, but in general, I feel it's very well done. And I think that the mods do a good job of remaining in control and dealing, even when the things being said to them are really insulting, or disingenuous. I think in general they do a very good job under a very difficult situation. And ultimately, we're not trying to convince every single person. We're there to say what's true, and then that person ultimately has to decide for themselves. If someone goes out and actually researches the claims after I talk to them, I consider that a huge win, because that is the hardest thing, just getting people to say, what do I actually know versus what do I believe, and what are the things that I'm actually believing in. And if they can go out and cross that threshold, then they're on a very good path. But most of the time, people aren't even going to do that, in my experience. Dream, you've been here for a little while, right?
Yeah, a couple days now I've been hanging out.
So, what brought you in? And What are your thoughts?
Well, I think learning about flat Earth is like it's like the final hurdle. You could say it's the hardest thing to overcome with the cognitive dissonance. Because I think I mentioned this before a few times in chat. Like, it was the hardest thing for me to come to terms with. Like, I've been over all the other quote unquote conspiracies like JFK, 9/11, you name it, and go through those, and those are way easier to understand than this one.
Do you feel like it?
Sorry, go ahead.
What do you mean by difficult to understand?
Because like I feel like this one is the most extreme amount of indoctrination and mind control and brainwashing. It's really hard for people to come to terms with this one in particular.
Can I throw in a little bit of input there?
Yeah, I'm not like arguing against it. I just kind of stating that as a
That's
fact.
why I said input. That I wasn't saying like my argument or anything.
Sure.
I would say it's because this one is the one that challenges what you've been taught and how to think. Because now you have to change the way that you think about things, and that's probably going to be the hardest thing to do. Because now you have to learn skills like logic and what logical fallacies are. And you have to be able to learn how to process information from here on out. Because if you don't learn the tools to process information and you're just like, oh, they said that's a theory, oh, I'm going to throw that out the window. See, you can't have that kind of mindset. You've got to take everything case by case and see how, use the tools that you learn because of this to process information better so that you don't fall for anything ever again. And you'll pass that on. It's not even about you anymore. It's about what comes after you.
Right.
How did you find the server in the first place, and how'd you end up even investigating Flat Earth? Like, did you think it was a LARP? Did you think no one could actually believe that? What brought you here?
I guess I'm not sure what first started it, but I was on YouTube and I watched The Level with Me, and then after seeing that, I'm like, okay, there's no denying it. So I really got way more interested in it. Watched a bunch of videos, and then I went to Rumble. First time I've ever been on Rumble. Did research on there, and I came across what's Helioskeptic stream. I saw the text on the screen, joined the VC. I got verified, and I've been listening since.
Drinking from the fire hose.
What does that mean?
It just means absorbing a lot of information all at once, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and there is so much to it, but it's all really interesting, I think. And the more you learn, the more you will just kick yourself for not noticing these things before. I think, at least that's been my experience, and I think I can't speak for everyone, but I think most of us have felt that way.
The phenomenon that happens in your brain when you start to figure things out, it's hard to put words. It's seriously hard to put words to it, man. So yeah, but just keep going. Rumble is no censorship. YouTube full of censorship. So if Rumble becomes a mainstream platform, then that's going to pick the flat Earth movement up where it left off in 2017 before it was heavily censored on YouTube and Google and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's rather hard to find actual information on YouTube. If you're not like really looking for it, you're not going to really come across it.
Is there any particular issue right now that you've been researching or have questions about?
Not really.
Have you seen the 2014 Go Fast rocket launch? Gotta see that one.
Is that the one where it like stops? Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. What did you think about that one? Like, honestly.
It was interesting. I have heard flat earthers say that that's like not necessarily an accurate video though. Like flat earthers have said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that there's something's deployed to stop the motion of the rocket. And that's what's going on there. But I haven't, to be fair, I haven't investigated it that much.
For me, just watching the entire Level With Me video, or what are you going to call it, documentary, that to me that's undeniable. Like that's evidence that I was able to comprehend. Like if I had not gone through stuff like that before I came across all the actual like math and the black swans, I feel like I wouldn't have been able to understand it as easily, for me personally. Because the whole moon landing stuff, that is to me absolutely obvious.
Amen.
Yeah, that's really what led me here. Was just investigating that quite a bit. And at first I was like, well, it's possible we did go to the moon, but that clearly wasn't filmed on the moon. And then just really researching it, reading and watching extremely detailed documentaries, and just being like, this is so ridiculous. And I'd heard flat Earth mentioned, and I remember thinking, oh, it's a joke, right? Nobody actually thinks